St. Bartholomew's Eve by G.A. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by Anna Christensen. Preface. It is difficult in these days of religious toleration to understand why men should, 3 centuries ago, have flown at each other's throats in the name of the Almighty. Still less how, in cold blood, they could have perpetrated hideous massacres of men, women, and children. The Huguenot wars were, however, as much political as religious. Philip of Spain, at that time the most powerful potentate of Europe, desired to add France to the countries where his influence was all-powerful, and in the ambitious house of Guise he found ready instruments. For a time the new faith, that had spread with such rapidity in Germany, England, and Holland, made great progress in France also. But here the reigning family remained Catholic, and the vigorous measures they adopted to check the growing tide drove those of the new religion to take up arms in self-defense. Although, under the circumstances, the Protestants can hardly be blamed for so doing, there can be little doubt that the first Huguenot war, though the revolt was successful, was the means of France remaining a Catholic country. It gave color to the assertions of the Guises and their friends that the movement was a political one, and that the Protestants intended to grasp all power and to overthrow the throne of France. It also afforded an excuse for the cruel persecutions which followed, and rallied to the Catholic cause numbers of those who were, at heart, indifferent to the question of religion, but were royalists rather than Catholics. The great organization of the Church of Rome labored among all classes for the destruction of the growing heresy. Every pulpit in France resounded with denunciation of the Huguenots, and passionate appeals were made to the bigotry and fanaticism of the more ignorant classes. So that, while the power of the Huguenots lay in some of the country districts, the mobs of the great towns were everywhere the instruments of the priests. I have not considered it necessary to devote any large portion of my story to the details of the terrible massacres of the period, nor to the atrocious persecutions to which the Huguenots were subjected, but have, as usual, gone to the military events of the struggle for its chief interest. For the particulars of these, I have relied chiefly upon the collection of works of contemporary authors published by Monsieur Zeller, of Paris, the memoirs of François de la Noue, and other French authorities. G.A. Henty. End of preface. St. Bartholomew's Eve by G.A. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by Anna Christensen. Chapter 1. Driven from Home. In the year 1567, there were few towns in the southern counties of England that did not contain a colony, more or less large, of French Protestants. For 30 years the Huguenots had been exposed to constant and cruel persecutions. Many thousands had been massacred by the soldiery, burned at the stake, or put to death with dreadful tortures. 50,000, it was calculated, had, in spite of the most stringent measures of prevention, left their homes and made their escape across the frontiers. These had settled for the most part in the Protestant cantons of Switzerland, in Holland, or England. As many of those who reached our shores were but poorly provided with money, they naturally settled in or near the ports of landing. Canterbury was a place in which many of the unfortunate emigrants found a home. Here one Gaspar Vallon, his wife, and her sister, who had landed in the year 1547, had established themselves. They were among the first comers, but the French colony had grown, gradually, until it numbered several hundreds. The Huguenots were well liked in the town, being pitied for their misfortunes, and admired for the courage with which they bore their losses, setting to work, each man at his trade if he had one, or if not, taking to the first work that came to hand. They were quiet and God-fearing folk, very good towards each other and to their poor countrymen on their way from the coast to London, entertaining them to the best of their power, and sending them forward on their way with letters to the Huguenot Committee in London, and with sufficient money in their pockets to pay their expenses on the journey, and to maintain them for a while until some employment could be found for them. Gaspard Vaillant had been a landowner near Civray in Poitou. He was connected by blood with several noble families in that district, and had been among the first to embrace the Reformed religion. For some years he had not been interfered with, as it was upon the poorer and more defenceless classes that the first fury of the persecutors fell. But as the attempts of Francis to stamp out the new sect failed, and his anger rose more and more against them, persons of all ranks fell under the ban. The prisons were filled with Protestants who refused to confess their errors. Soldiers were quartered in the towns and villages, where they committed terrible atrocities upon the Protestants, and Gaspard, seeing no hope of better times coming, or of being permitted to worship in peace and quietness, gathered together what money he could, and made his way, with his wife and her sister, to La Rochelle, whence he took ship to London. Disliking the bustle of a large town, he was recommended by some of his compatriots to go down to Canterbury, where 3 or 4 fugitives from his own part of the country had settled. One of these was a weaver by trade, but without money to manufacture looms or to set up in his calling. Gaspard joined him as partner, embarking the little capital he had saved, and, being a shrewd, clear-headed man, he carried on the business part of the concern, while his partner, Lacroix, worked at the manufacture. As the French colony in Canterbury increased, they had no difficulty in obtaining skilled hands from among them. The business grew in magnitude, and the profits were large, in spite of the fact that numbers of similar enterprises had been established by the Huguenot immigrants in London and other places. They were, indeed, amply sufficient to enable Gaspard Vaillant to live in the condition of a substantial citizen, to aid his fellow countrymen, and to lay by a good deal of money. His wife's sister had not remained very long with him. She had, upon their first arrival, given lessons in her own language to the daughters of burgesses and of the gentry near the town. But, 3 years after the arrival of the family there, she had married a well-to-do young yeoman who farmed 100 acres of his own land, 2 miles from the town. His relations and neighbours had shaken their heads over what they considered his folly in marrying the pretty young Frenchwoman, but ere long they were obliged to own that his choice had been a good one. Just after his first child was born he was, when returning home one evening from market, knocked down and run over by a drunken carter, and was so injured that for many months his life was in danger. Then he began to mend, but though he gained in strength he did not recover the use of his legs, being completely paralyzed from the hips downward, and, as it soon appeared, was destined to remain a helpless invalid all his life. From the days of the accident, Lucie had taken the management of affairs in her own hands, and having been brought up in the country, and being possessed of a large share of the shrewdness and common sense for which Frenchwomen are often conspicuous, she succeeded admirably. The neatness and order of the house, since their marriage, had been a matter of surprise to her husband's friends, and it was not long before the farm showed the effects of her management. Gaspard Vaillant assisted her with his counsel, and, as the French methods of agriculture were considerably in advance of those in England, instead of things going to rack and ruin, as John Fletcher's friends predicted, its returns were considerably augmented. Naturally, she at first experienced considerable opposition. The labourers grumbled at what they called new-fangled French fashions, but when they left her, their places were supplied by her countrymen, who were frugal and industrious, accustomed to make the most out of small areas of ground, and to turn every foot to the best advantage. Gradually the raising of corn was abandoned, and a large portion of the farm devoted to the growing of vegetables, which, by dint of plentiful manuring and careful cultivation, were produced of a size and quality that were the surprise and admiration of the neighbourhood, and gave her almost a monopoly of the supply of Canterbury. The carters were still English, partly because Lucie had the good sense to see that, if she employed French labourers only, she would excite feelings of jealousy and dislike among her neighbours, and partly because she saw that, in the management of horses and cattle, the Englishmen were equal, if not superior, to her countrymen. Her life was a busy one. The management of the house and farm would, alone, have been a heavy burden to most people, but she found ample time for the tenderest care of the invalid, whom she nursed with untiring affection. "It is hard upon a man of my size and inches, Lucie," he said one day, "to be lying here as helpless as a sick child, and yet I don't feel that I have any cause for discontent. I should like to be going about the farm, and yet I feel that I am happier here, lying watching you singing so contentedly over your work, and making everything so bright and comfortable. Who would have thought, when I married a little French lady, that she was going to turn a notable farmer? All my friends tell me that there is not a farm like mine in all the country round, and that the crops are the wonder of the neighbourhood. And when I see the vegetables that are brought in here, I should like to go over the farm, if only for once, just to see them growing." "I hope you will be able to do that some day, dear. Not on foot, I am afraid, but when you get stronger and better, as I hope you will, we will take you round in a litter, and the bright sky and the fresh air will do you good." Lucie spoke very fair English now, and her husband had come to speak a good deal of French, for the service of the house was all in that language, the 3 maids being daughters of French workmen in the town. The waste and disorder of those who were in the house when her husband first brought her there had appalled her, and the women so resented any attempt at teaching on the part of the French madame. After she had tried several sets with equally bad results, John Fletcher had consented to the introduction of French girls, bargaining only that he was to have good English fare and not French kickshaws. The Huguenot customs had been kept up, and night and morning the house servants, with the French neighbours and their families, all assembled for prayer in the farmhouse. To this John Fletcher had agreed without demur. His father had been a Protestant when there was some danger in being so, and he himself had been brought up soberly and strictly. Up to the time of his accident there had been 2 congregations, he himself reading the prayers to his farm hands, while Lucie afterwards reading them in her own language to her maids. But as the French labourers took the place of the English hands, only one service was needed. When John Fletcher first regained sufficient strength to take much interest in what was passing round, he was alarmed at the increase in the numbers of those who had attended these gatherings. Hitherto 4 men had done the whole work on the farm. Now there were 12. "Lucie, dear," he said uneasily one day, "I know that you are a capital manager, but it is impossible that a farm the size of ours can pay, with so many hands on it. I have never been able to do more than pay my way, and lay by a few pounds every year, with only 4 hands, and many would have thought 3 sufficient. But with 12, I counted them this morning, we must be on the high road to ruin." "I will not ruin you, John. Do you know how much money there was in your bag when you were hurt, just a year ago?" "Yes, I know there were 33 pounds. His wife went out of the room and returned with a leather bag. "Count them, John," she said. There were 48. 15 pounds represented a vastly greater sum, at that time, than they do at present, and John Fletcher looked up from the counting with amazement. "This can't be all ours, Lucie. Your brother must have been helping us." "Not with a penny, doubting man," she laughed. "The money is yours, all earned by the farm. Perhaps not quite all, because we have not more than half as many animals as we had before. But as I told you, we are growing vegetables, and for that we must have more men than for corn. But, as you see, it pays. Do not fear about it, John. If God should please to restore you to health and strength, most gladly will I lay down the reins. But till then I will manage as best as I may, and, with the help and advice of my brother and his friends, shall hope, by the blessing of God, to keep all straight." The farm throve, but its master made but little progress toward recovery. He was able, however, occasionally to be carried round in a hand litter, made up for him upon a plan devised by Gaspard Vaillant, in which he was supported in a half-sitting position, while 4 men bore him, as if in a sedan chair. But it was only occasionally that he could bear the fatigue of such excursions. Ordinarily he lay on a couch in the farmhouse kitchen, where he could see all that was going on there, while in the warm summer weather he was wheeled outside, and lay in the shade of the great elm in front of the house. The boy, Philip, for so he had been christened after John Fletcher's father, grew apace, and as soon as he was old enough to receive instruction, his father taught him his letters out of a horn book, until he was big enough to go down every day to school in Canterbury. John himself was built upon a large scale, and at quarterstaff and wrestling could, before he married, hold his own with any of the lads of Kent. And Philip bade fair to take after him in skill and courage. His mother would shake her head reprovingly when he returned, with his face bruised and his clothes torn, after encounters with his schoolfellows. But his father took his part. "Nay, nay, wife," he said one day. "The boy is 11 years old now, and must not grow up a milksop. Teach him, if you will, to be honest and true, to love God and hold to the faith. But in these days it needs that men should be able to use their weapons also. There are your countrymen in France, who ere long will be driven to take up arms for the defence of their faith and lives from their cruel persecutors. And, as you have told me, many of the younger men, from here and elsewhere, will assuredly go back to aid their brethren. We may even have trials here. Our Queen is a Protestant, and happily at present we can worship God as we please, in peace. But it was not so in the time of Mary, and it may be that troubles may again fall upon the land, seeing that as yet the Queen is not married. Moreover, Philip of Spain has pretensions to rule here, and every Englishman may be called upon to take up bow or bill for his faith and country. Our co-religionists in Holland and France are both being cruelly persecuted, and it may well be that the time will come when we shall send over armies to their assistance. I would that the boy should grow up both a good Christian and a stout soldier. He comes on both sides of fighting stock. One of my ancestors fought at Agincourt, and another with the Black Prince at Crécy and Poitiers, while on your side his blood is noble, and, as we know, the nobles of France are second to none in bravery. Before I met you I had thoughts of going out myself to fight among the English bands who have engaged on the side of the Hollanders. I have even spoken to my cousin James about taking charge of the farm while I was away. I would not have sold it, for Fletchers held this land before the Normans set foot in England. But I had thought of borrowing money upon it to take me out to war, when your sweet face drove all such matters from my mind. Therefore, Lucie, while I would that you should teach the boy to be good and gentle in his manners, so that if he ever goes among your French kinsmen, he shall be able to bear himself as befits his birth on that side, I, for my part, though, alas, I can do nothing myself, will see that he is taught to use his arms, and to bear himself as stoutly as an English yeoman should, when there is need of it. So, wife, I would not have him chidden when he comes home with a bruised face, and his garments somewhat awry. A boy who can hold his own among boys will some day hold his own among men, and the fisticuffs, in which our English boys try their strength, are as good preparation as are the courtly sports, in which, as you tell me, young French nobles are trained. But I would not have him backward in these either. We English, thank God, have not had much occasion to draw a sword since we broke the strength of Scotland on Flodden Field, and in spite of ordinances, we know less than we should do of the use of our weapons. Even the rules that every lad shall practice shooting at the butts are less strictly observed than they should be. But in this respect our deficiencies can be repaired, in his case. For here in Canterbury there are several of your countrymen of noble birth, and doubtless among these we shall be able to find an instructor for Phil. Many of them are driven to hard shifts to procure a living, and since that bag of yours is every day getting heavier, and we have but him to spend it upon, we will not grudge giving him the best instruction that can be procured." Lucie did not dispute her husband's will, but she nevertheless tried to enlist Gaspard Vaillant, who was frequently up at the farm with his wife in the evening, for he had a sincere liking for John Fletcher, on her side, and to get him to dissuade her husband from putting thoughts into the boy's head that might lead him, some day, to be discontented with the quiet life on the farm. She found, however, that Gaspard highly approved of her husband's determination. "Fie upon you, Lucie! You forget that you and Marie are both of noble blood, in that respect being of condition somewhat above myself, although I too am connected with many good families in Poitou. In other times I should have said it were better that the boy should grow up to till the land, which is assuredly an honourable profession, rather than to become a military adventurer, fighting only for vainglory. But in our days the sword is not drawn for glory, but for the rights to worship God in peace. No one can doubt that, ere long, the men of the Reformed religion will take up arms to defend their right to live and worship God in their own way. The cruel persecutions under Francis I, Henry II, and Francis II have utterly failed in their object. When Merindol, Cabrieres, and 22 other towns and villages were destroyed in 1457, and the persons persecuted and forced to recant, or to fly as we did, it was thought that we were but a handful whom it would be easy to exterminate. But in spite of edict after edict, of persecution, slaughterings, and burnings, In spite of the massacres of Amboise and others, the Reformed religion has spread so greatly that even the Guises are formed to recognize it as a power. At Fontainebleau, Admiral Coligny, Montmorency, the Chatillons, and others openly professed the Reformed religion, and argued boldly for tolerance, while Condé and Nevers, although they declined to be present, were openly ranged on their side. Had it not been that Henry II and Francis were both carried off by the manifest hand of God, the first by a spear thrust at a tournament, the second by an abscess in the ear, France would have been the scene of deadly strife, for both were, when so suddenly smitten, on the point of commencing a war of extermination. But it is only now that the full strength of those who hold the faith is manifested. Beza, the greatest of the Reformers, next to Calvin himself, and 12 of our most learned and eloquent pastors are at Poissy, disputing upon the faith with the Cardinal of Lorraine and the prelates of the Romish Church, in the presence of the young king, the princes, and the court. It is evident that the prelates are unable to answer the arguments of our champions. The Guises, I hear, are furious, for the present Catherine, the Queen Mother, is anxious for peace and toleration, and it is probable that the end of the argument at Poissy will be an edict allowing freedom of worship. But this will only infuriate still more the Papists, urged on by Rome and Philip of Spain. Then there will be an appeal to arms, and the contest will be a dreadful one. Nevers, from all I hear, has been well nigh won over by the Guises, but his noble wife will, all say, hold the faith to the end, and her kingdom will follow her. Condé is as good a general as Guise, and with him there is a host of nobles. Rochefoucauld, the Chatillons, Soubise, Gramont, Rohan, Denly, and a score of others. It will be terrible, for in many cases father and son will be ranged on opposite sides, and brother will fight against brother. But surely, Gaspard, the war will not last for years. It may last for generations, the weaver said gloomily, though not without intermissions, for I believe that, after each success on one side or the other, there will be truces and concessions, to be followed by fresh persecutions and fresh wars, until either the Reformed faith become the religion of all France, or is entirely stamped out. What is true of France is true of Holland. Philip will annihilate the Reformers there, or they will shake off the yoke of Spain. England will be driven to join in one or both struggles, for if papacy is triumphant in France and Holland, Spain and France should unite against her. So you see, sister, that in my opinion we are at the commencement of a long and bloody struggle for freedom of worship, and at any rate it will be good that the boy should be trained as he would have been, had you married one of your own rank in France, in order that, when he comes to man's estate, he may be able to wield a sword worthily in the defence of the faith. Had I sons, I should train them as your husband intends to train Phil. It may be that he will never be called upon to draw a sword, but the time he has spent in acquiring its use will not be wasted. These exercises give firmness and suppleness to the figure, quickness to the eye, and briskness of decision to the mind. A man who knows that he can, at need, defend his life if attacked, whether against soldiers in the field or robbers in the street, has a sense of power and self-reliance that a man, untrained in the use of strength God has given him, can never feel. I was instructed in arms when a boy, and I am none the worse weaver for it. Do not forget, Lucie, that the boy has the blood of many good French families in his veins, and you should rejoice that your husband is willing that he should be so trained that, if the need should ever come, he shall do no discredit to his ancestors on our side. These English have many virtues, which I freely recognize, but we cannot deny that many of them are somewhat rough and uncouth, being wondrous lacking in manners and coarse in speech. I am sure that you yourself would not wish your son to grow up like many of the young fellows who come into town on market day. Your son will make no worse a farmer for being trained as a gentleman. You yourself have the training of a French lady, and yet you manage the farm to admiration. No, no, Lucie. I trust that between us we shall make a true Christian and a true gentleman of him, and that, if needs be, he will show himself a good soldier also. And so, between his French relatives and his sturdy English father, Philip Fletcher had an unusual training. Among the Huguenots he learned to be gentle and courteous, to bear himself among his elders respectfully, but without fear or shyness, To consider that, while all things were of minor consequence in comparison to the right worship of God in freedom and purity, yet that a man should be fearless of death, ready to defend his rights, but with moderation and without pushing them to the injury of others, that he should be grave and decorous of speech, and yet have a gay and cheerful spirit. He strove hard so to deport himself that, if, at any time, he should return to his mother's country, he could take his place among her relations without discredit. He learned to fence and to dance. Some of the stricter of the Huguenots were of opinion that the latter accomplishment was unnecessary, if not absolutely sinful. But Gaspard Vaillant was firm on this point. Dancing is a stately and graceful exercise, he said, and like the use of arms, it greatly improves the carriage and poise of the figure. Queen Elizabeth loves dancing, and none can say that she is not a good Protestant. Every youth should be taught to dance, if only he may know how to walk. I am not one of those who think that, because a man is a good Christian, he should necessarily be awkward and ungainly in speech and manner, adverse to innocent gaieties, narrow in his ideas, ill-dressed and ill-mannered, as I see are many of those most extreme in religious matters in this country. Upon the other hand, in the school playground, under the shadow of the great cathedral, Phil was as English as any, being foremost in their rough sports, and ready for any fun or mischief. He fought many battles, principally because the difference of his manner from that of the others often caused him to be called Frenchy. The epithet in itself was not displeasing to him, for he was passionately attached to his mother, and had learned from her to love her native country. But applied in derision, it was regarded by him as an insult, and many a tough battle did he fight, until his prowess was so generally acknowledged that the name, though still used, was no longer one of disrespect. In figure he took after his French rather than his English ancestors. Of more than average height for his age, he was apparently slighter in build than his schoolfellows. It was not that he lacked width of chest, but that his bones were smaller and his frame less heavy. The English boys among themselves sometimes spoke of him as skinny, a word considered specially appropriate to Frenchmen. But though he lacked the roundness and fullness of limb, he had not an ounce of superfluous flesh upon him. He was all sinew and wire, and while in sheer strength he was fully their equal, he was incomparably quicker and more active. Although in figure and carriage he took after his mother's countrymen, his features and expression were wholly English. His hair was light brown, his eyes a bluish grey, his complexion fair, and his mouth and eyes alive with fun and merriment. This, however, seldom found vent in laughter. His intercourse with the grave Huguenots, saddened by their exile, and quiet and restrained in manner, taught him to repress mirth, which would have appeared to them unseemly, and to remain a grave and silent listener to their talk of their unhappy country, and their discussions on religious matters. To his schoolfellows he was somewhat of an enigma. There was no more good-tempered young fellow in the school, no one more ready to do a kindness, but they did not understand why, when he was pleased, he smiled while others roared with laughter. Why, when, in their sports, he exerted himself to the utmost, he did so silently while others shouted. Why his words were always few, and, when he differed from others, he expressed himself with a courtesy that puzzled them. Why he never wrangled nor quarrelled, and why any trick played upon an old woman or a defenceless person roused him to fury. As a rule, when boys do not quite understand one of their numbers, they dislike him. Philip Fletcher was an exception. They did not understand him, but they consoled themselves under this by the explanation that he was half a Frenchman, and could not be expected to be like a regular English boy, and they recognized instinctively that he was their superior. Much of Philip's time was spent at the house of his uncle, and among the Huguenot colony. Here also were many boys of his own age. These went to a school of their own, taught by the pastor of their own church, who held weekly services in the crypt of the cathedral, which had been granted to them for that purpose by the dean. While, with his English schoolfellows, he joined in sports and games. Among these French lads the talk was sober and quiet. Scarce a week passed but some fugitive, going through Canterbury, brought the latest news of the situation in France, and the sufferings of their co-religionist friends and relations there, and the political events were the chief topics of conversation. The concessions made by the Conference of Poissy had infuriated the Catholics, and the war was brought on by the Duke of Guise, who, passing with a large band of retainers to the town of Vassy, in Champagne, found the Huguenots there worshipping in a barn, His retainers attacked them, slaying men, women, and children, some 60 being killed, and 100 or more left terribly wounded. The Protestant nobles demanded that Francis of Guise should be punished for this atrocious massacre, but in vain, and Guise, on entering Paris, in defiance of Catherine's prohibition, was received with royal honours by the populace. The Cardinal of Lorraine, the Duke's brother, the Duke himself and their allies, the Constable Montmorency, and Marshal Saint-André, assumed so threatening an attitude that Catherine left Paris and went to Melun, her sympathies at this period being with the Reformers, by whose aid alone she thought that she could maintain her influence in the state against that of the Guises. Condé was forced to leave Paris with the Protestant nobles, and from all parts of France the Huguenots marched to assist him. Coligny, the greatest of the Huguenot leaders, hesitated, being, above all things, reluctant to plunge France into civil war. But the entreaties of his noble wife, of his brothers and friends, overpowered his reluctance. Condé left Meaux with 1,500 horse, with the intention of seizing the person of the young king. But he had been forestalled by the Guises, and moved to Orleans, where he took up his headquarters. All over France the Huguenots rose in such numbers as astonished their enemies, and soon became possessed of a great many important cities. Their leaders had endeavoured, in every way, to impress upon them the necessity of behaving as men who fought only for the right worship of God, and for the most part these injunctions were strictly obeyed. In one matter alone the Huguenots could not be restrained. For 30 years the people of their faith had been executed, tortured, and slain, and their hatred of the Romish Church manifested itself by the destruction of images and pictures of all kinds, in the churches of the towns of which they obtained possession. Only in the southeast of France were there any exception to the general excellence of their conduct. Their persecution here had always been very severe, and in the town of Orange the papal troops committed a massacre almost without a parallel in its atrocity. The Baron of André, on behalf of the Protestants, took a revenge by massacres equally atrocious. But while the butchery at Orange was hailed with approbation and delight by the Catholic leaders, those promoted by André excited such a storm of indignation among the Huguenots of all classes that he shortly afterwards went over to the other side, and was found fighting against the party he had disgraced. At Toulouse 3,000 Huguenots were massacred, and in other towns where the Catholics were in a majority terrible persecutions were carried out. It was nearly a year after the massacre at Vassy before the two armies met in battle. The Huguenots had suffered greatly by the delays caused by attempts at negotiations and compromise. Condé's army was formed entirely of volunteers, and the nobles and gentry, as their means became exhausted, were compelled to return home with their retainers, while many were forced to march to their native provinces to assist their co-religionists there to defend themselves from their Catholic neighbours. England had entered, to a certain extent, upon the war. Elizabeth, after long vacillation, having at length agreed to send 6,000 men to the towns of Havre, Dieppe, and Rouen, providing these 3 towns were handed over to her, thus evincing the same calculating greed that marked her subsequent dealings with the Dutch in their struggle for freedom. In vain Condé and Coligny begged her not to impose conditions that Frenchmen would hold to be infamous to them. In vain Throgmorton, her ambassador at Paris, warned her that she would alienate the Protestants of France from her, while the possession of the cities would avail her but little. In vain her minister, Cecil, urged her frankly to ally herself with the Protestants. From the first outbreak of the war for freedom of conscience in France to the termination of the struggle in Holland, Elizabeth baffled both friends and enemies by her vacillation and duplicity, and her utter want of faith, doling out aid in the spirit of a huckster rather than a queen, so that she was, in the end, even more hated by the Protestants of Holland and France than by the Catholics of France and Spain. To those who look only at the progress made by England during the reign of Elizabeth, thanks to her great ministers, her valiant sailors and soldiers, long years of peace at home, and the spirit and energy of her people, Elizabeth may appear a great monarch. To those who study her character, from her relations with the struggling Protestants of France and Holland, it will appear that she was, although intellectually great, morally one of the meanest, falsest, and most despicable of women. Raleigh, although stoutly defended by the inhabitants, supported by Montgomery with 800 soldiers, and 500 Englishmen under Killigrew of Pendennis, was at last forced to surrender. The terms granted to the garrison were basely violated, and many of the Protestants put to death. The King of Navarre, who had, since he joined the Catholic party, shown the greatest zeal in their cause, commanded the besiegers. He was wounded in one of the attacks upon the town, and died shortly afterwards. The two armies finally met on the 19th of December, 1562. The Catholic party had 16,000 foot, 2,000 horse, and 22 cannon. The Huguenots had 4,000 horse, but only 8,000 infantry and 5 cannon. Condé at first broke the Swiss pikemen of the Guises, while Coligny scattered the cavalry of Constable Montmorency, who was wounded and taken prisoner, but the infantry of the Catholics defeated those of the Huguenots, the troops sent by the German princes to aid the latter behaving with great cowardice. Condé's horse was killed under him, and he was taken prisoner. Coligny drew off the Huguenot cavalry and remains of the infantry in good order, and made his retreat unmolested. The Huguenots had been worsted in the battle, and the loss of Condé was a serious blow. But on the other hand, Marshal Saint-André was killed, and the Constable Montmorency a prisoner. Coligny was speedily reinforced, and the assassination of the Duke of Guise by an enthusiast of the name of Jean Poltrot more than equalized matters. Both parties being anxious to treat, terms of peace were arranged, on the condition that the Protestant lords should be reinstated in their honours and possessions. All nobles and gentlemen should be allowed to celebrate, in their own houses, the worship of the Reformed religion, that in every bailiwick the Protestants should be allowed to hold their religious services, in the suburbs of one city, and should also be permitted to celebrate it in 1 or 2 places inside the walls of all the cities they held at the time of the signature of the truce. This agreement was known as the Treaty of Amboise, and sufficed to secure peace for France until the latter end of 1567. End of Chapter 1. Recorded January 2008. St. Bartholomew's Eve by G. A. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by Anna Christensen. Chapter 2. An Important Decision. One day in June, 1567, Gaspard Vaillant and his wife went up to Fletcher's farm. "I have come up to have a serious talk with you, John, about Philip. You see, in a few months he will be 16. He is already taller than I am. Rene and Gustave both tell me that they have taught him all they know with sword and dagger, and both have been stout men-at-arms in their time, and assure me that the lad could hold his own against any young French noble of his own age, and against not a few men. It is time that we came to some conclusion about his future. I have thought much of it, Gaspard. Lying here so helpless, my thoughts do naturally turn to him. The boy is grown almost beyond my power of understanding. Sometimes, when I hear him laughing and jesting with the men, or with some of his school friends whom he brings up here, it seems to me that I see myself again in him, and that he is a merry young fellow, full of life and of fun, and able to hold his own at single-stick, or to foot it round the maypole with any lad in Kent of his age. Then again, when he is talking with his mother, or giving directions in her name to the French labourers, I see a different lad altogether, grave and quiet, with a gentle, courteous way, fit for a young noble 10 years his senior. I don't know but that between us, Gaspard, we have made a mess of it, and that it might have been better for him to have grown up altogether as I was, with no thought or care save the management of his farm, with a liking for sport and fun, when such came in his way." "Not at all, not at all," Gaspard Vaillant broke in hastily. "We have made a fine man of him, John, and it seems to me that he possesses the best quality of both our races. He is frank and hearty, full of life and spirits when, as you say, occasion offers, giving his whole heart either to work or play, with plenty of determination, and what you English call backbone. There is, in fact, a solid English foundation to his character. Then, from our side, he has gained the gravity of demeanour that belongs to us Huguenots, with the courtesy of manner, the carriage and bearing of a young Frenchman of good blood. Above all, John, He is a sober Christian, strong in the Reformed faith, and with a burning hatred against its persecutors, be they French or Spanish. Well then, being what he is, what is to be done with him? In the first place, are you bent upon his remaining here? I think that, with his qualities and disposition, it would be well that for a while he had a wider scope. Lucie has managed the farm for the last 15 years, and can well continue to do so for another 10, if God should spare her. And my own opinion is that, for that time, he might be left to try his strength, and to devote to the good cause the talent God has given him, and the skill and training that he has acquired through us, and that it would be for his good to make the acquaintance of his French kinsfolk, and to see something of the world. I know that is Lucie's wish also, Gaspard. I have frequently turned the matter over in my mind, and have concluded that, should it be your wish also, it would be well for me to throw no objections in the way. I shall miss the boy sorely, but young birds cannot be kept always in the nest, and I think the lad has such good stuff in him that it were a pity to keep him shut up here. Now, John, his brother-in-law went on, although I may never have said quite as much before, I have said enough for you to know what my intentions are. God has not been pleased to bestow children upon us, and Philip is our nearest relation, and stands to us almost in the light of a son. God has blessed my work for the last 20 years, and though I have done, I hope, fully my share towards assisting my countrymen in distress, putting by always 1/3 of my income for that purpose, I am a rich man. The factory has grown larger and larger, not because we desired greater gains, but that I might give employment to more and more of my countrymen. Since the death of Lequoc 12 years ago, it has been entirely in my hands, and living quietly as we have done, a greater portion of the profits have been laid by every year. Therefore, putting out of account the money that my good sister has laid by, Philip will stand in life not ill-equipped. I know that the lad has said nothing of any wishes he may entertain. At his age it would not be becoming for him to do so, until his elders speak. But of late, when we have read to him letters of our friends in France, or when he has listened to the tales of those freshly arrived from their ruined homes, I have noted that his colour rose, that his fingers tightened as if on a sword, and could see how passionately he was longing to join those who were struggling against their cruel oppressors. Not less interested has he been in the noble struggle that the Dutch are making against the Spaniards, a struggle in which many of our exiled countrymen are sharing. One of his mother's cousins, the Count de la Noue, is, as you know, prominent among the Huguenot leaders, and others of our relatives are arranged on the same side. At present there is a truce, but both parties feel that it is a hollow one. Nevertheless, it offers a good opportunity for him to visit his mother's family. Whether there is any prospect of our ever recovering the lands which were confiscated on our flight is uncertain. Should the Huguenots ever maintain their ground and win freedom of worship in France, it may be that the confiscated estates will in many cases be restored. As to that, however, I am perfectly indifferent. Were I a younger man, I should close my factory, return to France, and bear my share in the defence of the faith. As it is, I should like to send Philip over as my substitute. It would at any rate be well that he should make the acquaintance of his kinsfolk in France, although even I should not wish that he should cease to regard England as his native country and home. Hundreds of young men, many no older than himself, are in Holland fighting against the persecutors, and risking their lives, though having no kinship with the Dutch, impelled simply by their love of the faith and their hatred of persecution. I have lately, John, though the matter has been kept quiet, purchased the farms of Blunt and Markdyke, your neighbours on either hand. Both are nearly twice the size of your own. I have arranged with the men that, for the present, they shall continue to work them as my tenants, as they were before the tenants of Sir James Holford, who, having wasted his money at court, has been forced to sell a portion of his estates. Thus some day Phil will come into possession of land which will place him in a good position, and I am prepared to add to it considerably. Sir James Holford still gambles away his possessions, and I have explained to his notary my willingness to extend my purchases at any time, should he desire to sell. I should at once commence the building of a comfortable mansion, but it is scarce worth while to do so, for it is probable that, before many years, Sir James may be driven to part with his hall as well as his land. In the meantime, I am ready to provide Philip with an income which will enable him to take his place with credit among our kinsfolk, and to raise a company of some 50 men to follow him in the field, should Condé and the Huguenots again be driven to struggle against the Guises. What do you think?" I think, in the first place, that Lucie and I should be indeed grateful to you, Gaspard, for your generous offer. As to his going to France, that I must talk over with his mother, whose wishes in this, as in all respects, are paramount with me. But I may say at once that, lying here as I do, thinking of the horrible cruelties and oppressions to which men and women are subjected for the faith's sake in France and Holland, I feel that we, who are happily able to worship in peace and quiet, ought to hesitate at no sacrifice on their behalf. And, moreover, seeing that, owing to my affliction, he owes what he is rather to his mother and you than to me, I think your wish that he should make the acquaintance of his kinsfolk in France a natural one. I have no wish for the lad to become a courtier, English or French, nor that he should, as Englishmen have done before now in foreign armies, gain great honour and reputation. But if it is his wish to fight on behalf of the persecuted people of God, whether in France or in Holland, he will do so with my heartiest goodwill. And if he die, he could not die in a more glorious cause. Let us talk of other matters now, Gaspard. This is one that needs thought before more words are spoken. 2 days later, John Fletcher had a long talk with Phil. The latter was delighted when he heard the project, which was greatly in accord with both sides of his character. As an English lad, he looked forward eagerly to adventure and peril. As French and of the Reformed religion, he was rejoiced at the thought of fighting with the Huguenots against their persecutors, and of serving under the men with whose names and reputations he was so familiar. "I do not know your uncle's plans for you as yet, Phil," his father said. He was not into such matters, leaving these to be talked over after it had been settled whether his offer should be accepted or not. He purposes well by you, and regards you as his heir. He has already bought Blunt and Mardak's farms, and purposes to buy other parts of the estate of Sir James Holford, as they may slip through the knight's fingers at the gambling table. Therefore, in time, you will become a person of standing in the county, and although I care little for these things now, Phil, yet I should like you to be somewhat more than a mere squire, and if you serve for a while under such great captains as Coligny and Condé, it will give you reputation and weight. Your good uncle and his friends think little of such matters, but I own that I am not uninfluenced by them. Coligny, for example, is a man whom all honour, and that honour is not altogether because he is a leader of the Reformed faith, but because he is a great soldier. I do not think that honour and reputation are to be despised. Doubtless the first thing of all is that a man should be a good Christian, but that will in no way prevent him from being a great man. Nay, it will add to his greatness. You have noble kinsfolk in France, to some of whom your uncle will doubtless commit you, and it may be that you will have opportunity of distinguishing yourself. Should such occur, I am sure that you will avail yourself of them, as one should do who comes of good stock on both sides. For although we Fletchers have been but yeomen, from generation to generation, we have been ever ready to take and give our share of hard blows when they were going, and there have been few battles fought, since William the Norman came over, that a Fletcher has not fought in the English race, whether in France, in Scotland, or in our own troubles. Therefore it seems to me but natural that, for many reasons, you should desire at your age to take part in the fighting. As an Englishman, because Englishmen fought 6 years ago under the banner of Condé. As a Protestant, on behalf of our persecuted brethren. As a Frenchman, by your mother's side, because you have kinsfolk engaged, and because it is the Pope and Philip of Spain, as well as the Guises, who are, in fact, battling to stamp out French liberty. Of one thing I am sure, my boy. You will disgrace neither an honest English name, nor the French blood in your veins, nor your profession as a Christian and a Protestant. There are Englishmen getting credit on the Spanish Main, under Drake and Hawkins. There are Englishmen fighting manfully by the side of the Dutch. There are others in the armies of the Protestant princes of Germany, and in none of these matters are they so deeply concerned as you are in the affairs of France and religion. I shall miss you, of course, Philip, and that sorely. But I have long seen that this would probably be the upshot of your training, and, since I can myself take no share in adventure, beyond the walls of this house, I shall feel that I am living again in you. But, lad, never forget that you are English. You are Philip Fletcher, come of an old Kentish stock, and though you may be living with French kinsfolk and friends, always keep uppermost the fact that you are an Englishman who sympathizes with France, and not a Frenchman with some English blood in your veins. I have given you up greatly to your French relations here, but if you win credit and honour, I would have it won by my son, Philip Fletcher, born in England of an English father, and who will one day become a gentleman and landowner in the county of Kent." "I shan't forget that, father," Philip said earnestly. "I have never regarded myself as in any way French, although speaking the tongue as well as English, and being so much among my mother's friends. But living here with you, where our people have lived so many years, hearing from you the tales of our history, seeing these English fields around me, and being at an English school among English boys, I have ever felt that I am English, though in no way regretting the Huguenot blood that I inherit from my mother. Believe me, that if I fight in France, it will be as an Englishman who has drawn his sword in the quarrel, and rather as one who hates oppression and cruelty than because I have French kinsmen engaged in it. That is well, Philip. You may be away for some years, but I trust that, on your return, you will find me sitting here to welcome you back. A creaking wheel lasts long. I have everything to make my life happy and peaceful, the best of wives, a well-ordered farm, and no thought or care as to my worldly affairs. And since it has been God's will that such should be my life, my interest will be wholly centered in you, and I hope to see your children playing round me, or, for aught I know, your grandchildren, for we are a long-lived race. And now, Philip, you had best go down and see your uncle, and thank him for his good intentions towards you. Tell him that I wholly agree with his plans, and that if he and your aunt will come up this evening, we will enter farther into them." That evening John Fletcher learned that it was the intention of Gaspard that his wife should accompany Philip. "Marie yearns to see her people again," he said, "and the present is a good time for her to do so, for when the war once breaks out again, none can say how long it will last or how it will terminate. Her sister and Lucie's, the Countess de la Ville, has, as you know, frequently written urgently for Marie to go over and pay her a visit. Hitherto I have never been able to bring myself to spare her, but I feel that this is so good an opportunity that I must let her go for a few weeks. Philip could not be introduced under better auspices. He will escort Marie to his aunt's, remain there with her, and then see her on board ship again at La Rochelle, after which, doubtless, he will remain at his aunt's, and when the struggle begins he will ride with his cousin Francois. I have hesitated whether I should go also, but in the first place my business would get on but badly without me. In the second, although Marie may travel safely enough, I might be arrested where I recognized as one who had left the kingdom, contrary to the edicts. And lastly, I was never on very good terms with her family. Emilie, in marrying the Count de la Ville, made a match somewhat above her own rank, for the Laville family were wealthier and more powerful than that of Charles de Molly, her father. On the other hand, I was, although of good birth, yet inferior in consideration to de Molly, although my lands were broader than his. Consequently, we saw little of Emilie after our marriage. Therefore, my being with Marie would, in no way, increase the warmth of the welcome that she and Philip will receive. I may say that the estrangement was, perhaps, more my fault than that of the Laville family. I chose to fancy that there was a coolness on their part, which probably existed only in my imagination. Moreover, shortly after my marriage, the religious troubles grew serious, and we were all too much absorbed in our own perils and those of our poorer neighbours to think of travelling about or of having family gatherings. At any rate, I feel that Philip could not enter into life more favourably than as cousin of Francois de la Ville, who is but 2 years or so his senior, and who will, his mother wrote to Marie, ride behind that gallant gentleman, Francois de la Noue, if the war breaks out again. I am glad to feel confident that Philip will in no way bring discredit upon his relations. I shall at once order clothes for him, suitable for the occasion. They will be such as will befit an English gentleman, good in material but sober in colour, for the Huguenots eschew bright hues. I will take his measure, and send up to a friend in London for a helmet, breast and back pieces, together with offensive arms, sword, dagger, and pistols. I have already written to correspondents at Southampton and Plymouth for news as to the sailing of a ship bound for La Rochelle. There he had better take 4 men into his service, for in these days it is by no means safe to ride through France unattended, especially when one is of the Reformed religion. The roads abound with disbanded soldiers and robbers, while in the villages a fanatic might, at any moment, bring on a religious tumult. I have many correspondents at La Rochelle, and will write to one asking him to select 4 stout soldiers, who showed their courage in the last war, and can be relied on for good and faithful service. I will also get him to buy horses and make all arrangements for the journey. Marie will write to her sister. Lucie, perhaps, had better write under the same cover, for although she can remember but little of Emilie, seeing that she was fully 6 years her junior, it would be natural that she should take the opportunity to correspond with her. In one respect, Phil," he went on, turning to his nephew, "you will find yourself at some disadvantage, perhaps, among young Frenchmen. You can ride well, and I think can set a horse with any of them. But of the manage, that is to say, the pure ornamental management of a horse, in which they are most carefully instructed, you know nothing. It is one of the tricks of fashion of which plain men like myself know but little, and though I have often made inquiries, I have found no one who could instruct you. However, these delicacies are rather for courtly displays than for the rough work of war, though it might be owned that, in single combat between two swordsmen, he who has the most perfect control over his horse, and can make the animal wheel or turn, press upon his opponent, or give way by a mere touch of his leg or hand, possesses a considerable advantage over the man who is unversed in such matters. I hope that you will not feel the want of it, and at any rate, it has not been my fault that you have had no opportunity of acquiring the art. The tendency is more and more to fight on foot. The duel has taken the place of the combat in the lists, and the pikeman counts for as much in the winning of a battle as the mounted man. You taught us that at Crécy and Agincourt, but we have been slow to learn the lesson, which was brought home to you in your battles with the Scots, and in your own civil struggles. It is the bow and the pike that have made the English soldier famous, while in France, where the feudal system still prevails, horsemen still form a large proportion of our armies, and the jousting lists and the exercise of the menage still occupy a large share of the training and amusements of the young men of noble families. 6 weeks later, Philip Fletcher landed at La Rochelle with his aunt and her French serving-maid. When the ship came into port, the clerk of a trader there came on board at once and, on the part of his employer, begged Madame Vaillant and her son to take up their abode at his house, he having been warned of their coming by his valued correspondent, Monsieur Vaillant. A porter was engaged to carry up their luggage to the house, whither the clerk at once conducted them. From his having lived so long among the Huguenot colony, the scene was less strange to Philip than it would have been to most English lads. La Rochelle was a strong Protestant city, and the sober-coloured costumes of the people differed but little from those to which he was accustomed in the streets of Canterbury. He himself and his aunt attracted no attention whatever from passers-by, her costume being exactly similar to those worn by the wives of merchants, while Philip would have passed anywhere as a young Huguenot gentleman, in his doublet of dark puce cloth, slashed with grey, his trunks of the same colour, and long grey hose. "A proper-looking young gentleman," a market woman said to her daughter as he passed by. "Another 2 or 3 years, and he will make a rare defender of the faith. He must be from Normandy, with his fair complexion and light eyes. There are not many of the true faith in the north." They were met by the merchant at the door of his house. "I am glad indeed to see you again, Madame Vaillant," he said. "It is some 20 years now since you and your good husband and your sister hid here for 3 days, before we could smuggle you on board a ship. Ah! Those were bad times, though there have been worse since. But since our people showed that they did not intend any longer to be slaughtered unresistingly, things have gone better here, at least. And for the last 4 years the slaughterings and murderings have ceased." "You are but little changed, madame, since I saw you last." "I have lived a quiet and happy life, my good Monsieur Bertram, free from all strife and care, save for anxiety about our people here. Why cannot Catholics and Protestants live quietly side by side here, as they do in England?" "We should ask for nothing better, madame." At this moment a girl came hurrying down the stairs. "This is my daughter Jean, madame." "Why were you not down before, Jean?" he asked sharply. "I told you to place Suzette at the casement, to warn you when our visitors were in sight, so that you should, as was proper, be at the door to meet them. I suppose instead of that you had the maid arranging your headgear, or some such worldly folly." The girl coloured hotly, for her father had hit upon the truth. "Young people will be young people, Monsieur Bertram," Madame Vaillant said, smiling, "and my husband and I are not of those who think that it is necessary to carry a prim face, and to attire oneself in ugly garments, as a proof of religion. Youth is a time for mirth and happiness, and nature teaches a maiden what is becoming to her. Why then should we blame her for setting off the charms God has given her to their best advantage?" By this time they had reached the upper story, and the merchant's daughter hastened to relieve Madame Vaillant of her wraps. "This is my nephew, of whom my husband wrote to you," the latter said to the merchant, when Philip entered the room, he having lingered at the door to pay the porters, and to see that the luggage, which had come up close behind them, was stored. "He looks active and strong, madame. He has the figure of a fine swordsman." "He has been well taught, and will do no discredit to our race, Monsieur Bertram. His father is a strong and powerful man, even for an Englishman, and though Philip does not follow his figure, he has something of his strength." "They are wondrous strong, these Englishmen," the trader said. I have seen among their sailors men who are taller by a head than most of us here, and who look strong enough to take a bull by the horns and hold him. But had it not been for your nephew's fair hair and grey eyes, his complexion, and the smile on his lips— we have almost forgotten how to smile in France— I should hardly have taken him for an Englishman. There is nothing extraordinary in that, Monsieur Bertram, when his mother is French, and he has lived greatly in the society of my husband and myself, and among the Huguenot colony at Canterbury." "Have you succeeded in getting the horses and the 4 men for us, Monsieur Bertram?" Philip asked. "Yes, everything is in readiness for your departure tomorrow. Madame will, I suppose, ride behind you upon a pillion, and her maid behind one of the troopers. I have, in accordance with Monsieur Vaillant's instruction, bought a horse which I think you will be pleased with, for Guise himself might ride upon it without feeling that he was ill mounted. I was fortunate in lighting on such an animal. It was the property of a young noble who rode hither from Navarre and was sailing for England. I imagine he bore despatches from the Queen to Her Majesty of England. He had been set upon by robbers in the way. They took everything he possessed and held him prisoner, doubtless meaning to get a ransom for him. But he managed to slip off while they slept, and to mount his horse, with which he easily left the varlets behind, although they chased him for some distance. So when he came here he offered to sell his horse to obtain an outfit and money for his voyage. And the landlord of the inn, who is a friend of mine, knowing that I had been inquiring for a good animal, brought him to me, and we soon struck a bargain." "It was hard on him to lose his horse in that fashion," Philip said, "and I am sorry for it, though I may be the gainer thereby." "He did not seem to mind much," the merchant said. "Horses are good and abundant in Navarre, and when I said I did not like to take advantage of his strait, he only laughed and said that he had 3 or 4 others as good at home. He did say, though, that he would like to know if it was to be in good hands. I assured him that on that ground he need not fear, for that I had bought him for a young gentleman, nearly related to the Countess de la Vie. He said that was well, and seemed glad, indeed, that it was not to be ridden by one of the brigands into whose hands he fell." "And the men, are they trustworthy fellows?" "They are stout men-at-arms. They are Gascons all, and rode behind Coligny in the war, and according to their own account performed wonders. But as Gascons are given to boasting, I paid not much heed to that. However, they were recommended to me by a friend, a large wine-grower, for whom they have been working for the last 2 years. He says they are honest and industrious, and they are leaving him only because they are anxious for a change, and, deeming that troubles were again approaching, wanted to enter the service of some Huguenot lord who would be likely to take the field. He was lamenting the fact to me, when I said that it seemed to me they were just the men I was in search of, and I accordingly saw them, and engaged them on the understanding that, at the end of the month, you should be free to discharge them if you were not satisfied with them, and that equally they could leave your service if they did not find it suit. They have arms, of course, and such armour as they need, and I have bought 4 serviceable horses for their use, together with a horse to carry your baggage, but which will serve for your body servant. I have not found a man for that office. I knew of no one who would, as I thought, suit you, and in such a business it seems to me better that you should wait and choose for yourself, for in the matter of servants everyone has his fancies. Some like a silent knave, while others prefer a merry one. Some like a tall, proper fellow, who can fight if needs be. Others a staid man who will do his duty and hold his tongue, who can cook a good dinner and groom a horse well. It is certain you will never find all virtues combined. One man may be all that you wish, but he is a liar. Another helps himself. A third is too fond of the bottle. In this matter, then, I did not care to take the responsibility, but I have left it for you to choose for yourself." "I shall be more likely to make a mistake than you will, Monsieur Bertram," Philip said with a laugh. "Perhaps so, but then it will be your own mistake, and a man chafes less at the shortcomings of one whom he has chosen himself than at those of one who has, as it were, been forced upon him." "Well, there will be no hurry in that matter," Philip said. "I can get on well enough without a servant, for a time. Up to the present I have certainly never given a thought as to what kind of man I should want as a servant, and I should like time to think over a matter which is, from what you say, so important." "Assuredly it is important, young sir. If you should take the field, you will find that your comfort greatly depends upon it. A sharp, active knave, who will ferret out good quarters for you, turn you out a good meal from anything he can get hold of, bring your horse up well groomed in the morning, and your armour brightly polished, who will not lie to you overmuch, or rob you overmuch, or will only get drunk at times when you can spare his services. Ah, he will be a treasure to you. But assuredly such a man is not to be found every day." "And of course," Marie put in addition to what you have said, Monsieur Bertram, it would be necessary that he should be one of our religion, and fervent and strong in the faith." "My dear lady, I was mentioning possibilities," the trader said. "It is of course advisable that he should be a Huguenot. It is certainly essential that he should not be a Papist. But beyond this we need not inquire too closely. You cannot expect the virtues of an archbishop and the capacity of a horseboy. If you can find a man embracing the qualities of both, by all means let your son engage him. But as he will require him to be a good cook and a good groom, and he will not require religious instruction from him, the former points are those on which I should advise him to lay most stress. And now, Madame Vaillant, will you let me lead you to the next room where, as my daughter has for some time been trying to make me understand, a meal is ready? And I doubt not that you are also ready, for truly those who travel by sea are seldom able to enjoy food, save when they are much accustomed to voyaging, though they tell me that, after a time, even those with the most delicate stomachs recover their appetites, and are able to enjoy the rough fare they get on board a ship." After the meal was over, the merchant took Philip to the stables, where the new purchases had been put up. The men were not there, but the ostler brought out Philip's horse, with which he was delighted. "He will not tire under his double load," the merchant said, "and with only your weight upon him, a foeman would be well mounted indeed to overtake you." "I would rather that you put it, Monsieur Bertram, that a foeman needs be well mounted to escape me." "Well, I hope it will be that way," his host replied, smiling. "But in fighting such as we have here, there are constant changes. The party that is pursued one day is the pursuer a week later. And of the two, you know, speed is of much more importance in flight than in pursuit. If you cannot overtake a foe, well, he gets away, and you may have better fortune next time. But if you can't get away from a foe, the chances are you may never have another opportunity of doing so." "Perhaps you are right. In fact, now I think of it, I am sure you are. Though I hope it will not often happen that we shall have to depend for safety on the speed of our horses. At any rate, I am delighted with him, Monsieur Bertram, and I thank you greatly for securing so fine an animal for me. If the 4 men turn out to be as good, of their kind, as the horse, I shall be well set up indeed." Early the next morning the 4 men came round to the merchant's, and Philip went down with him to the entry hall where they were. He was well satisfied with their appearance. They were stout fellows, from 26 to 30 years old. All were soberly dressed, and wore steel caps and breastpieces, and carried long swords by their sides. In spite of the serious expression of their faces, Philip saw that they were all in high, if restrained, spirits at again taking service. "This is your employer, the Sir Philip Fletcher. I have warranted that he shall find you good and true men, and I hope you will do justice to my recommendation." "We will do our best," Roger, the eldest of the party, said. "We are all right glad to be moving again. It is not as if he had been bred on the soil here, and a man never takes to a strange place as to one he was born in." "You are Gascons, Monsieur Bertram tells me," Philip said. "Yes, sir. We were driven out from there 10 years ago, when the troubles were at their worst. Our fathers were both killed, and we travelled with our mothers and sisters by night through the country, till we got to La Rochelle." "You say your brothers. How are you related to each other?" "Jacques and I are brothers," Roger said, touching the youngest of the party on his shoulder. "Eustace and Henry are brothers, and are our cousins. Their father and ours were brothers. When the troubles broke out, we 4 took service with the Count de Luc, and followed him throughout the war. When it was over, we came back here. Our mothers had married again. Some of our sisters had taken husbands too. Others were in service. Therefore we remained here rather than return to Gascony, where our friends and relations had all been either killed or dispersed. We were lucky in getting employment together, but were right glad when we heard that there was an opening again for service. For the last 2 years we have been looking forward to it, for as everyone sees, it cannot be long before the matter must be fought out again. And in truth, we have been wearying for the time to come, for after having had a year of fighting, one does not settle down readily to tilling the soil. You will find that you can rely on us, sir, for faithful service. We all bore a good reputation as stout fighters, and, during the times we were in harness before, we none of us got into trouble for being over fond of the wine pots." "I think you will suit me very well," Philip said, "and I hope that my service will suit you. Although an Englishman by birth and name, my family have suffered persecution here as yours have done, and I am as warmly affected to the Huguenot cause as yourselves. If there is danger, you will not find me lacking in leading you, and so far as I can I shall try to make my service a comfortable one, and to look after your welfare." We shall be ready to start in half an hour, therefore have the horses round at the door in that time. One of the pillions is to be placed on my own horse. You had better put the other for the maid behind your saddle, Roger. You being, I take it, the oldest of your party, had better take charge of her." The men saluted and went out. "I like their looks very much," Philip said to the merchant. "Stout fellows and cheerful, I should say. Like my aunt, I don't see why we should carry long faces, Monsieur Bertram, because we have reformed our religion, and I believe that a light heart and good spirits will stand wear and tear better than a sad visage." The 4 men were no less pleased with their new employer. "That is a lad after my own heart," Roger said as they went out. "Quick and alert, pleasant of face, and yet, I will be bound, not easily turned from what he has set his mind to. He bears himself well, and I doubt not can use his weapons. I don't know what stock he comes from, on this side, but I warrant it is a good one. He will make a good master, lads. I think that, as he says, he will be thoughtful as to our comforts, and be pleasant and cheerful with us. But mind you, he will expect the work to be done, and you will find that there is no trifling with him." End of Chapter 2. Recorded January 2008. St. Bartholomew's Eve by G. A. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by Anna Christensen. Chapter 3. In a French Chateau. The 3 days' ride to the chateau of the Countess de la Ville was marked by no incident. To Philip it was an exceedingly pleasant one. Everything was new to him. The architecture of the churches and villages, the dress of the people, their modes of agriculture, all differing widely from those to which he was accustomed. In some villages the Catholics predominated, and here the passage of the little party was regarded with frowning brows and muttered threats. By the Huguenots they were saluted respectfully, and if they halted, many questions were asked their followers as to news about the intentions of the court, the last rumours as to the attitude of Condé, and the prospects of a continuance of peace. Here, too, great respect was paid to Marie and Philip, when it was known they were relatives of the Countess de la Ville, and belonged to the family of the de Moulins. Emily had for some time been a widow, the Count, her husband, having fallen in the battle of Dreux at the end of the year 1562, but being an active and capable woman, she had taken into her hands the entire management of the estates, and was one of the most influential among the Huguenot nobles of that part of the country. From their last halting-place, Marie Vaillant sent on a letter by one of the men to her sister, announcing their coming. She had written on their landing at La Rochelle, and they had been met on their way by a messenger from the Countess, expressing her delight that her sister had at last carried out her promise to visit her, and saying that Francois was looking eagerly for the coming of his cousin. The chateau was a semi-fortified building, capable of making a stout resistance against any sudden attack. It stood on the slope of a hill, and Philip felt a little awed at its stately aspect as they approached it. When they were still a mile away, a party of horsemen rode out from the gateway, and in a few minutes their leader reined up his horse in front of them, and, springing from it, advanced towards Philip, who also alighted and helped his aunt to dismount. "My dear aunt," the young fellow said, doffing his hat, "I am come in the name of my mother to greet you, and to tell you how joyful she is that you have, at last, come back to us. This is my cousin Philip, of course, though you are not what I expected to see. My mother told me that you are 2 years my junior, and I had looked to find you still a boy, but, by my faith, you seem to be as old as I am. Why, you are taller by 2 inches, and broader and stronger too, I should say. Can it be true that you are but 16? That is my age, cousin Francois. And I am, as you expected, but a boy yet, and I can assure you, no taller or broader than many of my English schoolfellows of the same age. But we must not delay, aunt," Francois said, turning again to her. "My mother's commands were urgent, that I was not to delay a moment in private talk with you, but to bring you speedily on to her. Therefore I pray you to mount again, and ride on with me, for doubtless she is watching impatiently now, and will chide me rarely if we linger." Accordingly the party remounted at once, and rode forward to the chateau. A dozen men-at-arms were drawn up at the gate, and, on the steps of the entrance from the courtyard into the chateau itself, the Countess was standing. Francois leapt from his horse, and was by the side of his aunt as Philip reined in his horse. Taking his hand, she sprang lightly from the saddle, and in a moment the two sisters fell into each other's arms. It was more than 20 years since they last met, but time had dealt gently with them both. The Countess had changed least. She was 2 or 3 years older than Marie, was tall, and had been somewhat stately even as a girl. She had had many cares, but her position had always been assured. As the wife of a powerful noble, she had been accustomed to be treated with deference and respect, and although the troubles of the time and the loss of her husband had left their marks, she was still a fair and stately woman at the age of 43. Marie, upon the other hand, had lived an untroubled life for the past 20 years. She had married a man who was considered beneath her, but the match had been in every way a happy one. Her husband was devoted to her, and the expression of her face showed that she was a thoroughly contented and happy woman. "You are just what I fancied you would be, Marie, a quiet little home bird, living in your nest beyond the sea, and free from all the troubles and anxieties of our unhappy country. You have been good to write so often, far better than I have been, and I seem to know all about your quiet, well-ordered home, and your good husband and his business that flourishes so. I thought you were a little foolish in your choice, and that our father was wrong in mating you as he did. But it has turned out well, and you have been living in quiet waters while we have been encountering a sea of troubles. And this tall youth is our nephew, Philip? I wish you could have brought over Lucie with you. It would have been pleasant indeed for us 3 sisters to be reunited again, if only for a time. Why, your Philip is taller than Francois, and yet he is 2 years younger. I congratulate you and Lucie upon him. Salute me, nephew. I had not looked to see so proper a youth. You show the blood of the Demoulies plainly, Philip. I suppose you get your height and your strength from your English father?" "They are big men, these English, Emily, and his father is big even among them. But, as you say, save in size, Philip takes after our side rather than his father's. And of course he has mixed so much with our colony at Canterbury, that in spite of his being English bred, we have preserved in him something of the French manner, and I think his heart is fairly divided between the 2 countries." "Let us go in," the Countess said. "You need rest and refreshment after your journey, and I long to have a quiet talk with you. Francois, do you take charge of your cousin. I have told the serving men to let you have a meal in your own apartments, and then you can show him over the chateau and the stables." Francois and Philip bowed to the 2 ladies, and then they went off together. "That is good," the young Count said, laying his hand on Philip's shoulder. "Now we shall get to know each other. You will not be angry, I hope, when I tell you that though I have looked forward to seeing my aunt and you, I have yet been a little anxious in my mind. I do not know why, but I have always pictured the English as somewhat rough and uncouth, as doughty fighters, for so they have shown themselves to our cost, but as somewhat deficient in the graces of manner. And when I heard that my aunt was bringing you over to leave you for a time with us, since you long to fight in the good cause, I have thought, pray, do not be angry with me, for I feel ashamed of myself now," and he hesitated, "that I should be a rough cob whom you would be somewhat ashamed of introducing to your friends as your cousin." Philip laughed. "I am not surprised. English boys have ideas just as erroneous about the French, and it was a perpetual wonder to my schoolfellows that, being half French, I was yet as strong and as tough as they were. Doubtless I should have been somewhat different, had I not lived so much with my uncle and aunt and the Huguenot community at Canterbury. Monsieur Vaillant and my aunt have always impressed upon me that I belonged to a noble French family, and might some day come over here to stay with my relations, and have taken much pains with my deportment and manners, and have so far succeeded that I am always called Frenchy among my English companions, though in their own games and sports I could hold my own with any of them." "And can you ride, Philip?" "I can sit on any horse, but I have had no opportunity of learning the manege." "That matters little, after all," Francois said, "though it is an advantage to be able to manage your horse with a touch of the heel or the slightest pressure of the rein, and to make him wheel and turn at will, while leaving both arms free to use your weapons." "You have learned to fence?" "Yes, there were some good masters among the colony, and many a lesson have I had from old soldiers passing through, who paid for a week's hospitality by putting me up to a few tricks with the sword." "I thought you could fence," Francois said. "You would hardly have that figure and carriage unless you had practice with a sword. And you dance, I suppose. Many of our religion regard such amusement as frivolous, if not sinful. But my mother, although as staunch a Huguenot as Brise, insists upon my learning it, not as an amusement, but as an exercise. There was no reason, she said, why the Catholic should monopolize all the graces." Yes, I learned to dance, and for the same reason. I think my uncle rather scandalized the people of our religion in Canterbury. He maintained that it was necessary as part of the education of a gentleman, and that in the English Protestant court dancing was as highly thought of as in that of France, the Queen herself being noted for her dancing, and none can throw doubts upon her Protestantism. My mother and aunt were both against it, but as my father supported my uncle, he had his own way. Well, I see, Philip, that we shall be good comrades. There are many among us younger Huguenots who, though as staunch in the religion as our fathers, and as ready to fight and die for it if need be, yet do not see that it is needful to go about always with grave faces, and to be cut off from all innocent amusements. It is our natural disposition to be gay, and I see not why, because we hold the Mass in detestation, and have revolted against the authority of the Pope, and the abuses of the Church, we should go through life as if we were attending a perpetual funeral. Unless I am mistaken, such is your disposition also, for although your face is grave, your eyes laugh. I have been taught to bear myself gravely in the presence of my elders, Philip replied with a smile. And truly at Canterbury the French colony was a grave one, being strangers in a strange land. But among my English friends I think I was as much disposed for a bit of fun or mischief as any of them. But I thought the English were a grave race. I think not, Francois. We call England Merry England. I think we are an earnest people, but not a grave one. English boys play with all their might. The French boys of the colony never used to join in our sports, regarding them as rude and violent beyond all reason. But it is all in good humour, and it is rare indeed for anyone to lose his temper, however rough the play and hard the knocks. Then they are fond of dancing and singing, save among the strictest sex, and the court is as gay as any in Europe. I do not think that the English can be called a grave people. Well, I am glad that it is so, Philip, and especially that you yourself are not grave. Now, as we have finished our meal, let us visit the stables. I have a horse already set aside for you, but I saw as we rode hither that you are already excellently mounted. Still, Victor, that is his name, shall be at your disposal. A second horse is always useful, for shot and arrows no more spare a horse than his rider. The stables were large and well ordered, for during the past 2 months there had been large additions made by the Countess in view of the expected troubles. This is my charger. I call him Rollo. He was bred on the estate, and when I am upon him I feel that the king is not better mounted. He is a splendid animal indeed, Philip said, as Rollo tossed his head and whinnied with pleasure at his master's approach. He can do anything but talk, Francois said as he petted him. He will lie down when I tell him, will come to my whistle, and with the reins lying loose on his neck will obey my voice as readily as he would my hand. This is my second horse, Pluto. He is the equal of Rollo in strength and speed, but not so docile and obedient, and he has a temper of his own. He looks it, Philip agreed. I should keep well out of reach of his heels and jaws. He is quiet enough when I am on his back, Francois laughed, but I own that he is a terror of the stable boys. This is Victor. He is not quite as handsome as Rollo, but he has speed and courage and good manners. He is a beautiful creature, Philip said enthusiastically. I was very well satisfied with my purchase, but he will not show to advantage by the side of Victor. Ah, I see they have put him in the next stall, Francois said. He is a fine animal, he went on after examining the horse closely. He comes from Gascony, I should say. He has signs of Spanish blood. Yes, from Gascony, or Navarre. I was very fortunate in getting him. And he related how the animal had been left at La Rochelle. You got him for less than half his value, Philip. What are you going to call him? I shall call him Robin. That was the name of my favourite horse at home. I see you have got some stout animals in the other stalls, though of course they are a very different quality to your own. Yes, many of them are new purchases. We have taken on 30 men-at-arms, stout fellows, old soldiers all, whom my mother will send into the field if we come to blows. Besides these, there will be some 20 of our tenants. We could have raised the whole number among them if we had chosen, for if we called up the full strength of the estate, and put all bound to service in the field in wartime, we could turn out fully 300. But of these well nigh a third are Catholics, and could not in any way be relied on, nor would it be just to call upon them to fight against their co-religionists. Again, it would not do to call out all our Huguenot tenants, for these would leave their wives and families and homes and property, to say nothing of the chateau, at the mercy of the Catholics while we are away. I do not think that our Catholic tenants would interfere with them, still less with a chateau, for our family have ever been good masters, and my mother is loved by men of both parties. Still, bands might come from other districts or from the towns to pillage or slay, with the estate left without fighting men. Therefore we have taken these men-at-arms into our service, with 20 of our own tenants, all young men belonging to large families, while the rest will remain behind as a guard for the estate and chateau. And as in all they could muster some 250 strong, and would be joined by the other Huguenots of the district, they would not likely be molested, unless one of the Catholic armies happened to come in this direction. Directly I start with the troop, the younger sons of the tenants will be called in to form a garrison here. We have 35 names down, and there are 20 men capable of bearing arms among the household, many of whom have seen service. Jacques Parole, our seneschal, has been a valiant soldier in his time, and would make the best of them, and my mother would assuredly keep our flag flying till the last. I shall go away in comfort, for unless the Guises march this way, there is little fear of trouble in our absence. We are fortunate in this province. The parties are pretty evenly divided, and have a mutual respect for each other. In districts where we are greatly outnumbered, it is hard for fighting men to march away with the possibility that on their return they will find their families murdered, and their homes levelled to the ground. Now we will take a turn round the grounds. Their beauty has been sadly destroyed. You see, before the trouble 7 years ago broke out, there was a view from the windows on this side of the house over the park and shrubberies, but at that time my father thought it necessary to provide against sudden attacks, and therefore before he went away to the war he had this wall with its flanking towers erected. All the tenants came in and helped, and it was built in 5 weeks' time. It has, as you see, made the place safe from a sudden attack, for on the other 3 sides the old defences remain unaltered. It was on this side only that my grandfather had the house modernized, believing that the days of civil war were at an end. You see, this new wall forms a large quadrangle. We call it the Countess's garden, and my mother has done her best by planting it with shrubs and fast-growing trees to make up for the loss of the view she formerly had from the windows. Along one side you see there are storehouses, which are screened from view by that bank of turf. They are all now full of grain. There is a gate, as you see, opposite. In case of trouble, cattle will be driven in here, and the garden turned into a stockyard, so that there is no fear of our being starved out. 55 men are a small garrison for so large a place, Francois. Yes, but that is only against a sudden surprise. In case of alarm, the Protestant tenants would all come in with their wives and families, and the best of their horses and cattle, and then there will be force enough to defend the place against anything short of a siege by an army. You see, there is a moat runs all around. It is full now on 3 sides, and there is a little stream runs down from behind, which would fill the 4th side in a few hours. Tomorrow we will take a ride through the park, which lies beyond that wall. Entering the house, they passed through several stately apartments, and then entered a large hall completely hung with arms and armour. This is the grand hall, and you see it also serves the purpose of a salle d'armes. Here we have arms and armour for 100 men, for although all the tenants are bound, by the terms of their holding, to appear, when called upon, fully armed and accoutred, each with so many men according to the size of his farm, there may well be deficiencies, especially as, until the religious troubles began, it was a great number of years since they had been called upon to take the field. For the last 8 years, however, they have been trained and drilled, 50 at a time coming up once a week. That began 2 years before the last war, as my father always held that it was absurd to take a number of men, wholly unaccustomed to the use of arms, into the field. Agincourt taught that lesson to our nobles, though it has been forgotten by most of them. We have 2 officers accustomed to drill and marshal men, and these act as teachers here in the park. The footmen practice with pike and sword. They are exercised with arquebus and crossbows in the park, and the mounted men are taught to maneuver and charge, so that, in case of need, we can show a good face against any body of troops of equal number. It is here I practice with my maitre d'armes, and with Montpace and Bordeaux, our 2 officers. Ah, here is Charles, my maitre d'armes. Charles, this is my cousin Philip, who will also be a pupil of yours while he remains here. What do you say, Philip? Will we try a bout with blunted swords just now? With pleasure, Philip said. The art of fencing had not, at that time, reached the perfection it afterwards attained. The swords used were long and straight, and sharpened at both edges, and were used as much for cutting as thrusting. In single combat on foot, long daggers were generally held in the left hand, and were used for the purpose both of guarding and of striking at close quarters. They put on thick quilted doublets and light helmets with visors. "Do you use a dagger, Philip?" "No, I have never seen one used in England. We are taught to guard with our swords as well as to strike with them." "Monsieur has learned from English teachers?" the maitre d'armes asked. "I have had English teachers as well as French," Philip said. "We all learn the use of the sword in England, but my uncle, Monsieur Vaillant, has taken great pains in having me taught also by such French professors of arms as lived in Canterbury, or happened to pass through it, but I own that I prefer the English style of fighting. We generally stand upright to our work, equally poised on the 2 feet for advance or retreat, while you lean with the body far forward and the arm outstretched, which seems to me to cripple the movements." "Yes, but it puts the body out of harm's way," Francois said. "It is the arm's business to guard the body, Francois, and it is impossible to strike a downright blow when leaning so far forward." "We strike but little nowadays in single combat," the maitre d'armes said. "The point is more effective." "That is doubtless so, Maitre Charles," Philip agreed, "but I have not learned fencing for the sake of fighting duels, but to be able to take part in the field of battle. The Spaniards are said to be masters of the straight sword, and yet they have been roughly used in the western seas by our sailors, who, methinks, always use the edge." The two now took up their position facing each other. Their attitude was strikingly different. Francois stood on bent knees, leaning far forward, while Philip stood erect, with his knees but slightly bent, ready to spring either forwards or backwards, with his arm but half extended. For a time both fought cautiously. Francois had been well taught, having had the benefit, whenever he was in Paris, of the best masters there. He was extremely active and, as they warmed to their work, Philip had difficulty in standing his ground against his impetuous rushes. Some minutes passed without either of them succeeding in touching the other. At length the maitre d'armes called upon them to lower their swords. "That is enough," he said. "You are equally matched. I congratulate you, Monsieur Philip. You have been well taught, and indeed there are not many youths of his age who could hold their own with my people. Take off your helmets. Enough has been done for one day." "Peste, Philip!" Francois said as he removed his helmet. "I was not wrong when I said that, from your figure, I was sure that you had learned fencing. Maitre Charles interfered on my behalf, and to save me the mortification of defeat. I had nearly shot my bolt, and you had scarcely begun. I own myself a convert. Your attitude is better than ours, that is, when the hand is skilful enough to defend the body. The fatigue of holding the arm extended, as I do, is much greater than it is as you stand, and in the long run you must get the better of anyone who is not sufficiently skilful to slay you before his arm becomes fatigued. What do you think, Maitre Charles? My cousin is 2 years younger than I am, and yet his wrist and arm are stronger than mine, as I could feel every time he put aside my attacks." "Is that so?" the maitre d'armes said in surprise. "I had taken him for your senior. He will be a famous man at arms when he attains his full age. His defence is wonderfully strong, and, although I do not admit that he is superior to you with the point, he would be a formidable opponent to any of our best swordsmen in a melee, if, as he says, he is more accustomed to use the edge than the point. I will myself try him tomorrow, if he will permit me. I have always understood that the English are more used to strike than to thrust, and although in a duel the edge has little chance against the point, I own that it is altogether different in a melee on horseback, especially as the point cannot penetrate armour, while a stout blow, well delivered with a strong arm, can break it in." "Are you skilled in exercises of the ring, Monsieur Philip?" "Not at all. I have had no practice whatever in them. Except in some of the great houses, the tourney has gone quite out of fashion in England, and though I can ride a horse across country, I know nothing whatever of knightly exercises. My father is but a small proprietor, and, up to the time I left England, I have been but a schoolboy." "If all your schoolboys understand the use of arms as you do," Maitre Charles said courteously, "it is no wonder that the English are terrible fighters." "I do not say that," Philip said, smiling. "I have had the advantage of the best teaching, both English and French, to be had at Canterbury, and it would be a shame for me, indeed, if I had not learned to defend myself." "What do you think, mother?" Francois said. "This cousin of mine, whom I had intended to patronize, turns out to be already a better swordsman than I am." "Not better, madame," Philip said hastily. "We were a fair match, neither having touched the other." "Philip is too modest, mother," Francois laughed. Maitre Charles stopped us in time to save me from defeat. Why, he has a wrist like iron, this cousin of mine." "We have done our best to have him well taught," Madame Vaillant said. "There were some good swordsmen among our Huguenot friends, and he has had the best English teachers we could get for him. My husband always wished particularly that if he ever came over to visit our friends here, he should not be deficient in such matters." "I feel a little crestfallen," the Countess said. "I have been rather proud of Francois' skill as a swordsman, and I own that it is a little mortifying to find that Philip, who is 2 years younger, is already his match. Still, I am glad that it is so, for if they ride together into battle, I should wish that Philip should do honour to our race. Now, Philip, I have been hearing all about your mother's life, as well as that of your uncle and aunt. Now let us hear about your own, which must needs differ widely from that to which Francois has been accustomed. Your aunt says that your English schools differ altogether from ours. With us, our sons are generally brought up at home, and are instructed by the chaplain and Huguenot families, or by the priests and Catholic families, or else they go to religious seminaries, where they are taught what is necessary of books and Latin, being under strict supervision, and learning all other matters such as the use of arms after leaving school, or when at home with their families." Philip gave an account of his school life, and its rough games and sports. "But is it possible, Philip," the Countess said in tones of horror, "that you used to wrestle and to fight with your arms and fists against rough boys, and sons of all sorts of common people?" "Certainly I did, aunt, and it did me a great deal of good, and no harm so far as I know. All these rough sports strengthen the frame and give quickness and vigour, just the same as exercises with the sword do. I should never have been so tall and strong as I am now, if, instead of going to an English school, I had been either, as you say, educated at home by a chaplain, or sent to be taught and looked after by priests. My mother did not like it at first, but she came to see that it was good for me. Besides, there is not the same difference between classes in England as there is in France. There is more independence in the lower and middle classes, and less haughtiness and pride in the upper, and I think that it is better so." "It is the English custom, Emily," her sister said, "and I can assure you that my husband and I have got very English in some things. We do not love our country less, but we see that in many respects the English ways are better than ours, and we admire the independence of the people, every man respecting himself, though giving honour, but not lavishly, to those higher placed." The Countess shrugged her shoulders. "We will not argue, Marie. At any rate, whatever the process, it has succeeded well with Philip." The days passed quietly at the chateau. Before breakfast, Philip spent an hour on horseback, learning to manage his horse by the pressure of knee or hand. This was the more easy, as both his horses had been thoroughly trained in the menage, and under the instruction of Captain Montpace, who had been Francois' teacher, he made rapid progress. "It is much easier to teach the man than the horse," his instructor said, "although a horse learns readily enough when its rider is a master of the art. But with horse and rider alike ignorant, it is a long business to get them to work together as if they were one, which is what it should be. As both your horses know their work, they obey your motions, however slight, and you will soon be able to pass muster on their backs. But it would take months of patient teaching for you so to acquire the art of horsemanship as to be able to train a horse yourself." After the lesson was over, Francois and Philip would tilt at rings and go through other exercises in the courtyard. Breakfast over, they went hawking or hunting. Of the former sport Philip was entirely ignorant, and was surprised to learn how highly a knowledge of it was prized in France, and how necessary it was considered as part of the education of a gentleman. Upon the other hand, his shooting with the bow and arrow astonished Francois, for the bow had never been a French weapon, and as the crossbow was fast giving way to the arquebus, but few gentlemen trouble themselves to learn the use of either one or the other. The pistol, however, was becoming a recognized portion of the outfit of a cavalier in the field, and following Francois' advice, Philip practised with one steadily until he became a fair shot. "They are cowardly weapons," Francois said, "but for all that they are useful in battle. When you are surrounded by 3 or 4 pikemen thrusting at you, it is a good thing to be able to disembarrass yourself of 1 or 2 of them. Besides, these German horsemen, of whom the Guises employ so many, all carry firearms, and the contest would be too uneven if we were armed only with the sword. Though for my part I wish that all the governments of Europe would agree to do away with the firearms of every description. They place the meanest footman upon the level of the bravest knight, and in the end will, it seems to me, reduce armies to the level of machines." In the afternoons there were generally gatherings of Huguenot gentry, who came to discuss the situation, to exchange news, or to listen to the last rumours from Paris. No good had arisen from the conference of Bayonne, and one by one the privileges of the Huguenots were being diminished. The uprising of the Protestants of Holland was watched with the greatest interest by the Huguenots of France. It was known that several of the most influential Huguenot nobles had met, at Valery and at Châtillon, to discuss with the Prince of Condé and Admiral Coligny the question of again taking up arms in defence of their liberties. It was rumoured that the opinion of the majority was that the Huguenot standard should be again unfurled, and that this time there should be no laying down of their arms until freedom of worship was guaranteed to all, but that the Admiral had used all his powers to persuade them that the time had not yet come, and that it was better to bear trials and persecutions for a time, in order that the world might see that they had not appealed to arms until driven to it by the failure of all other hope of redress of their grievances. The elder men among the visitors at the chateau were of the Admiral's opinion. The younger chafed at the delay. The position had become intolerable. Protestant worship was absolutely forbidden, except in a few specified buildings near some of the large towns, and all Protestants, save those dwelling in those localities, were forced to meet secretly, and at the risk of their lives, for the purpose of worship. Those caught transgressing the law were thrown into prison, subjected to crushing fines, and even punished with torture and death. Better 1,000 times to die with swords in our hands, in the open field, than thus tamely to see our brethren ill-treated and persecuted, was the cry of the young men. And Philip, from daily hearing tales of persecution and cruelty, had become more and more zealous in the Huguenot cause, fully shared their feeling. In the presence of the elders, however, the more ardent spirits were silent, at all times grave and sober in manner and word. The knowledge that a desperate struggle could not long be deferred, and the ever-increasing encroachments of the Catholics, added to the gravity of their demeanour. Sometimes those present broke up into groups, talking in an undertone. Sometimes the gathering took the form of a general council. Occasionally some fugitive minister, or a noble from some district where the persecution was particularly fierce, would be present, and their narratives would be listened to with stern faces by the elders, and with passionate indignation by the younger men. In spite of the decrees, the Countess still retained her chaplain, and, before the meetings broke up, prayers were offered by him for their persecuted brethren, and for a speedy deliverance of those of the Reformed religion from the cruel disabilities under which they laboured. Services were held night and morning in the chateau. These were attended not only by all the residents, but by many of the farmers and their families. The Countess had already received several warnings from the Catholic authorities of the province, but to these she paid no attention, and there were no forces available to enforce the decree in her case, as it would require nothing short of an army to overcome the opposition that be expected, joined as she would be by the other Huguenot gentry of the district. End of Chapter 3. Recorded February 2008. St. Bartholomew's Eve by G. A. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by Anna Christensen. Chapter 4. An Experiment. Marie Vaillant, after remaining 6 weeks at the chateau, returned to England, and Philip, with a party of 12 men, escorted her to La Rochelle. Her visit was cut somewhat short at the end by the imminence of the outbreak of hostilities, in which case she might have found a difficulty in traversing the country. Moreover, La Rochelle would probably be besieged soon after the war began, for being both an important town and port, the Catholics would be anxious to obtain possession of it, and so cut off the Huguenots from escape to England, besides rendering it difficult for Elizabeth to send a force to their assistance. "It has been a pleasant time," the Countess said on the morning of her departure, "and your presence has taken me back 25 years, Marie. I hope that when these troubles are past you will again come over and spend a happier time with me. I was going to say that I will look well after Philip, but that I cannot do. He has cast his lot in with us, and must share our perils. I am greatly pleased with him, and I am glad that Francois will have him as a companion in arms. Francois is somewhat impulsive and liable to be carried away by his ardour, and Philip, although the younger, is, it seems to me, the more thoughtful of the two. He is one I feel I can have confidence in. He is grave, yet merry, light-hearted in a way, and yet, I think, prudent and cautious. It seems strange, but I shall part with Francois with the more comfort in the thought that he has Philip with him. Don't come back more English than you are now, Marie, for truly you seem to me to have fallen in love with the ways of these islanders." "I will not try to, Emily. But I should not like the customs did it not seem to me that they are better than my own. In England, Protestants and Catholics live side by side in friendship, and there is no persecution of anyone for his religion.
The Catholics who have suffered during the present reign have done so not because they are Catholics, but because they have plotted against the Queen. Would that in France men would agree to worship, each in his own way, without rancour or animosity. Well, tell Lucie that I am very sorry she did not come over with you, and that it is only because you tell me how occupied she is that I am not furiously angry with her. Tell her, too," she went on earnestly, "that I feel she is one of us, still a Huguenot, a Frenchwoman, and one of our race, or she would never have allowed her only son to come over to risk his life in our cause. I consider her a heroine, Marie. It is all very well for me, whose religion is endangered, whose friends are in peril, whose people are persecuted, to throw myself into the strife and to send Francois into the battle. But with her, working there with an invalid husband, and her heart, as it must needs be, wrapped up in her boy, it is splendid to let him come out here to fight side by side with us for the faith. Whose idea was it first?" "My husband's. Gaspard regards Philip almost in the light of a son. He is a rich man now, as I told you, and Philip will become his heir, though he has no desire that he should settle in France. He wished him to take his place in our family here, to show himself worthy of his race, to become a brave soldier, to win credit and honour, and to take his place, perhaps, some day in the front ranks of the gentry of Kent." "They were worldly motives, Marie, and our ministers would denounce them as sinful. But I cannot do so. I am a Huguenot, but I am a Countess of France, a member of one noble family and married into another, and though, I believe, as staunch a Huguenot and as ready to lay down my life for our religion as any man or woman in France, yet I cannot give up all the tradition of my rank, and hold that fame and honour and reputation and courage are mere snares. But such were not Lucie's feelings in letting him go, I will be bound, nor yours." "Mine partly," Marie said. "I am the wife now of a trader, though unhonoured in his class, but have still a little of your feelings, Emilie, and remember that the blood of the de Mouly run in Philip's veins, and hope that he will do credit to it. I don't think that Lucie has any such feelings. She is wrapped up in duty, first her duty to God, secondly her duty to her crippled husband, whom she adores, and I think she regarded the desire of Philip to come out to fight in the Huguenot ranks as a call that she ought not to oppose. I know she was heartbroken at parting with him, and yet she never showed it. Lucie is a noble character. Everyone who knows her loves her. I believe the very farm labourers would give their lives for her, and a more utterly unselfish creature never lived." "Well, she must take a holiday and come over with you next time you come, Marie. I hope that these troubles may soon be over, though that is a thing one cannot foretell." After seeing his aunt safely on board a ship at La Rochelle, Philip prepared to return to the chateau. He and his aunt had stayed 2 nights at the house of Maitre Bertram, and on his returning there the latter asked, "Have you yet found a suitable servant, Monsieur Philip?" "No, my cousin has been inquiring among the tenantry, but the young men are all bent on fighting, and indeed there are none of them who would make the sort of servant one wants in a campaign. A man who can not only groom horses and clean arms, but who knows something of war, can forage for provisions, cook, wait at table, and has intelligence. One wants an old soldier, who has served in the same capacity if possible." "I only ask because I have had a man pestering me to speak to you about him. He happened to see you ride off when you were here last, and apparently became impressed with the idea that you would be a good master. He is a cousin of one of my men, and heard, I suppose, from him that you were likely to return. He has been to me 3 or 4 times. I have told him again and again that he was not the sort of man I could recommend, but he persisted in begging me to let him see you himself." "What sort of fellow is he?" "Well, to tell you the truth, he's a sort of ne'er-do-well," the merchant laughed. "I grant that he has not had much chance. His father died when he was a child, and his mother soon married again. There is no doubt that he was badly treated at home, and when he was 12 he ran away. He was taken back and beaten time after time, but in a few hours he was always off again, and at last they let him go his own way. There is nothing he hasn't turned his hand to. First he lived in the woods, I fancy, and they say he was the most arrant young poacher in the district, though he was so cunning that he was never caught. At last he had to give that up. Then he fished for a bit, but he couldn't stick to it. He has been always doing odd jobs, turning his hand to whatever turned up. He worked in a shipyard for a bit, then I took him on as sort of an errand boy and porter. He didn't stop long, and the next I heard of him he was a servant at a priest's. He has been a dozen other things, and for the last 3 or 4 months he has been in the stables where your horse was standing. I fancy you saw him there. Some people think he is half a fool, but I don't agree with them. He is as sharp as a needle to my mind. But, as I say, he has never had a fair chance. A fellow like that without friends is sure to get roughly treated." "Is he a young man of about 21 or 22?" Philip asked. "I remember a fellow of about that age brought out the horse, and as he seemed to me a shrewd fellow, and had evidently taken great pains in grooming Robin, I gave him a crown. I thought he needed it, for his clothes were old and tattered, and he looked as if he hadn't had a hearty meal for a week. Well, Maitre Bertram, can you tell me if, among his other occupations, he has ever been charged with theft?" "No, I have never heard that brought against him." "Why did he leave you?" "It was from no complaint as to his honesty. Indeed, he left of his own accord after a quarrel with one of the men, who was, as far as I could learn, in the wrong. But I did not even hear that he had left until a week after, and it was too late then to go thoroughly into the matter. Boys are always troublesome, and as everyone had warned me that Pierre would not turn out badly, I gave the matter but little thought at the time. Of course, you will not think of taking the luckless rascal as your servant." "I don't know. I will have a talk with him, anyhow. A fellow like that would certainly be handy. But whether he could be relied upon to behave discreetly and soberly, and not to bring me into discredit, is a different matter. Is he here now?" "He is below. Shall I send him up here to you?" "No, I will go down and see him in the courtyard. If he comes up here, he would perhaps be awkward and unnatural, and would not speak so freely as he would in the open air." The merchant shook his head. "If you take the vagabond, remember, Monsieur Philip, that it is altogether against my advice. I would never have spoken to you about him if I had imagined for a moment that you would think of taking him. A fellow who has never kept any employment for 2 months. How could he be fit for a post of confidence, and be able to mix as your body servant with the households of honourable families?" "But you yourself said, Maitre Bertram, that he has never had a fair chance. Well, I will see him anyhow." He descended into the courtyard, and could not help smiling as his eyes fell upon a figure seated on the horse block. He was looking out through the gateway, and did not at first see Philip. The expression of his face was dull and almost melancholy. But as Philip's eyes fell on him, his attention was attracted by some passing object in the street. His face lit up with amusement, his lips twitched, and his eyes twinkled. A moment later, and the transient humour passed, and the dull, listless expression again stole over his face. "Pierre!" Philip said sharply. The young fellow started to his feet as if shot upwards by a spring, and as he turned and saw who had addressed him, took off his hat, and bowing stood twisting it round his fingers. "Monsieur Bertram tells me that you want to come with me as a servant, Pierre. But when I asked him about you, he does not give you such a character as one would naturally require in a confidential servant. Is there anyone who will speak for you?" "Not a soul," the young man said doggedly. "And yet, monsieur, I am not a bad fellow. What can a man do when he has not a friend in the world? He picks up a living as he can. Everybody looks at him with suspicion. There is no friend to take his part, and so people vent their ill humours upon him, till the time comes when he revolts at the injustice and strikes back. Then he has to begin it all over again somewhere else. And yet, sir, I know that I could be faithful and true to anyone who would not treat me like a dog. You spoke kindly to me in the stable, and gave me a crown. No one had ever given me a crown before, but I cared less for that than for the way you spoke. Then I saw you start, and you spoke pleasantly to your men, and I said to myself, 'That is a master I would serve if he would let me. Try me, sir, and if you do not find me faithful, honest, and true to you, tell your men to string me up to a bow. I do not drink, and have been in so many services that, ragged as you see me, I can yet behave so as not to do discredit to you.'" Philip hesitated. There was no mistaking the earnestness with which the youth spoke. "Are you a Catholic or a Huguenot?" he asked. "I know nothing of the difference between them," Pierre replied. "How should I? No one has ever troubled about me, one way or the other. When my mother lived, I went to mass with her. Since then I have gone nowhere. I have had no Sunday clothes. I know that the bon Dieu has taken care of me, or I should have died of hunger long ago. The priest I was with used to tell me that the Huguenots were worse than heathen. But if that were so, why should they let themselves be thrown into prison, and even put to death, rather than stay away from their churches? As for me, I know nothing about it. They say Monsieur is a Huguenot, and if he were good enough to take me into his service, of course, I should be a Huguenot too." "That is a poor reason, Pierre," Philip said, smiling. "Still, you may find better reasons in time. However, you are not a Catholic, which is the principal thing at present. Well, I will try you, I think. Perhaps, as you say, you have never had a fair chance yet, and I will give you one. I believe what you say, that you will be faithful." The young fellow's face lit up with pleasure. "I will be faithful, sir. If I were otherwise, I should deserve to be cut in pieces." "As for wages," Philip said, "I will pay you what you deserve. We will settle that when we see how we get on together. Now follow me, and I will get some suitable clothes for you." There was no difficulty about this. Clothes were not made to fit closely in those days, and Philip soon procured a couple of suits suitable for the serving man of a gentleman of condition. One was a riding suit, with high boots, doublet, and trunks of sober colour and of strong tough material, a leather sword belt and sword, and a low hat thickly lined and quilted and capable of resisting a heavy blow. The other suit was for wear in the house. It was of dark green cloth of a much finer texture than the riding suit, with cloth stockings of the same colour, coming up above the knee, and then meeting the trunks or puffed breeches. A small cap with turned-up brim, furnished with a few of the tail feathers of a blackcock, completed the costume, a dagger being worn in the belt. 4 woolen shirts, a pair of shoes, and a cloak were added to the purchases, which were placed in a valise to be carried behind the saddle. "Is there any house where you can change your clothes, Pierre? Of course you could do it at Monsieur Bertram's, but some of the men I brought up with me will be there, and it would be just as well that they did not see you in your present attire." "I can change at the stables, sir, if you will trust me with the clothes." "Certainly I will trust you. If I trust you sufficiently to take you as my servant, I can surely trust you in a matter like this. Do you know of anyone who has a stout nag for sale?" Pierre knew of several, and giving Philip an address, the latter was not long in purchasing one, with saddle and bridle complete. He ordered this to be sent at once to the stables where Pierre had been employed, with directions that it was to be handed over to his servant. It was 1 o'clock in the day when Madame Vaillant embarked, and it was late in the afternoon before Philip returned to Monsieur Bertram's house. "What have you done about that vagabond, Pierre?" "I have hired him," Philip said. "You don't say that you have taken him after what I have told you about him?" the merchant exclaimed. "I have, indeed. He pleaded hard for a trial, and I am going to give him one. I believe that he will turn out a useful fellow. I am sure that he is shrewd, and he ought to be full of expedients. As to his appearance, good food and decent clothes will make him another man. I think he will turn out a merry fellow when he is well fed and happy. And I must say, Maitre Bertram, that I am not fond of long faces. Lastly, I believe that he will be faithful." "Well, well, well. I wash my hands of it altogether, Monsieur Philip. I am sorry I spoke to you about him, but I never for a moment thought you would take him. If harm comes of it, don't blame me." "I will hold you fully acquitted," Philip laughed. "I own that I have taken quite a fancy to him, and believe that he will turn out well." An hour later, one of the domestics came in with word that Monsieur Philip's servant was below, and wished to know if he had any commands for him. "Tell him to come up," Philip said, and a minute later Pierre entered. He was dressed in his dark green costume. He had had his hair cut, and presented an appearance so changed that Philip would hardly have known him. "By my faith," the merchant said, "you have indeed transformed him. He is not a bad-looking varlet, now that he has got rid of that tangled crop of hair." Pierre bowed low at the compliment. "Fine feathers make fine birds, Monsieur Bertram," replied Pierre. "It is the first time I have had the opportunity of proving the truth of the proverb. I am greatly indebted to Monsieur for recommending me to my master." "It is not much recommendation you got from me, Pierre," the merchant said bluntly, "for a more troublesome young scamp I never had in my warehouse. Still, as I told Monsieur Philip, I think everything has been against you, and I do hope, now that this English gentleman has given you a chance, that you will take advantage of it." "I mean to, sir," the young fellow said earnestly, and without a trace of the mocking smile with which he had first spoken. "If I do not give my master satisfaction, it will not be for want of trying. I shall make mistakes at first. It will all be strange to me, but I feel sure that he will make allowances. I can at least promise that he will find me faithful and devoted." "Has your horse arrived, Pierre?" "Yes, sir. I saw him watered and fed before I came out. Is it your wish that I should go round to the stables where your horse and those of your troop are, and take charge of your horse at once?" "No, Pierre, the men will look after him as usual. We will start at 6 in the morning. Be at the door on horseback at that hour." Pierre bowed and withdrew. "I do not feel so sure as I did that you have made a bad bargain, Monsieur Philip. As far as appearances go, at any rate, he would pass muster, except that his cheeks want feeling out a bit. He is a nimble, active-looking young fellow, and with that little moustache of his, and his hair cut short, he is by no means ill-looking. I really should not have known him. I think at present he means what he says, though whether he will stick to it is another matter altogether." "I think he will stick to it," Philip said quietly. "Putting aside what he said about being faithful to me, He is shrewd enough to see that it is a better chance than he is ever likely to have again of making a start in life. He has been leading a dog's life ever since he was a child, and to be well fed and well clothed and fairly treated will be a wonderful change to him. My only fear is that he may get into some scrape at the chateau. I believe that he is naturally full of fun, and fun is a thing that the Huguenots, with all their virtues, hardly appreciate." "A good thrashing will tame him of that," the merchant said. Philip laughed. "I don't think I shall be driven to try that. I don't say that servants are never thrashed in England, but I have not been brought up among the class who beat their servants. I think I shall be able to manage him without that. If I can't, we must part." "I suppose there is no doubt, Monsieur Bertram, how La Rochelle will go when the troubles begin?" "I think not. All preparations are made on our part, and as soon as the news comes that Conde and the Admiral have thrown their flags to the wind, we shall seize the gates, turn out all who oppose us, and declare for the cause. I do not think it can be much longer delayed. I sent a trusty servant yesterday to fetch back my daughter, who, as I told you, has been staying with a sister of mine 5 or 6 leagues away. I want to have her here before the troubles break out. It will be no time for damsels to be wandering about the country when swords are once out of their scabbards." The next morning the little troop started early from La Rochelle, Pierre riding gravely behind Philip. The latter presently called him up to his side. "I suppose you know the country round here well?" "Every foot of it. I don't think there is a pond in which I have not laid my lines, nor a streamlet of which I do not know every pool, nor a wood that I have not slept in, nor a hedge where I have not laid snares for rabbits. Oh, I could find my way about as well by night as by day. And you know, sir, that may be of use if you ever want to send a message into the town, when the Guises have got their troops lying outside." Philip looked sharply at him. "Oh, you think it will be likely the Guises will soon be besieging La Rochelle?" "Anyone who keeps his ears open can learn that," Pierre said quietly. "I haven't troubled myself about these matters. It made no difference to me whether the Huguenots or the Catholics were on the saddle. Still, one doesn't keep one's ears closed, and people talk freely enough before me. 'The lad is half a fool. He pays no attention to what is being said,' people say, so they would go on talking, and I would go on rubbing me on a horse, or eating my black bread with a bit of cheese or an onion, or whatever I might be about, and looking as if I did not even know they were there. But I gather that the Catholics think that the Guises and Queen Catherine and Philip of Spain and the Pope are going to put an end to the Huguenots altogether. From those on the other side I learn that the Huguenots will take the first step in La Rochelle, and that one fine morning the Catholics are likely to find themselves bundled out of it. Then it doesn't need much sense to see that ere long we shall be having a Catholic army down here to retake the place. That is, if the Huguenot lords are not strong enough to stop them on their way." "And you think the Catholics are not on their guard at all?" "Not they," Pierre said contemptuously. "They have been strengthening the walls and building fresh ones, thinking that an attack might come from without from the Huguenots. And all the time the people of that religion in the town have been laughing in their sleeves and pretending to protest against being obliged to help with the new works, but really paying and working willingly. Why, they even let the magistrates arrest and throw into prison a number of their party without saying a word, so that the priests and the commissioners should think they have got it entirely their own way. It has been fun watching it all, and I had made up my mind to take to the woods again directly it began. I had no part in the play, and did not wish to run any risk of getting a ball through my head, whether from a Catholic or a Huguenot arquebus. Now, of course, it is all different. Monsieur is a Huguenot, and therefore so am I. It is the Catholic bullets that will be shot at me, and as no one likes to be shot at, I shall soon hate the Catholics cordially, and shall be ready to do them any ill turn that you may desire." "And you think that, if necessary, Pierre, you could carry a message into the town, even though the Catholics were camped around it?" Pierre nodded. "I have never seen a siege, master, and don't know how close the soldiers might stand round a town. But I think that if a rabbit could get through, I could, and if I could not get in by land, I could manage somehow to get in by water. But such matters as this do not come within your service, Pierre. Your duties are to wait on me when not in the field, to stand behind my chair at meals, and to see that my horses are well attended to by the stable varlets. When we take the field, you will not be wanted to fight, but will look after my things, will buy food and cook it, get dry clothes ready for me to put on if I come back soaked with rain, and keep an eye upon my horses. 2 of the men-at-arms will have special charge of them. They will groom and feed them, but if they are away with me they cannot see after getting forage for them, and it will be for you to get hold of that, either by buying it from the villagers or employing a man to cut it. At any rate, to see that there is food for them as well as for me when the day's work is done." "I understand that, master, but there are times when a lad who can look like a fool, but is not altogether one, can carry messages and make himself very useful, if he does not place overmuch value on his life. When you want anything done, no matter what it is, you have only to tell me, and it will be done if it is possible." In the afternoon of the second day after starting, they approached the chateau. The old sergeant of the band, who with 2 of his men was riding 100 yards ahead, checked his horse and rode back to Philip. "There is something of importance doing, Monsieur Philip. The flag is flying over the chateau. I have not seen it hoisted since before my lord's death, and I can make out horsemen galloping to and fro from the gates." "We will gallop on, then," Philip said, and in 10 minutes they arrived. Francois ran down the steps as Philip alighted in the courtyard. "I am glad you have come, Philip. I had already given orders for a horseman to ride to meet you, and tell you to hurry on. The die is cast at last. There was a meeting yesterday at the Admiral's. A messenger came to my mother from my cousin, Francois de la Noue. The Admiral and Condé had received news from a friend at court that there had been a secret meeting of the Royal Council, and that it had been settled that the prince should be thrown into prison and Coligny executed. The Swiss troops were to be divided between Paris, Orleans, and Poitiers. The Edict of Toleration was to be annulled, and instant steps taken to suppress Huguenot worship by the sternest measures. In spite of this news, the Admiral still urged patience, but his brother, D'Andelot, took the lead among the party of action, and pointed out that if they waited until they, the leaders, were all dragged away to prison, resistance by the Huguenots would be hopeless. Since the last war, over 3,000 Huguenots had been put to violent deaths. Was this number to be added to indefinitely? Were they to wait until their wives and children were in the hands of the executioners before they moved? His party were in the majority, and the Admiral reluctantly yielded. Then there was a discussion as to the steps to be taken. Some proposed the seizure of Orleans and other large towns, and that with these in their hands they should negotiate with the court for the dismissal of the Swiss troops, as neither toleration nor peace could be hoped for as long as this force was at the disposal of the Cardinal of Lorraine and his brothers. This council, however, was overruled. It was pointed out that at the beginning of the last war the Huguenots held fully 100 towns, but nearly all were wrested from their hands before its termination. It was finally resolved that all should be prepared for striking a heavy blow, and that the rising shall be arranged to take place throughout France on the 29th of September. That an army shall take the field, disperse the Swiss, seize if possible the Cardinal of Lorraine, and at any rate petition the king for a redress of grievances, for a removal of the cardinal from his councils, and for sending all foreign troops out of the kingdom. We have, you see, a fortnight to prepare. We have just sent out messengers to all our Huguenot friends, warning them that the day is fixed, that their preparations are to be made quietly, and that we will notify them when the hour arrives. All are exhorted to maintain an absolute silence upon the subject, while seeing that their tenants and retainers are in all respects ready to take the field. Why have you hoisted your flag, Francois? That will only excite attention." "It is my birthday, Philip, and the flag is supposed to be raised in my honour. This will serve as an excuse for the assemblage of our friends, and the gathering of the tenants. It has been arranged, as you know, that I, and of course you, are to ride with De la Noue, who is a most gallant gentleman, and that our contingent is to form part of his command. I am heartily glad that this long suspense is over, and that at last we are going to meet the treachery of the court by force. Too long have we remained passive, while thousands of our friends have, in defiance of the edicts, been dragged to prison and put to death. Fortunately, the court is, as it was before the last war, besotted with the belief that we are absolutely powerless, and we have every hope of taking them by surprise." "I also am glad that war has been determined upon," Philip said. "Since I have arrived here I have heard nothing but tales of persecution and cruelty. I quite agree with you that the time has come when the Huguenots must either fight for their rights, abandon the country altogether and go into exile, as so many have already done, or renounce their religion." "Ah, I see you have a new servant, Philip. He is an active, likely-looking fellow, but rather young. He can know nothing of campaigning." "I believe he is a very handy fellow, with plenty of sense and shrewdness, and if he can do the work I would rather have a man of that age than an older one. It is different with you. You are Francois, Count de la Ville, and your servant, whatever his age, would hold you in respect. I am younger and of far less consequence, and an old servant might want to take me under his tuition. Moreover, if there was hard work to be done for me, I would rather have a young fellow like this doing it than an older man. You are always making out that you are a boy, Philip. You don't look it, and you are going to be playing a man's part." "I mean to play it as far as I can, Francois, but that does not make me a day older." "Well, mind, not a word to a soul as to the day fixed on." For the next fortnight the scene at the chateau was a busy one. Huguenot gentlemen came and went. The 50 men-at-arms who were to accompany Francois were inspected, and their arms and armour served out to them. The tenantry came up in small parties, and were also provided with weapons, offensive and defensive, from the armoury, so that they might be in readiness to assemble for the defence of the chateau at the shortest notice. All were kept in ignorance as to what was really going on, but it was felt that a crisis was approaching, and there was an expression of grim satisfaction on the stern faces of the men that showed they rejoiced at the prospect of a termination to the long passive suffering which they had borne at the hands of the persecutors of their faith. Hitherto they themselves had suffered but little, for the Huguenots were strong in the south of Poitou, while in Niort, the nearest town to the chateau, if not in an absolute majority, were far too strong to be molested by the opposite party. Nevertheless here, and in all other towns, public worship was suspended, and it was only in the chateaux and castles of the nobles that the Huguenots could gather to worship without fear of interruption or outrage. There was considerable debate as to whether Francois' troop should march to join the Admiral at Châtillon-sur-Lion, or should proceed to the southeast, where parties were nearly equally balanced. But the former course was decided upon. The march itself would be far more perilous, but as Condé, the Admiral, and his brother D'Andelot would be with the force gathered there, it was the most important point. And moreover, Francois de la Noue would be there. So well was the secret of the intended movement kept, that the French court, which was then at Meaux, had no idea of the danger that threatened, and when a report of the intentions of the Huguenots came from the Netherlands, it was received with incredulity. A spy was, however, sent to Châtillon to report upon what the Admiral was doing, and he returned with the news that he was at home, and was busily occupied in superintending his vintage. On the evening of the 26th, the troop, 50 strong, mustered in the courtyard of the chateau. All were armed with breast and back pieces and steel caps, and carried lances as well as swords. In addition to this troop were Philip's 4 men-at-arms and 4 picked men, who were to form Francois' bodyguard, one of them carrying his banner. He took as his body servant a man who had served his father in that capacity. He and Pierre wore lighter armour than the others, and carried no lances. Francois and Philip were both in complete armour, Philip donning for the first time that given to him by his uncle. Neither of them carried lances, but were armed with swords, light battle-axes, and pistols. Before mounting, service was held. The pastor offered up prayers for the blessing of God upon their arms, and for his protection over each and all of them in the field. The countess herself made them a stirring address, exhorting them to remember that they fought for the rights to worship God unmolested, and for the lives of those dear to them. Then she tenderly embraced her son and Philip. The trumpets sounded to horse, and the party rode out from the gates of the chateau. As soon as they were away, the 2 young leaders took off their helmets and handed them to their attendants, who rode behind them. Next to these came their 8 bodyguards, who were followed by the captain and his troop. "It may be that this armour will be useful on the day of battle," Philip said, "but at present it seems to me, Francois, that I would much rather be without it." "I quite agree with you, Philip. If we had only to fight with gentlemen, armed with swords, I would gladly go into battle unprotected, but against men with lances one needs a defence. However, I do not care so much now that I have got rid of the helmet, which, in truth, is a heavy burden." "Methinks, Francois, the armour will ere long be abandoned. Now the arquebuses and cannon are coming more and more into use. Against them they gave no protection, and it were better, methinks, to have lightness and freedom of action, than to have the trouble of wearing all this iron stuff merely as a protection against lances. You have been trained to wear armour, and therefore feel less inconvenience. But I have never had as much as a breastplate on before, and I feel at present as if I had almost lost the use of my arms. I think that at any rate I shall speedily get rid of these arm pieces. The body armour I don't mind so much, now that I am fairly in the saddle. The leg pieces are not as bad as those on the arms. I was scarcely able to walk in them. Still, now that I am mounted, I do not feel them much. But if I am to be of any use in the melee, I must have my arms free, and trust to my sword to protect them." "I believe that some have already given them up, Philip, and if you have your sleeves well wadded and quilted, I think you might, if you like, give up the armour. The men-at-arms are not so protected, and it is only when you meet a noble in full armour that you would be at a disadvantage." I don't think it would be a disadvantage, for I could strike twice with my arms free to once with them so confined. There is one thing. You will soon become accustomed to the armour. Not very soon, I fancy, Francois. You know, you have been practising in it almost since you were a child, and yet you admit that you feel a great difference. Still, I dare say as the novelty wears off, I shall get accustomed to it to some extent. End of Chapter 4. Recorded February 2008. St. Bartholomew's Eve by G. A. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by Anna Christensen. Chapter 5. Taking the Field. A guide thoroughly acquainted with the country rode ahead of the party, carrying a lantern fixed at the back of his saddle. They had, after leaving the chateau, begun to mount the lofty range of hills behind. The road crossing these was a mere track, and they were glad when they began to descend on the other side. They crossed the Claine River some 10 miles above Poitiers. A few miles farther forded the Vienne, crossed the Garden Pay at a bridge at the village of Montmorillon, and an hour later halted in a wood just as daylight was breaking, having ridden nearly 50 miles since leaving the chateau. So far they had kept to the south of the direct course in order to cross the rivers near their sources. Every man carried provisions for himself and his horse, and as soon as they had partaken of a hearty meal, the armour was unstrapped, and all threw themselves down for a long sleep, sentries being first placed, with orders to seize any peasants who might enter the wood to gather fuel. With the exception of the sentries, who were changed every hour, the rest slept until late in the afternoon, when the horses were again fed and groomed, and another meal was eaten. At sunset the armour was buckled on again, and they started. They crossed the Creuse at the bridge of Argenteau about midnight, and riding through La Châtre, halted before morning in a wood 2 miles from Saint-Amand. Here the day was passed as the previous one had been. "Tell me, Francois," Philip said, as they were waiting for the sun to go down, "something about your cousin de la Noue. As we are to ride with him, it is well to know something about him. How old is he?" "He is 36, and there is no braver gentleman in France. As you know, he is of a Breton family, one of the most illustrious of the province. He is connected with the great houses of Chateaubriand and Matignon. As a boy he was famous for the vigour and strength that he showed in warlike exercises, but was in other respects, I have heard, of an indolent disposition, and showed no taste for reading or books of any kind. As usual among the sons of noble families, he went up to the court of Henry II as a page, and when there became seized with an ardour for study, especially that of ancient and modern writers who treated on military subjects. As soon as he reached manhood, he joined the army in Piedmont under Marshal de Brissac, that being the best military school of the time. On his return he showed the singular and affectionate kindness of his nature. His mother, unfortunately, while he was away, had become infected with the spirit of gambling, and the king, who had noted the talent and kind disposition of the young page, thought to do him a service by preventing his mother squandering the estates in play. He therefore took the management of her affairs entirely out of her hands, appointing a royal officer to look after them. Now most young men would have rejoiced at becoming masters of their estates, but the first thing that Francois did on his return was to go to the king, and solicit as a personal favour that his mother should be reinstated in the management of her estates. This was granted, but a short time afterwards she died. De la Noue retired from court, and settled in Brittany upon his estates, which were extensive. Shortly afterwards D'Andelot, Coligny's brother, who was about to espouse Mademoiselle de Rieux, the richest heiress in Brittany, paid a visit there. He had lately embraced our faith, and was bent upon bringing over others to it, and he brought down with him to Brittany a famous preacher named Cormel. His preaching in the chateau attracted large numbers of the people, and although Brittany is perhaps the most Catholic province in France, he made many converts. Among these was de la Noue, then 27 years old. Recognizing his talent and influence, D'Andelot had made special efforts to induce him to join the ranks of the Huguenots, and succeeded. My cousin, who previous to that had, I believe, no special religious views, became a firm Huguenot. As you might expect from such a man, he is in no way a fanatic, and holds to the views that we learn from the preachers of Geneva.
He is a staunch Huguenot, but he is gentle, courtly, and polished, and has, I believe, the regard of men of both parties. He is a personal friend of the Guises, and was appointed by them as one of the group of nobles who accompanied Mary Stuart to Scotland. When the war broke out in 1562, after the massacre of Vassy, he joined the standard of Condé. He fought at Dreux, and distinguished himself by assisting the admiral to draw off our beaten army in good order. The assassination of Francois de Guise, as you know, put an end to that war. De la Noue bitterly regretted the death of Guise, and after peace was made, retired to his estates in Brittany, where he has lived quietly for the last 4 years. I have seen him several times, because he has other estates in Poitou, within a day's ride of us. I have never seen a man I admire so much. He is all for peace, though he is a distinguished soldier. While deeply religious, he has yet the manners of a noble of the court party. He has no pride, and he is loved by the poor as well as by the rich. He would have done anything to have avoided war, but you will see that, now the war has begun, he will be one of our foremost leaders. I can tell you, Philip, I consider myself fortunate indeed that I am going to ride in the train of so brave and accomplished a gentleman." During the day they learned from a peasant of a ford crossing the Cher, 2 or 3 miles below Saint Amand. Entering a village near the crossing place, they found a peasant who was willing for a reward to guide them across the country to Brière, on the Loire. Their first guide had returned from their first halting place, and the peasant, being placed on a horse behind a man-at-arms, took the lead. Their pace was much slower than it had been the night before, and it was almost daybreak when they passed the bridge at Brière, having ridden over 40 miles. They rode 2 or 3 miles into the mountains after crossing the Loire, and then halted. "We must give the horses 24 hours here," Francois said. "I don't think it is above 20 miles on to Châtillon-sur-Loing, but it is all through the hills, and it is of no use arriving there with the horses so knocked up as to be useless for service. We have done 3 tremendous marches, and anyhow we shall be there long before the majority of the parties from the west and south can arrive. The Admiral and Condé will no doubt be able to gather sufficient strength from Champagne and the north of Burgundy for his purpose of taking the court by surprise. I am afraid there is but little chance of their succeeding, though. It is hardly possible that so many parties of Huguenots can have been crossing the country in all directions to the Admiral's without an alarm being given. Meaux is some 60 miles from Châtillon, and if the court get the news only 3 or 4 hours before Condé arrives there, they will be able to get to Paris before he can cut them off." In fact, even while they were speaking, the court was in safety. The Huguenots of Champagne had their rendezvous at Rossoy, a little more than 20 miles from Meaux, and they began to arrive there in the afternoon of the 28th. The Prince of Condé, who was awaiting them, feeling sure that the news of the movement must in a few hours at any rate be known at Meaux, marched for Lagny on the Marne, established himself there late in the evening, and seized the bridge. The news, however, had, as he feared, already reached the court, and the messages had been dispatched in all haste to order up 6,000 Swiss troops, who were stationed at Château Thierry, 30 miles higher up on the Marne. During the hours that elapsed before their arrival, the court was in a state of abject alarm, but at 1 o'clock the Swiss arrived, and 2 hours later the court set out under their protection for Paris. The Prince of Condé, who had with him but some 400 gentlemen, for the most part armed only with swords, met the force as it passed by Lagny. He engaged in a slight skirmish with it, but being unable with his light-armed followers to effect anything against the solid body of the Swiss mountaineers, armed with their long pikes, he fell back to await reinforcements, and the court reached Paris in safety. A messenger had arrived at Châtillon with the news when Francois and Philip rode in. The castle gate stood open. Numbers of Huguenot gentlemen were standing in excited groups discussing the news. "Ah, there is my cousin de la Noue!" Francois exclaimed as he alighted from his horse. "This is good fortune. I was wondering what we should do if we did not find him here." And he made his way to where a singularly handsome gentleman was talking with several others. "Ah, Francois, is that you? Well arrived, indeed. Gentlemen, this is my cousin and namesake, Francois de la Ville. He has ridden across France to join us. Is that your troop, Francois, entering the gate now? Ah, yes, I see your banner. By my faith, it is the best accoutred body we have seen yet. They make a brave show with their armour and lances. The Countess has indeed shown her goodwill right worthily, and it is no small credit to you that you should have brought them from across the other side of Poitou, and yet have arrived here before many who live within a few leagues of the castle. And who is this young gentleman with you?" "It is my cousin, Philip Fletcher, son of my mother's sister, Lucie. I spoke to you of his coming to us when we were at Laville 3 months since. He has come over in order that he may venture his life on behalf of our religion and family." "I am glad to welcome you, young sir. We are, you see, connections, I being Francois' first cousin on his father's side, and you on that of his mother. Your spirit in coming over here shows that you inherit the bravery of your mother's race, and I doubt not that we shall find that the mixture with the sturdy stock of England will have added to its qualities. Would that your queen would but take her proper place as head of a league of the Protestants of Europe. Our cause would then be well nigh won, without the need of striking a blow." "Is it true, cousin, that the court has escaped to Paris?" "Yes. I would that Conde had had but a few hours longer before they took the alarm. Another day, and he would have had such a gathering as it would have puzzled the Swiss to have got through. His forces were double yesterday, and 800 have ridden forth from here this morning to join him. I myself, though I made all speed, arrived but 2 hours since, and shall with all who come in this evening ride forward tomorrow. The Admiral and his brother, the Cardinal of Chatillon, will go with us. D'Andelot is already with Conde. Now, as your troop is to ride with mine, I will see that they are disposed for the night together, and that their wants are attended to. My men have picketed their horses just outside the castle moat, for, as you see, we are crowded here with gentlemen and their personal followers, and it would be impossible to make room for all. I will take your officer to the seneschal, who will see that your men are provided with bread, meat, and wine." "Ah, Captain Montpace, you are in the command of the troop, I see. I thought the countess would send so experienced a soldier with them, and I am proud to have such a well-appointed troop behind me. None so well armed and orderly have yet arrived. My own at present are 40 strong, and have, like you, made their way across France from Poitou. I could not bring my Bretons," he said, turning to Francois. "The Huguenots there are but a handful among the Catholics. Happily on my estates they are good friends together, but I could not call away my men from their homes at a time like this. Now, Captain Montpace, I will show you where your men are to bivouac, next to my own. Then, if you will come with me to the seneschal, rations shall be served out to them. Are your horses fit for another journey?" "They will be by tomorrow morning, Count. They have only come from this side of Briere this morning, but though the journey is not long, the road is heavy. They had 24 hours' rest before that, which they needed sorely, having travelled from Laville in 3 days." "Draw a good supply of forage for them from the magazines," De la Noue said. "See that the saddlebags are well filled in the morning. There is another heavy day's work before them, and then they can take a good rest."
Francois and Philip accompanied the troop, and waited until they saw that they were supplied with provisions and forage, and with straw for lying down on. Then they re-entered the castle. De la Noue presented them to many of his friends, and then took them to the Admiral. He quite fulfilled the anticipations that Philip had formed of him. He was of tall figure, with a grave but kindly face. He was dressed entirely in black, with puffed trunks, doublet to match, and a large turn-down collar. As was usual, he wore over his shoulders a loose jacket with a very high collar, the empty sleeves hanging down on either side. When riding, the arms were thrust into these. He wore a low, soft cap, with a narrow brim all around. The expression on his face, with its short pointed beard, moustache, and closely trimmed whiskers, was melancholy. The greatest captain of his age, he was more reluctant than any of his followers to enter upon civil war, and the fact that he felt that it was absolutely necessary to save Protestantism from being extinguished in blood, in no way reconciled him to it. He received Francois and his cousin kindly.
"I am glad," he said to the former, "to see the representative of the Lavilles here. Your father was a dear friend of mine, and fell fighting bravely by my side. I should have been glad to have had you riding among my friends, but it is better still for you to be with your cousin, De la Noue, who is far more suitable as a leader and guide for youth than I am. You can follow no better example. I am glad also," he said, turning to Philip, "to have another representative of the old family of the De Mouly here, and to find that though transplanted to England, it still retains its affection for France. I trust that ere long I may have many of your countrymen fighting by my side. We have the same interests, and if the Protestant nations would unite, the demand for the right of all men, Catholic and Protestant, to worship according to their conscience could no longer be denied. I regret that your queen does not permit free and open worship to her Catholic subjects, since her not doing so affords some sort of excuse to Catholic kings and princes. Still, I know that this law is not put rigidly into force, and that the Catholics do in fact exercise the rights of their religion without hindrance or persecution, and above all that there is no violent ill will between the people of the two religions. Would it were so here. Were it not that you are going to ride with my good friend here, I would have said a few words to you, praying you to remember that you are not fighting for worldly credit and honour, but for a holy cause, and it behooves you to bear yourselves gravely and seriously. But no such advice is needed to those who come under his influence." Leaving the Count de la Noue in conversation with the Admiral, Francois and Philip made their way to the hall, where the tables were laid so that all who came, at whatever hour, could at once obtain food. Their own servants, who were established in the castle, waited upon them. "I think that lackey of yours will turn out a very useful fellow, Philip," Francois said as they left the hall. "He is quick and willing, and he turned out our dinner yesterday in good fashion. It was certainly far better cooked than it had been by Charles the day before." "I fancy Paris has done a good deal of cooking in the open air," Philip said, "and we shall find that he is capable of turning out toothsome dishes from very scanty materials." "I am very glad to hear it, for though I am ready to eat horseflesh if necessary, I see not why, because we happen to be at war, one should have to spoil one's teeth by gnawing at meat as hard as leather. Soldiers are generally bad cooks. They are in too much haste to get their food at the end of a long day's work to waste much time with the cooking. Ah, here comes La Nuit again." "Will you order your troop to be again in the saddle at 5 o'clock in the morning, de Laville?" the count said. "I start with a party of 200 at that hour. There will be my own men and yours. The rest will be gentlemen and their personal retainers." "I wish it would have been 3 hours later," Francois said as the count left them and moved away, giving similar orders to the other gentlemen. "I own I hate moving before it is light. There is nothing ruffles the temper so much as getting up in the dark, fumbling with your buckles and straps, and finding everyone else just as surly and cross as you feel yourself. It was considered a necessary part of my training that I should turn out and exercise myself all times of the night. It was the part of my exercises that I hated the most." Philip laughed. "It will not make much difference here, Francois. I don't like getting out of a warm bed myself on a dark winter's morning. But as there will be certainly no undressing tonight, and we shall merely have to get up and shake the straw off of us, it will not much matter. By 5:30 it will be beginning to get light. At any rate, we should not mind it tomorrow, as it will be really our first day of military service." Up to a late hour fresh arrivals continued to pour in, and the cooks and servants of the castle were kept hard at work administering to the wants of the hungry and tired men. There was no regular set meal, each man feeding as he was disposed. After it became dark, all the gentlemen of family gathered in the upper part of the great hall, and there sat talking by the light of the torches till 9. Then the Admiral, with a few of the nobles who had been in consultation with him, joined them, and a quarter of an hour later a pastor arrived and prayers were read. Then a number of retainers came in with trusses of straw, which were shaken down thickly beside the walls, and as soon as this was done, all present prepared to lie down. "The trumpet will sound, gentlemen," Francois de la Noue said in a loud voice, "at 4:30. But this will only concern those who, as it has already been arranged, will ride with me. The rest will set out with the Admiral at 7. I pray each of you who go with me to bid a servant cut off a goodly portion of bread and meat to take along with him, and to place a flask or 2 of wine in his saddlebags, for our ride will be a long one, and we are not likely to be able to obtain refreshments on our way." "I should have thought," Francois said, as he lay down on the straw by Philip's side, "that we should have passed through plenty of places where we could obtain food. Whether we go direct to Paris, or by the road by Lagny, we pass through Namur and Melun. These places may not open their gates to us, Francois, and in that case probably we should have to go through Montereau and Rosoy, and it may be considered that those who have already gone through to join Conde may have pretty well stripped both places of provisions." The trumpet sounded at 4:30. The torches were at once relighted by the servants, and the gentlemen belonging to La Noue's party rose, and their servants assisted them to buckle on their armour. They gave them instructions as to taking some food with them, and prepared for the journey by an attack on some cold joints that had been placed on a table at the lower end of the hall. There was a scene of bustle and confusion in the courtyard, as the horses were brought up by the retainers. The Admiral himself was there to see the party off, and as they mounted, each issued out and joined the men drawn up outside. Before starting, the minister, according to Huguenot custom, held a short service, and then with a salute to the Admiral, La Noue took his place at their head and rode away. With him went some 20 or 30 gentlemen, behind whom were their body servants. After these, some 50 men-at-arms, and the troops of La Noue and Laville. As soon as they were off, La Noue reined in his horse so as to ride in the midst of his friends, and chatted gaily with them as they went along. An hour and a half's brisk riding took them to Montargis. Instead of keeping straight on, as most of those present expected, the two men who were riding a short distance in advance of the column turned sharp off to the left in the middle of the town. "I am going to give you a surprise, gentlemen," La Noue said with a smile. "I will tell you what it is when we are once outside the place." "I suppose," one of the gentlemen from the province, who was riding next to Philip, said, "we are going to strike the main road from Orleans north, to ride through Etampes, and take post between Versailles and Paris on the south side of the river, while the prince and following beleaguer the place on the north. It is a bold plan thus to divide our forces, but I suppose the Admiral's party will follow us, and by taking post on the south side of the river, we shall straiten Paris for provisions." "Gentlemen," the Count said, when they had issued from the streets of Montargis, "I can now tell you the mission which the Admiral has done me the honour to confide to me. It was thought best to keep the matter an absolute secret until we were fairly on our way, because, although we hope and believe that there is not a man in Chatillon who is not to be trusted, there may possibly be a spy for the Guises there, and it would have been wrong to run the risk of betrayal. Well, my friends, our object is the capture of Orleans." An exclamation of surprise broke from many of his hearers. "It seems a bold enterprise to undertake with but a little over 200 men," La Noue went on with a smile. "But we have friends there. D'Andelot has been for the last 10 days in communication with one of them. We may of course expect to meet with a stout resistance, but with the advantage of a surprise, and with so many gallant gentlemen with me, I have no shadow of fear as to the result. I need not point out to you how important its possession will be to us. It will keep open a road to the south, will afford a rallying place for all our friends in this part of France, and the news of its capture will give immense encouragement to our co-religionists throughout the country. Besides, it will counterbalance the failure to seize the court, and will serve as an example to others to attempt to obtain possession of strong places. We shall ride at an easy pace today, for the distance is long and the country hilly. We could not hope to arrive there until too late to finish our work before dark. Moreover, most of our horses have already had very hard work during the past 3 days. We have started early, in order that we may have a halt of 4 hours in the middle of the day. We are to be met tonight by our friend, the Master of Grelot, 5 miles this side of the city. He will tell us what arrangements have been made for facilitating our entrance." "This is a glorious undertaking, Philip, is it not?" Francois said. "Until now I have been thinking how unfortunate we were in being too late to ride with Condé, but now I see what I thought was a loss has turned out a gain." "You do not think Condé will be able to do anything against Paris?" Philip asked. "Certainly not at present. What can some 1,500 horsemen and as many infantry, and he will have no more force than that for another 3 or 4 days, do against Paris with its walls and its armed population, and the Guises and their friends and retainers, to say nothing of the 6,000 Swiss? If our leaders thought they were going to fight at once, they would hardly have sent 200 good troops off in another direction. I expect we shall have plenty of time to get through this and other expeditions, and then to join the prince in front of Paris before any serious fighting takes place." "Do you know how far it is across the hills to Orleans?" Philip asked the gentleman next to him on the other side. "It is over 50 miles, but how much more I do not know. I am a native of the province, but I have never travelled along this road, which can be but little used. East of Montargis the traffic goes by the great road through Melun to Paris, while the traffic of Orleans, of course, goes north through Etampes." They rode on until noon, and then dismounted by a stream, watered and fed the horses, partook of a meal from the contents of their saddlebags, and then rested for 4 hours to recruit the strength of their horses. The soldiers mostly stretched themselves on the sward and slept. A few of the gentlemen did the same, but most of them sat chatting in groups, discussing the enterprise upon which they were engaged. Francois and Philip went among their men with Captain Montpace, inspected the horses, examined their shoes, saw that fresh nails were put in where required, chatting with the men as they did so.
"I felt sure we would not be long before we were engaged on some stirring business," the captain said. "The Count de la Noue is not one to let the grass grow under his feet. I saw much of him in the last campaign, and the Count, your father, had a very high opinion of his military abilities. At first he was looked upon somewhat doubtfully in our camp, seeing that he did not keep a long face, but was ready with a jest and a laugh with high and low, and that he did not affect the soberness of costume favoured by our party. But that soon passed off when it was seen how zealous he was in the cause, how ready to share in any dangerous business, while he set an example to all by the cheerfulness with which he bore fatigue and hardship. Next to the Admiral himself and his brother D'Andelot, there was no officer more highly thought of by the troops. This is certainly a bold enterprise that he has undertaken now, if it be true what I have heard since we halted, that we are going to make a dash at Orleans. It is a big city for some 200 men to capture, even though, no doubt, we have numbers of friends within the walls." "All the more glory and credit to us, Montpace," Francois said gaily. "Why, the news that Orleans is captured will send a thrill through France, and will everywhere encourage our friends to rise against our oppressors. We are sure to take them by surprise, for they will believe that all the Huguenots in this part of France are hastening to join the prince before Paris." At 4 o'clock the party got in motion again, and an hour after dark entered a little village among the hills about 5 miles north of the town. De la Noue at once placed a cordon of sentries, with orders that neither man, woman, nor child was to be allowed to leave it. Orders were issued to the startled peasants that all were to keep within their doors at the peril of their lives. The horses were picketed in the street, and the soldiers stowed in barns. Trusses of straw were strewn round a fire for La Noue and the gentlemen who followed him. At 8 o'clock, 2 vedettes, thrown forward some distance along the road, rode in with a horseman. It was the Master of Grelot, who, as he rode up to the fire, was heartily greeted by the Count. "I am glad to find you here, Count," he said. "I knew you to be a man of your word, but in warfare things often occur to upset the best calculations." "Is everything going on well at Orleans?" De la Noue asked. "Everything. I have made all my arrangements. A party of 25 men I can depend on will tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock gather near the gate this side of the town. They will come up in 2s and 3s, and just as the guard are occupied in unbarring the gate, they will fall upon them. The guard is 15 strong, and as they will be taken by surprise, they will be able to offer but a faint resistance. Of course, you with your troop will be lying in readiness near. As soon as they have taken possession of the gateway, the party will issue out and wave a white flag as a signal to you that all is clear, and you will be in before the news that the gateway has been seized can spread. After that, you will know what to do. In addition to the men who are to carry out the enterprise, you will shortly be joined by many others. Word has been sent round to our partisans that they may speedily expect deliverance, and bidding them to be prepared whenever they are called upon to take up their arms and join those who come to free them. A large number of the townsfolk are secretly either wholly with us, or well disposed towards us, and although some will doubtless take up arms on the other side, I think that with the advantage of the surprise, and with such assistance as our party can give you, there is every chance of bringing the enterprise to a successful issue. One of our friends, who has a residence within a bowshot of the gates, has arranged with me that your troop, arriving there before daylight, shall at once enter his grounds, where they will be concealed from the sight of any country people going toward the city. From the upper windows the signal can be seen, and if you are mounted and ready, you can be there in 3 or 4 minutes, and it will take longer than that before the alarm can spread, and the Catholics muster strongly enough to recapture the gate." "Admirably arranged," the Count said warmly. "With a plan so well laid, our scheme can hardly fail of success. If we only do our part as well as you have done yours, Orleans is as good as won. Now, gentlemen, I advise you to toss off 1 more goblet of wine, and then to wrap yourselves up in your cloaks for a few hours' sleep. We must be in the saddle soon after 4, so as to be off the road by 5. At that hour the troop led by the Master of Grelot turned in at the gate of the chateau. The owner was awaiting them, and gave them a cordial welcome. The men were ordered to dismount and stand by their horses, while the leaders followed their host into the house, where a repast had been laid for them, while some servitors took out baskets of bread and flagons of wine to the troopers.
At 6:30, groups of countrymen were seen making their way along the road towards the gate, and a quarter of an hour later the troop mounted and formed up in readiness to issue out as soon as the signal was given, their host placing himself at an upper window whence he could obtain a view of the city gate. It was just 7 when he called out, "The gate is opening," and immediately afterwards, "They have begun the work. The country people outside are running away in panic. Ah, there is the white flag." 2 servitors at the gate of the chateau threw it open, and, headed by La Noue and the gentlemen of the party, they issued out and galloped down the road at full speed. As they approached the gate, some men ran out waving their caps and swords. "Well done!" La Noue exclaimed as he rode up. "Now, scatter and call out all our friends to aid us in the capture." The troop had been already divided into 4 parties, each led by gentlemen familiar with the town. Francois and Philip, with the men from La Ville, formed the party led by the Count himself. The news of the tumult at the gate had spread, and just as they reached the marketplace a body of horsemen equal in strength to their own rode towards them. "For God and the religion!" La Noue shouted as he led the charge. Ignorant of the strength of their assailants, and having mounted in haste at the first alarm, the opposing band hesitated, and before they could set their horses into a gallop, the Huguenots were upon them. The impetus of the charge was irresistible. Men and horses rolled over, while those in the rear turned and rode away, and the combat was over before scarce a blow had been struck. A party of infantry hastening up were next encountered. These offered a more stubborn resistance, when another of the Huguenot parties rode into the square. At the sound of the conflict, the upper windows of the house were opened, and the citizens looked out in alarm at the struggle. But the Catholics, having neither orders nor plan, dared not venture out, while the Huguenots mustered rapidly with arms in their hands, and rendered valuable assistance to the horsemen in attacking and putting to flight the parties of Catholic horse and foot as they hurriedly came up. In an hour all resistance had ceased, and Orleans was taken. The Count at once issued a proclamation to the citizens assuring all peaceable persons of protection, and guaranteeing to the citizens immunity from all interference with personal property, and the right of full exercise of their religion. The charge of the gates was given over to the Huguenot citizens. Parties of horse were told off to patrol the streets to see that the order was preserved, and to arrest any using threats or violence to the citizens. And in a very few hours the town resumed its usual appearance. Now that all fear of persecution was at an end, large numbers of the citizens who had hitherto concealed their leanings towards the new religion, and La Noue saw with satisfaction that the town could be safely left to the keeping of the Huguenot adherents, with the assistance only of a few men to act as leaders. These he selected from the gentlemen of the province who had come with him, and as soon as these had entered upon their duties, he felt free to turn his attention elsewhere. 2 days were spent in appointing a council of the leading citizens, the Huguenots, of course, being in the majority. To them was entrusted the management of the affairs of the town and the maintenance of order. The young nobleman, appointed as governor, was to have entire charge of military matters. All Huguenots capable of bearing arms were to be formed up in companies, each of which was to appoint its own officers. They were to practice military exercises, to have charge of the gates and walls, and to be prepared to defend them in case a hostile force should lay siege to the town. 3 of the nobles were appointed to see to the victualling of the town, and all citizens were called upon to contribute a sum according to their means for this purpose. A few old soldiers were left to drill the new levies, to see that the walls were placed in a thorough condition of defence, and above all to aid the leaders in suppressing any attempt at the ill treatment of Catholics, or the desecration of their churches by the Huguenot portion of the populace. When all arrangements were made for the peace and safety of the town, De la Noue dispatched most of the gentlemen with him and their followers to join the Prince of Condé before Paris, retaining only his cousin Francois, Philip, the troop from La Ville, and his own band of 40 men-at-arms. End of Chapter 5. Recorded February 2008.
St. Bartholomew's Eve by G. A. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by Anna Christensen. Chapter 6. The Battle of Saint Denis. Francois de la Ville and Philip had fought by the side of La Noue in the engagements in the streets of Orleans, but had seen little of the Count afterwards, his time being fully employed in completing the various arrangements to ensure the safety of the town. They had been lodged in the house of one of the Huguenot citizens, and had spent their time walking about the town or in the society of some of the younger gentlemen of their party.
"Are you both ready for service again?"
the Count de la Noue, who had sent for them to come to his lodgings, asked on the evening of the third day after the capture of Orleans.
"Quite ready," Francois replied. "The horses have all recovered from their fatigue, and are in condition for a fresh start. Are we bound for Paris, may I ask?" "No, Francois. We are going on a recruiting tour, partly because we want more men, but more to encourage our people by the sight of an armed party, and to show the Catholics that they had best stay their hands and leave us alone for the present. I take 100 men with me, including your troop and my own, which I hope largely to increase. Sometimes we shall keep in a body, sometimes break up into 2 or 3 parties. Always we shall move rapidly, so as to appear where least expected, and so spread uneasiness as to where we may next appear. In the south we are, as I hear, holding our own. I shall therefore go first to Brittany, and if all is quiet, there raise another 50 men. We shall travel through Touraine and Anjou as we go, and then shall sweep round by Normandy and La Perche, and so up to Paris. So you see we shall put a good many miles of ground under our feet before we join the prince. In that way, not only shall we swell our numbers and encourage our friends, but we shall deter many of the Catholic gentry from sending their retainers to join the army of the Guises." "It will be a pleasant ride, cousin," Francois said, "and I hope that we shall have an opportunity of doing some good work before we reach Paris, and especially that we shall not arrive there too late to join in the coming battle." "I do not think that there is much fear of that," the Count replied. "The prince has not sufficient strength to attack Paris, and for my part, I think that it would have been far better, when it was found that his plan of seizing the court had failed, to have drawn off at once. He can do nothing against Paris, and his presence before it will only incite the inhabitants against us and increase their animosity. It would have been better to have applied the force in reducing several strong towns where, as at Orleans, the bulk of the inhabitants are favourable to us. In this way we should weaken the enemy, strengthen ourselves, and provide places of refuge for our people in case of need. However, it is too late for such regrets. The prince is there, and we must take him what succour we can. I was pleased with you both in the fights upon the day we entered. You both behaved like brave gentlemen, and good swordsmen. I expected no less from you, Francois, but I was surprised to find your English cousin so skilled with his weapon." "He is a better swordsman than I am," Francois said, "which is a shame to me, since he is 2 years my junior." "Is he indeed?" the Count said in surprise. "I had taken him to be at least your equal in years. Let me think. You are but 18 and some months." "But a month over 18, Francois said, "and Philip has just passed 16. "You will make a doughty warrior when you attain your full strength, Philip. I saw you put aside a thrust from an officer in the melee, and strike him from his horse with a backhanded cut with your sword, dealt with a vigour that left nothing to be desired." "I know that I am too fond of using the edge, sir," Philip said modestly. "My English masters taught me to do so, and although my French instructors at home were always impressing upon me that the point was more deadly than the edge, I cannot break myself altogether from the habit." "There is no need to do so," the Count said. "Of late the point has come into fashion among us, and doubtless it has its advantages. But often a downright blow will fetch a man from his saddle, when you would in vain try to find with the point a joint in his armour. But you have been well taught indeed if you are a better swordsman than my cousin, whose powers I have tried at Laville, and found him to be an excellent swordsman for his age." "I have had many masters," Philip said. "Both my French and English teachers were good swordsmen, and it was seldom a Frenchman who had been in the wars passed through Canterbury that my uncle did not engage him to give me a few lessons. Thus, being myself very anxious to become a good swordsman, and being fond of exercises, I naturally picked up a great many tricks with the sword." "You could not have spent your time better if you had an intention of coming over to take part in our troubles here. Your grandfather, De Mouly, was said to have been one of the best swordsmen in France, and you may have inherited some of his skill. I own that I felt rather uneasy at the charge of 2 such young cockerels, though I could not refuse when the countess, my aunt, begged me to let you ride with me. But in future I shall feel easy about you, seeing that you can both take your own part stoutly. Well, order your men to be ready and mounted in the marketplace at 5:30. The west gate will be open for us to ride forth at 6. Philip had every reason to be satisfied with the conduct of his new servant. In the town, as at Laville,
Pierre behaved circumspectly and quietly, assuming a grave countenance in accordance with his surroundings, keeping his arms and armour brightly polished, and waiting at table as orderly as if he had been used to nothing else in all his life. "I am glad to hear it, sir," Pierre said, when Philip informed him that they would start on the following morning. "I love not towns, and here, where there is naught to do but polish your armour and stand behind your chair at dinner, the time goes mighty heavily." "You will have no cause to grumble on that account, Pierre, I fancy, for your ride will be a long one. I do not expect we shall often have a roof over our heads." "All the better, sir, so long as the ride finishes before the cold weather sets in. Fond as I am of sleeping with the stars over me, I own that when the snow is on the ground, I prefer a roof over my head." At 6 o'clock the party started. Only 2 other gentlemen rode with it, both of whom were, like the count, from Brittany. The little group chatted gaily as they rode along. Unless they happened to encounter parties of Catholics going north to join the royal army, there was, so far as they knew, no chance of their meeting any body of the enemy on their westward ride. The town of Vendôme, Le Mans, and Laval were all strongly Catholic and devoted to the Guises. These must be skirted. Rennes and Brittany must also be avoided, for all these towns were strongly garrisoned, and could turn out a force far too strong for La Noue to cope with. Upon the march, Pierre was not only an invaluable servant, but the life of the troop, he being full of fun and frolic, and making even the gravest soldier smile at his sallies. When they halted, he was indefatigable in seeing after Philip's comforts. He cut boughs of the trees best suited for the purpose of making a couch, and surprised his master and Francois by his ingenuity in turning out excellent dishes from the scantiest materials. He would steal away in the night to procure fowl and eggs from neighbouring farmhouses, and although Philip's orders were that he was to pay the full price for everything he required, Philip found, when he gave an account a fortnight later of how he had spent the money he had given him, that there was no mention of any payment for these articles. When he rated Pierre for this, the latter replied: "I did not pay for them, sir, not in order to save you money, but for the sake of the farmers and their families. It would have been worse than cruelty to have aroused them from sleep. The loss of a fowl or two, and a dozen eggs, were nothing to them. If they missed them at all, they would say that a fox had been there, and they would think no more of it. If, on the other hand, I had waked them up in the middle of the night to pay for these trifles, they would have been scared out of their life, thinking when I knocked that some band of robbers was at the door. In their anger at being thus disturbed, they would have been capable of shooting me, and it is well nigh certain that at any rate they would have refused to sell their chickens and eggs at that time of the night. So you see, sir, I acted for the best of all parties. 2 chickens out of scores was a loss not worth thinking of, while the women escaped the panic and terror that my waking them up would have caused them. When I can pay, I will assuredly do so, since that is your desire. But I am sure you will see that under such circumstances it would be a crime to wake people from their sleep for the sake of a few sous." Philip laughed. "Besides, sir," Pierre went on, "these people were either Huguenots or Catholics. If they were Huguenots, they would be right glad to minister to those who were fighting on their behalf. If they were Catholics, they would rob and murder us without mercy. Therefore they may think themselves fortunate indeed to escape at so trifling a cost from the punishment they deserve." "That is all very well, Pierre, but the orders are strict against plundering, and if the Admiral were to catch you, you would get a sound thrashing with a stirrup leather." "I have risked more than that, sir, many times in my life, and if I am caught I will give them leave to use the strap. But you will see, Monsieur Philip, that if the war goes on these niceties will soon become out of fashion. At present the Huguenot lords and gentlemen have money in their pockets to pay for what they want, but after a time money will become scarce. They will see that the armies of the king live on plunder as armies generally do, and when cash runs short they will have to shut their eyes and let the men provide themselves as best they can." "I hope the war won't last long enough for that, Pierre. But at any rate we have money in our pockets at present, and pay for what we require, though I do not pretend that it is a serious matter to take a hen out of a coop, without, as you say, alarming the whole family. However, remember my orders are that everything we want is to be paid for." "I understand, sir, and you will see that the next time we reckon up accounts every item shall be charged for, so that there will be nothing on your conscience." Philip laughed again. "I shall be content if that is the case, Pierre, and I hope that your conscience will be as clear as mine will be." On the 3rd of November, just a month after leaving Orleans, de la Noue, with his troop augmented to 300, joined the Prince of Condé before Paris. During the interval he had traversed the west of France by the route he had marked out for himself, had raised 50 more men among the Huguenots of Brittany, and had been joined on the route by many gentlemen with parties of their retainers. Several bodies of Catholics had been met and dispersed. 2 or 3 small towns where the Huguenots had been ill-treated and massacred were entered. The ringleaders in the persecutions had been hung, and the authorities had been compelled to pay a heavy fine, under threat of the whole town being committed to the flames. Everywhere he passed, La Noue had caused proclamations to be scattered far and wide to the effect that any ill-treatment of Huguenots would be followed by his return, and by the heaviest punishment being inflicted upon all who molested them. And so, having given great encouragement to the Huguenots and scattered terror among the persecutors, having ridden great distances and astonished the people of the western provinces by his energy and activity, La Noue joined the Prince of Condé with 300 men. He was heartily welcomed on his arrival at the Huguenot camp at Saint Denis. Francois de Laville and Philip Fletcher had thoroughly enjoyed the expedition. They had often been in the saddle from early morning till late at night, and had felt the benefit of having each 2 horses, as when the party halted for a day or 2, they were often sent out with half their troop to visit distant places to see friends, to bring into the camp magistrates and others who had been foremost in stirring up the people to attack the Huguenots, to enter small towns, throw open prisons and carry off the Huguenots confined there, and occasionally to hang the leaders of local massacres. In these cases they were always accompanied by one or other of the older leaders in command of the party. Their spare chargers enabled them to be on horseback every day, while half the troop rested in turn. Sometimes their halts were made in small towns and villages, but more often they bivouacked in the open country, being thus, the Count considered, more watchful and less apt to be surprised. On their return from these expeditions, Pierre always had a meal prepared for them. In addition to the ration of meat and bread, chicken and eggs, he often contrived to serve up other and daintier food. His old poaching habits were not forgotten. As soon as the camp was formed, he would go out and set snares for hares, traps for birds, and lay lines in the nearest stream, while fish and game of some sort were generally added to the fare.
"Upon my word," the Count, who sometimes rode with them, said one evening, "this varlet of yours, Master Philip, is an invaluable fellow, and Condé himself cannot be better served than you are. I have half a mind to take him away from you, and to appoint him provider and general to our camp. I warrant me, he never learned thus to provide a table honestly. He must have all the tricks of a poacher at his finger's end." "I fancy when he was young he had to shift a good deal for himself, sir," Philip said. "I thought so," La Noue laughed. "I marked him once or twice behind your chair at Orleans, and methought then that he looked too grave to be honest, and there was a twinkle in his eye that accorded badly with the gravity of his face and his sober attire. Well, there can be no doubt that in war a man who has a spice of the rogue in him makes the best of servants, provided he is but faithful to his master and respects his goods, if he does those of no one else. Your rogue is necessarily a man of resources, and one of that kind will, on a campaign, make his master comfortable, where one with an over-scrupulous varlet will well nigh starve. I had such a man when I was with Brissac in northern Italy, but one day he went out and never returned. Whether the provost marshal did me the ill service of hanging him, or whether he was shot by the peasants, I never knew, but I missed him sorely, and often went fasting to bed, when I should have had a good supper had he been with me. It is lucky for you both that you haven't to depend upon the grim-visaged varlet of Francois. I have no doubt that the Countess thought she was doing well by my cousin, when she appointed him to go with him, and I can believe that he would give his life for him. But for all that, if you had to depend upon him for your meals, you would fare badly indeed." De la Noue was much disappointed on joining the prince at finding that the latter's force had not swollen to larger dimensions. He had with him, after the arrival of the force the Count had brought from the west, but 2,000 horse. Of these a large proportion were gentlemen, attended only by a few personal retainers. A fifth only were provided with lances, and a large number had no defensive armour. Of foot soldiers he had about the same number as of horse, and of these about half were armed with arquebuses, the rest being pikemen. The force under the command of the Constable de Montmorency inside the walls of Paris was known to be enormously superior in strength, and the Huguenots were unable to understand why he did not come out to give them battle. They knew, however, that Count Aremberg was on his way from the Netherlands with 1,700 horse, sent by the Duke of Alva to the support of the Catholics, and they supposed that Montmorency was waiting for this reinforcement. On the 9th of November news arrived that Aremberg was approaching, and D'Angelo, with 500 horse and 800 of the best trained arquebusiers, was dispatched to seize Poissy, and so prevent Aremberg entering Paris.
The next morning the Constable, learning that Condé had weakened his army by this detachment, marched out from Paris. Seldom have two European armies met with a greater disparity of numbers, for while Condé had but 1,500 horse and 1,200 foot, the Constable marched out with 16,000 infantry, of whom 6,000 were Swiss, and 3,000 horse. He had 18 pieces of artillery, while Condé was without a single cannon. As soon as his force was seen pouring out from the gates of Paris, the Huguenot trumpets blew to arms. All wore over their coats or armour a white scarf, the distinguishing badge of the Huguenots, and the horsemen were divided into 3 bodies. De la Noue and his following formed part of that under the personal command of Condé.
"We long to be here in time for this battle, Philip," Francois said. "But I think this is rather more than we have bargained for. They must be nearly 10 to 1 against us. There is one thing. Although the Swiss are good soldiers, the rest of their infantry are for the most part Parisians, and though these gentry have proved themselves very valiant in the massacre of unarmed Huguenot men, women, and children, I have no belief in their valour when they have to meet with men with swords in their hands. I would, however, that D'Andelot with his 500 horse and 800 arquebusiers, all picked men, were here with us, even if Aremberg with his 1,700 horse were ranged under the Constable. As it is, I can hardly believe that Condé and the Admiral will really lead us against this huge mass. I should think that they can but be going to manoeuvre so as to fall back in good order, and show a firm face to the enemy. Their footmen would be of no use to them, and as I do not think their horse are more than twice our strength, we might turn upon them when we get away from their infantry, and beyond the range of their cannon." As soon, however, as the troops were fairly beyond the gates of Saint Denis, the leaders placed themselves at the front of the 3 columns, and with a few inspiring words led them forward. Coligny was on the right, La Rochefoucauld, Genlis, and other leaders on the left, and the column commanded by Condé himself in the centre. Condé, with a number of nobles and gentlemen, rode in front of the line. Behind them came the men-at-arms with lances, while those armed only with swords and pistols followed. Coligny, on the right, was most advanced, and commenced the battle by charging furiously down upon the enemy's left. Facing Condé was a great mass of the Catholic infantry, but without a moment's hesitation the little band of but 500 horse charged right down upon them. Fortunately for them, it was the Parisians and not the Swiss upon whom their assault fell. The force and impetus of their rush was too much for the Parisians, who broke at the onset, threw away their arms, and fled in a disorderly mob towards the gates of Paris. "Never mind those cowards," the prince shouted. "There is nobler game." And followed by his troops, he rode at the Constable, who with 1,000 horse had taken his post behind the infantry. Before this body of cavalry could advance to meet the Huguenots, the latter were among them, and a desperate hand-to-hand melee took place. Gradually the Huguenots won their way into the mass, although the old Constable, fighting as stoutly as the youngest soldier, was setting a splendid example to his troops. Robert Stewart, a Scotch gentleman in Condé's train, fought his way up to him and demanded his surrender. The Constable's reply was a blow with the hilt of the sword which nearly struck Stewart from his horse, knocking out 3 of his teeth. A moment later the Constable was struck by a pistol ball, but whether it was fired by Stewart himself or one of the gentlemen by his side was never known. The Constable fell, but the fight still raged. The Royalists, recovered from their first shock, were now pressing their adversaries. Condé's horse was shot by a musket ball, and in falling pinned him to the ground so that he was unable to extricate himself. De la Noue, followed by Francois and Philip, who were fighting by his side, and other gentlemen, saw his peril, and rushing forward drove back Condé's assailants. 2 gentlemen, leaping from their horses, extricated the prince from his fallen steed, and, after hard fighting, placed him on a horse before one of them, and the troops, repulsing every attack made on them, fell slowly back to Saint Denis. On the right hand Coligny had more than held his own against the enemy, but on the left the Huguenots, encountering Marshal de Montmorency, the eldest son of the Constable, and suffering heavily from the arquebus and the artillery fire, had been repulsed, and the Catholics here had gained considerable advantages. The flight of a large portion of the infantry, and the disorder caused in the cavalry by the charges of Condé and Coligny, prevented the Marshal from following up his advantage, and as the Huguenots fell back upon Saint Denis, the Royalists retired into Paris, where the wounded Constable had already been carried. Victory was claimed by both sides, but belonged to neither. Each party had lost about 400 men, a matter of much greater consequence to the Huguenots than to the Catholics, the more so as a large proportion of the slain on their side were gentlemen of rank. Upon the other hand, the loss of the Constable, who died next day, paralyzed for a time the Catholic forces.
a staunch and even bigoted Catholic, and opposed to any terms of toleration being granted to the Huguenots. He was opposed to the ambition of the Guises, and was the head of the royalist party as distinguished from that of Lorraine. Catherine, who was the moving spirit of the court, hesitated to give the power he possessed as constable into hands that might use it against her, and persuaded the king to bestow the supreme command of the army upon his brother, Henry, Duke of Anjou. The divisions in the court caused by the death of the constable, and the question of his successor, prevented any fresh movements of the army, and enabled the Prince of Condé, after being rejoined by D'Andelot's force, to retire unmolested 3 days after the battle, the advanced guard of the Royalists having been driven back into Paris by D'Andelot on his return. When, in his disappointment at being absent from the battle, he fell fiercely upon the enemy, and pursued them hotly to the gates, burning several windmills close under the walls. On the evening of the battle, De la Noue had presented his cousin and Philip to the prince, speaking in high terms of the bravery they displayed in the battle, and they received Condé's thanks for the part they had taken in his rescue from the hands of the Catholics. The Count himself had praised them highly, but had gently chided Francois for the rashness he had shown. "It is well to be brave, Francois, but that is not enough. A man who is brave without being prudent may with fortune escape, as you have done, from a battle without serious wounds. But he cannot hope for such fortune many times, and his life would be a very short one. Several times today you were some lengths ahead of me in the melee, and once or twice I thought you lost, for I was too closely pressed myself to render you assistance. It was the confusion alone that saved you. Your life is a valuable one. You are the head of an old family, and have no right to throw your life away. Nothing could have been more gallant than your behaviour, Francois, but you must learn to temper bravery by prudence. Your cousin showed his English blood and breeding. When we charged, he was half a length behind me, and at that distance he remained throughout the fight, except when I was very hotly pressed, when he at once closed up beside me. More than once I glanced round at him, and he was fighting with the coolness of a veteran. It was he who called my attention to Condé's fall, which in the melee might have passed unnoticed by me until it was too late to save him. He kept his pistols in his holsters throughout the fray, and it was only when they pressed us so hotly as we were carrying off the prince that he used them, and, as I observed, with effect. I doubt if there was a pistol save his undischarged at that time. They were a reserve that he maintained for the crisis of the fight. Master Philip, I trust you will have but small opportunity for winning distinction in this wretched struggle, but were it to last, which heaven forbid, I should say that you would make a name for yourself, as assuredly as will my cousin Francois, if he were to temper his enthusiasm with coolness." The evening before the Huguenots retired from Saint Denis, the Count sent for Francois and his cousin. "As you have heard," he said, "we retire tomorrow morning. We have done all, and more than all, that could have been expected from such a force. We have kept Paris shut up for 10 weeks, and have maintained our position in face of a force, commanded by the Constable of France, of well nigh tenfold our strength. We are now going to march east to effect a junction with a force under Duke Casimir. He is to bring us over 6,000 horse, 3,000 foot, and 4 cannon. The march will be toilsome, but the Admiral's skill will, I doubt not, enable us to elude the force with which the enemy will try to bar our way. The Admiral is sending off the Sieur d'Arblay, whom you both know, to the south of France in order that he may explain to our friends there the reason for our movement to the east. For otherwise the news that we have broken up from before Paris may cause great discouragement. I have proposed to him that you should both accompany him. You have frequently ridden under his orders during our expedition to the west, and he knows your qualities. He has gladly consented to receive you as his companions. It will be pleasant for him to have 2 gentlemen with him. He takes with him his own following of 8 men. 6 of his band fell in the battle. The Admiral is of opinion that this is somewhat too small a force for safety, but if you each take the 4 men-at-arms who ride behind you, it will double his force. 2 of yours fell in the fight, I believe, Francois. I have taken 2 others from the troops to fill their places. Your men all came out of it, Philip, did they not?" "Yes, sir. They were all wounded, but none of them seriously, and are all fit to ride." "You will understand, Francois, that in separating you from myself, I am doing so for your sakes alone. It will be the Admiral's policy to avoid fighting. Winter is close upon us, and the work will be hard and toilsome, and doubtless, ere we effect a junction with the Germans, very many will succumb to cold and hardship. You are not as yet inured to this work, and I would rather not run the risk of your careers ending from such causes. If I thought there was a prospect of fighting, I should keep you with me, but being as it is, I think it is better you should accompany the Sieur d'Arblay. The mission is a dangerous one, and will demand activity, energy, and courage, all of which you possess. But in the south you will have neither cold nor famine to contend with, and far greater opportunities may be of gaining credit than you would in an army like this, where, as they have proved to the enemy, every man is brave. Another reason, I may own, is that in this case I consider your youth to be an advantage. We could hardly have sent one gentleman on such a mission alone, and with 2 of equal rank and age, each with 8 followers, difficulties and dissensions might have arisen, while you would both be content to accept the orders of the Sieur D'Arblay without discussion, and to look up to him as the leader of your party." Although they would rather have remained with the army, the lads at once thanked the count, and stated their willingness to accompany the Sieur D'Arblay, whom they both knew and liked, being, like De la Noue, cheerful and of good spirits, not deeming it necessary to maintain at all times a stern and grave aspect, or a ruggedness of manners, as well as sombre garments. De la Noue at once took them across to D'Arblay's tent. "My cousin and his kinsman will gladly ride with you, and place themselves under your orders, D'Arblay. I can warmly recommend them to you. Though they are young, I can guarantee that you will find them, if it comes to blows, as useful as most men 10 years their senior. And on any mission that you may entrust to them, I think that you can rely upon their discretion. But of that you will judge for yourself when you know somewhat more of them. They will take with them 8 men at arms, all of whom will be stout fellows, so that with your own men you can traverse the country without fear of any party you are likely to fall in with." "I shall be glad to have your cousin and his kinsman with me," D'Arblay said courteously. "Between you and I, De la Noue, I would infinitely rather have 2 bright young fellows of spirit than one of our tough old warriors, who deem it sinful to smile, and have got a text handy for every occasion. It is not a very bright world for us at present, and I see not the use of making it sadder by always wearing a gloomy countenance." The next morning the party started and rode south. Avoiding the places held by the Catholics, they visited many of the chateaux of Huguenot gentlemen, to whom D'Arblay communicated the instructions he had received from the Admiral as to the assemblage of troops, and the necessity for raising such a force as would compel the Royalists to keep a considerable army in the south, and so lessen the number who would gather to oppose his march eastward. After stopping for a short time in Navarre, and communicating with some of the principal leaders in that little kingdom, they turned eastward. They were now passing through a part of the country where party spirit was extremely bitter, and were obliged to use some caution, as they were charged to communicate with men who were secretly well affected to the cause, but who, living within reach of the bigoted Parliament of Toulouse, dared not openly avow their faith. Toulouse had, from the time the troubles first began, distinguished itself for the ferocity with which it had persecuted the Huguenots, yielding obedience to the various royal edicts of toleration most reluctantly, and sometimes openly disobeying them. Thus, for many miles round the city, those of the Reformed faith lived in continual dread, conducting their worship with extreme secrecy when some pastor in disguise visited the neighbourhood. Many, however, only needed the approach of a Huguenot army to throw away the mask and take up arms, and it was with these that D'Arblay was specially charged to communicate. Great caution was needed in doing this, as the visit of a party of Huguenots would, if denounced, have called down upon them the vengeance of the Parliament, who were animated not only by a hatred of the Huguenots, but by the desire of enriching themselves by the confiscation of the estates and goods of those who they persecuted. The visits, consequently, were generally made after nightfall, the men-at-arms being left a mile or 2 away. D'Arblay found everywhere a fierce desire to join in the struggle, restrained only by the fear of the consequences to wives and families during absence. "Send an army capable of besieging and capturing Toulouse, and there is not one of us who will not rise and give his blood for the cause, putting into the field every man he can raise and spending his last crown. But unless such a force approaches, we dare not move. We know that we are strictly watched, and that on the smallest pretext we and our families will be dragged to prison. Tell the Admiral that our hearts and our prayers are with him, and that nothing in the world would please us so much as to be fighting under his banner. But until there is a hope of capturing Toulouse, we dare not move." Such was the answer at every castle, chateau, and farmhouse where they called. Many of the Huguenots contributed not only the money they had in their houses, but their plate and jewels, for money was above all things needed to fulfil the engagements that the Admiral had made with the German mercenaries who were on their march to join them. Sometimes Philip and Francois both accompanied their leader on his visits. Sometimes they went separately, for they were always able to obtain from the leading men the names of neighbours who were favourable to the cause. In the way of money they succeeded beyond their expectations, for as the gentlemen in the district had not, like those where the parties were more equally divided, impoverished themselves by placing their retainers in the field, they were able to contribute comparatively large sums to the cause they had at heart. End of chapter 6. Recorded February 2008. St. Bartholomew's Eve by G.A. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by Anna Christensen. Chapter 7. A Rescue. D'Arblay and his 2 companions had been engaged for 10 days in visiting the Huguenots within a circuit of 4 or 5 leagues round Toulouse, when they learned that their movements had been reported to the authorities there. They had one day halted as usual in a wood, when the soldier on the lookout ran in and reported that a body of horsemen, some 40 or 50 strong, were approaching at a gallop by the road from the city.
"They may not be after us," D'Arblay said, "but at any rate they shall not catch us napping."
Girths were hastily tightened, armour buckled on, and all took their places in their saddles. It was too late to retreat, for the wood was a small one, and the country around open. As the horsemen approached the wood they slackened their speed, and presently halted, facing it.
"Some spies tracked us here," D'Arblay said, "but it is one thing to trace the game, another to capture it. Let us see what these gentlemen of Toulouse are going to do. I have no doubt that they know our number accurately enough, and if they divide, as I hope they will, we shall be able to give them a lesson."
This was evidently the intention of the Catholics. After a short pause, an officer trotted off with half the troop, making a circuit to come down behind the wood and cut off all retreat. As they moved off, the Huguenots could count that there was 25 men in each section.
"The odds are only great enough to be agreeable," D'Arblay said. "It is not as it was outside Paris, when they were 10 to 1 against us. Counting our servants, we muster 22, while that party in front are only 4 stronger, for that gentleman with the long robe is probably an official of their parliament, or a city councillor, and need not be counted. We will wait a couple of minutes longer until the other party is fairly out of sight, and then we will begin the dance."
A minute or 2 later he gave the word, and the little troop moved through the trees until nearly at the edge of the wood.
"Now, gentlemen, forward," D'Arblay said, "and God aid the right."
As in a compact body, headed by the 3 gentlemen, they burst suddenly from the wood, there was a shout of dismay, and then loud orders from the officer of the troop, halted 150 yards away. The men were sitting carelessly on their horses. They had confidently anticipated taking the Huguenots alive, and thought of nothing less than that the latter should take the offensive. Scarcely had they got their horses into motion before the Huguenots were upon them. The conflict lasted but a moment. Half the Catholics were cut down. The rest, turning their horses, rode off at full speed. The Huguenots would have followed them, but D'Arblay shouted to them to halt. "You have only done half your work yet," he said. "We have the other party to deal with." Only one of his Huguenots had fallen, shot through the head by a pistol discharged by the officer, who had himself been a moment later run through by D'Arblay, at whom the shot had been aimed. Gathering his men together, the Huguenot leader rode back, and when halfway through the wood they encountered the other party, whose officers had at once ridden to join the party he had left, when he heard the pistol shot that told him they were engaged with the Huguenots. Although not expecting an attack from an enemy they deemed overmatched by their comrades, the troop, encouraged by their officer, met the Huguenots stoutly. The fight was for a short time obstinate. Broken up by the trees, it resolved itself into a series of single combats. The Huguenot men-at-arms, however, were all trained soldiers, while their opponents were rather accustomed to the slaughter of defenceless men and women than to combat with men-at-arms. Coolness and discipline soon asserted themselves. Francois and Philip both held their ground abreast of their leader, and Philip, by cutting down the lieutenant, brought the combat to a close. His followers, on seeing their officer fall, at once lost heart, and those who could do so turned their horses and rode off. These were hotly pursued, and 6 were overtaken and cut down. 8 had fallen in the conflict in the wood.
"That has been a pretty sharp lesson," D'Arblay said, as, leaving the pursuit to his followers, he reined in his horse at the edge of the wood. "You both did right gallantly, young sirs. It is no slight advantage in a melee of that kind to be strong in officers. The fellows fought stoutly for a short time. Had it not been for your dispatching their officer, Monsieur Fletcher, we should not have finished with them so quickly. It was a right down blow, and heartily given, and fell just at the joint of the gourd."
"I am sorry that I killed him," Philip replied. "He seemed a brave gentleman, and was not very many years older than I am myself."
"Well, he drew it upon himself," D'Arblay said. "If he had not come out to take us, he would be alive now. Well, as soon as our fellows return, we will move round to Merlincourt, on the other side of the town. There are several of our friends there, and it is the last place we have to visit. After this skirmish we will find the neighbourhood too hot for us. It is sure to make a great noise, and at the first gleam of the sun on helm or breastplate, some Catholic or other will hurry off to Toulouse with the news. In future,
We had best take some of the men-at-arms with us when we pay our visits, or we may be caught like rats in a trap."
Making a circuit of 20 miles, they approached Morlancourt that evening, and establishing themselves as usual in a wood, remained quiet there next day. After nightfall D'Arblay rode off, taking with him Francois and 5 of his own men, and leaving Philip in command of the rest. The gold and jewels they had gathered had been divided into 3 portions, and the bags placed in the holsters of the saddles of the 3 lackeys, as these were less likely to be taken than their masters, and if one were captured, a portion only of the contributions would be lost. D'Arblay had arranged that he would not return that night, but would sleep at the chateau of the gentleman he was going to visit. "I will get him to send around to our other friends in the morning. The men will return when they see that all is clear. Send them back to meet us at the chateau tomorrow night." The 5 men returned an hour after they set out, and reported that all was quiet at Morlancourt, and that the Sieur D'Arblay had sent a message to Philip to move a few miles farther away before morning, and to return to the wood soon after nightfall. Philip gave the men 6 hours to rest themselves and their horses. Then they mounted and rode 8 miles farther from Toulouse, halting before daybreak in a thick copse standing on high ground, commanding a view of a wide tract of country. 2 of the troopers were sent off to buy provisions in a village half a mile away. 2 were placed on watch. Some of the others lay down for another sleep, while Pierre dressed the wounds that 5 of the men had received in the fight. At 12 o'clock, one of the lookouts reported that he could see, way out on the plain, a body of horsemen. Philip at once went to examine them for himself. "There must be some 200 of them, I should say, by the size of the clump," he remarked to the soldier.
"About that, I should say, sir."
"I expect they are hunting for us," Philip said. "They must have heard from some villager that we were seen to ride round this way the day before yesterday, or they would hardly be hunting in this neighbourhood for us. It is well we moved in the night. I wish the Sieur D'Arblay and the Count de Laville were with us. No doubt they were hidden away as soon as the troop was seen, but one is never secure against treachery." Philip was restless and uncomfortable all day, and walked about the wood impatiently, longing for night to come. As soon as it was dark they mounted and rode back to the wood near Morlancourt. The 5 men were at once sent off to the chateau where they had left their leaders. "That is a pistol shot!" Pierre exclaimed some 20 minutes after they had left. "I did not hear it. Are you sure, Pierre?" "Sure, sir. At least I will not swear that it was a pistol. It might have been an arquebus, but I will swear that it was a shot." "To your saddle, men," Philip said. "A pistol shot has been heard, and it may be that your comrades have fallen into an ambush. Advance to the edge of the wood, and be ready to dash out to support them should they come." But a quarter of an hour passed, and there was no sound to break the stillness of the evening. "Shall I go into the village and find out what has taken place, Monsieur Fletcher? I will leave my iron cap and breast and back pieces here. I shall not want to fight, but to run, and a hare could not run in these iron pots." "Do, Pierre. We shall be ready to support you, if you are chased." "If I am chased by half a dozen men, I may run here, sir. If by a strong force, I shall strike across the country. Trust me to double and throw them off the scent. If I am not back here in an hour, it will be that I am taken, or have had to trust to my heels, and you will find me in the last case tomorrow morning at the wood where we halted today. If I do not come soon after daybreak, you will know that I am either captured or killed. Do not delay for me longer, but act as it seems best to you." Pierre took off his armour and sped away in the darkness, going at a trot that would speedily take him to the village. "Dismount and stand by your horses," Philip ordered. "We may want all their strength." Half an hour later Pierre returned panting. "I have bad news, sir. I have prowled around the village, which is full of soldiers, and listened to their talk through open windows. The Sieur D'Arblay, Monsieur Francois, and the owner of the chateau and his wife were seized and carried off to Toulouse this morning, soon after daybreak. By what I heard, one of the servants of the chateau was a spy sent by the council of Toulouse to watch the doings of its owner, and as soon as Monsieur D'Arblay arrived there last night, he stole out and sent a messenger to Toulouse. At daybreak the chateau was surrounded, and they were seized before they had time to offer resistance. The troop of horse we saw have all day been searching for us, and went back before nightfall to Morlancourt, thinking that we were sure to be going there some time or other to inquire after our captain. The 5 men you sent away were taken completely by surprise, and all were killed, though not without a tough fight. A strong party are lying in ambush with arquebuses, making sure that the rest of the troop will follow the 5 they surprised." "You were not noticed, Pierre, or pursued?" "No, sir. There were so many men about in the village that one more stranger attracted no attention." "Then we may remain here safely for half an hour," Philip said. The conversation had taken place a few paces from the troop. Philip now joined his men. "The Sieur D'Arblay and Count Francois have been taken prisoners. Your comrades fell into an ambush, and have, I fear,
All lost their lives. Dismount for half an hour, men, while I think over what is best to be done. Keep close to your horses, so as to be in readiness to mount instantly if necessary. One of you take my horse. Do you come with me, Pierre?" "This is a terrible business, lad," he went on as they walked away from the others. "We know what will be the fate of my cousin and Monsieur d'Arblay. They will be burnt or hung as heretics. The first thing is, how are we to get them out? And also, if possible, the gentleman and his wife who were taken with them." "We have but 10 of the men-at-arms left, sir, and 4 of them are so wounded that they would not count for much in a fight. There are the 2 other lackeys and myself, so we are but 14 in all. If we had arrived in time, we might have done something, but now they are firmly lodged in the prison at Toulouse. I see not that we can accomplish anything." Philip fell into silence for some minutes. Then he said, "Many of the councillors and members of Parliament live, I think, in villas outside the wall. If we seize a dozen of them, appear before the city, and threaten to hang or shoot the whole of them if the 4 captives are not released, we might succeed in getting our friends into our hands, Pierre." "That is so, sir. There really seems a hope for us in that way." "Then we will lose no time. We will ride at once for Toulouse. When we get near the suburbs, we will seize some countryman and force him to point out to us the houses of the principal councillors and the members of their parliament. These we will pounce upon and carry off, and at daybreak will appear with them before the walls. We will make one of them signify to their friends that if any armed party sallies out through the gates, or approaches us from behind, it will be the signal for the instant death of all of our captives. Now, let us off at once." The party mounted without delay and rode towards Toulouse. This rich and powerful city was surrounded by handsome villas and chateaux, the abode of wealthy citizens and persons of distinction. At the first house at which they stopped, Philip, with Pierre and 2 of the men-at-arms, dismounted and entered. It was the abode of a small farmer, who cultivated vegetables for the use of the townsfolk. He had retired to bed with his family, but upon being summoned came downstairs trembling, fearing that his late-night visitors were bandits. "No harm will be done you if you obey our orders," Philip said, "but if not, we shall make short work of you. I suppose you know the houses of most of the principal persons who live outside the walls?" "Assuredly I do, my lord. There is the president of the Parliament, and 3 or 4 of the principal councillors, and the judge of the High Court, and many others, all living within a short mile of this spot." "Well, I require you to guide us to their houses. There will be no occasion for you to show yourself, nor will anyone know that you have had aught to do with the matter. If you attempt to escape, or to give the alarm, you will without scruple be shot. If, on the other hand, we are satisfied with your work, you will have a couple of crowns for your trouble." The man, seeing that he had no choice, put a good face on it. "I am ready to do as your lordship commands," he said. "I have no reason for goodwill toward any of these personages, who will as harshly regard us as if we were dirt under their feet. Shall we go first to the nearest of them?" "No, we will first call on the president of the Parliament, and then the judge of the High Court, then the councillors in the order of their rank. We will visit 10 in all, and see that you choose the most important. Pierre, you will take charge of this man, and ride in front of us. Keep your pistol in your hand, and shoot him through the head if he shows signs of trying to escape. You will remain with him when we enter the houses. Have you any rope, my man?" "Yes, my lord. I have several long ropes with which I bind the vegetables on my cart when I go to market." "That will do." Pierre accompanied the man when he went to his shed. On his return with the ropes, Philip told the men-at-arms to cut them into lengths of 8 feet, and to make a running noose at one end of each. When this was done, they again mounted and moved on. "When we enter the houses," he said to the 2 other lackeys, "you will remain without with Pierre, and will take charge of the first 4 prisoners we bring out. Put the nooses round their necks, and draw them tight enough to let the men feel that they are there. Fasten the other ends to your saddles, and warn them if they put up their hands to throw off the nooses, you will spur your horses into a gallop. That threat will keep them quiet enough." In a quarter of an hour they arrived at the gate of a large and handsome villa. Philip ordered his men to dismount and fasten up their horses. "You will remain here in charge of the horses," he said to the lackeys, and then with the men-at-arms he went up to the house. 2 of them were posted at the back entrance, 2 at the front, with orders to let no one issue out. Then, with his dagger, he opened the shutters of one of the windows, and, followed by the other 6 men, entered. The door was soon found, and opening it they found themselves in a hall where a hanging light was burning. Several servants were asleep on the floor. These started up with exclamations of alarm at seeing 7 men with drawn swords. "Silence!" Philip said sternly, "or this will be your last moment. Roger and Jules, do you take each of these lackeys by the collar. That is right. Now put your pistols to their heads. Now, my men, lead us at once to your master's chamber. Eustace, light one of these torches on the wall at the lamp and bring it along with you. Henry, do you also come with us. The rest of you stay here and guard the lackeys. Make them sit down. If any move, run them through without hesitation." At this moment an angry voice was heard shouting above. "What is all this disturbance about? If I hear another sound, I will discharge you all in the morning." Philip gave a loud and derisive laugh, which had the effect he had anticipated, for directly afterwards a man in a loose dressing gown ran into the halls. "What does this mean, you rascals?" he shouted angrily as he entered. Then he stopped, petrified with astonishment. "It means this," Philip said, levelling a pistol at him, "that if you move a step, you are a dead man." "You must be mad!" the president gasped. "Do you know who I am?" "Perfectly, sir. You are president of the infamous parliament at Toulouse. I am a Huguenot officer, and you are my prisoner. You need not look so indignant. Better men than you have been dragged from their homes to prison and death by your orders. Now it is your turn to be a prisoner. I might, if I chose, set fire to this chateau and cut the throats of all in it. But we do not murder in the name of God. We will leave that to you. Take this man away with you, Eustace. I give him into your charge. If he struggles or offers the least resistance, stab him to the heart." "You will at least give me time to dress, sir," the president said. "Not a moment," Philip replied. "The night is warm, and you will do very well as you are. As for you," he went on, turning to the servants, "you will remain quiet until morning, and if any of you dare to leave the house, you shall be slain without mercy. You can assure your mistress that she will not be long without the society of your master, for in all probability he will be returned safe and sound before midday tomorrow. One of you may fetch your master's cloak, since he seems to fear the night air." The doors were opened, and they issued out, Philip bidding the servants close and bar them behind them. When they reached the horses, the prisoner was handed over to D'Arblay's lackey, who placed the noose round his neck and gave him warning as Philip had instructed him. Then they set off, Pierre with the guide again leading the way. Before morning they had 10 prisoners on their hands. In 1 or 2 cases the servants had attempted opposition, but they were speedily overpowered, and the captures were all effected without loss of life. The party then moved away about a mile, and the prisoners were allowed to sit down. Several of them were elderly men, and Philip picked these out by the light of 2 torches they had brought from the last house, and ordered the ropes to be removed from their necks. "I should regret, gentlemen," he said, "the indignity that I have been forced to place upon you, had you been other than you are. It is well, however, that you should have felt, though in a very slight degree, something of the treatment that you have all been instrumental in inflicting upon blameless men and women, whose only fault was that they chose to worship God in their own way. You may thank your good fortune at having fallen into the hands of one who has no dear friends murdered in the prisons of Toulouse. There are scores of men who would have strung you up without mercy, thinking it a righteous retribution for the pitiless cruelties of which the Parliament of Toulouse has been guilty. Happily for you, though I regard you with loathing as pitiless persecutors, I have no personal wrongs to avenge. Your conscience will tell you that, fallen as you have into the hands of Huguenots, you could only expect death. But it is not for the purpose of punishment that you have been captured. You are taken as hostages. My friends, the Count de la Ville and the Sieur d'Arblay, were yesterday carried prisoners into Toulouse, and with them Monsieur de Mourville, whose only fault was that he had afforded them a night's shelter. His innocent wife was also dragged away with him. You, sir," he said to one of the prisoners, "appear to me to be the oldest of the party. At daybreak you will be released, and will bear to your colleagues in the city the news that these 9 persons are prisoners in my hands. You will state that if any body of men approaches this place from any quarter, these 9 persons will at once be hung up to the branches above us. You will say that I hold them as hostages for the 4 prisoners, and that I demand that these shall be sent out here, with their horses and the arms of my 2 friends, and under the escort of 2 unarmed troopers. These gentlemen here will, before you start, sign a document ordering the said prisoners to at once be released, and will also sign a solemn undertaking, which will be handed over to Monsieur de Mourville, pledging themselves that should he and his wife choose to return to their chateau, no harm shall ever happen to them, and no accusation of any sort in the future be brought against them. I may add that should at any time this guarantee be broken, I shall consider it my duty, the moment I hear of the event, to return to this neighbourhood, and assuredly I will hang the signatories of the guarantee over their own doorposts, and will burn their villas to the ground. I know the value of oaths sworn to the Huguenots, but in this case I think they will be kept, for I swear to you, and I am in the habit of keeping my oaths, that if you break your undertaking, I will not break mine." As soon as it was daylight, Pierre produced from his saddlebag an inkhorn, paper, and pens, and the 10 prisoners signed their name to an order for the release of the 4 captives. They then wrote another document to be handed by their representative to the governor, begging him to see that the order was executed, informing him of the position they were in, and that their lives would certainly be forfeited unless the prisoners were released without delay. They also earnestly begged him to send out orders to the armed forces who were searching for the Huguenots, bidding them make no movement whatever until after midday. The councillor was then mounted on a horse and escorted by 2 of the men-at-arms to within a quarter of a mile of the nearest gate of the city. The men were to return with his horse. The councillor was informed that 10 o'clock was the limit given for the return of the prisoners, and that unless they had by that hour arrived, it would be supposed that the order for their release would not be respected, and in that case the 9 hostages would be hung forthwith, and that in the course of a night or 2 another batch would be carried off. Philip had little fear, however, that there would be any hesitation upon the part of those in the town in acting upon the order signed by so many important persons, for the death of the president and several of the leading members of the Parliament would create such an outcry against the governor, by their friends and relatives, that he would not venture to refuse the release of 4 prisoners of minor importance in order to save their lives. After the messenger had departed, Philip had the guarantee for the safety of Monsieur de Mireville and his wife drawn up and signed in duplicate. "One of these documents," he said, "I shall give to Monsieur de Mireville. The other I shall keep myself, so that if this solemn guarantee is broken, I shall have this as justification for the execution of the perjured men who signed it." The time passed slowly. Some of the prisoners walked anxiously and impatiently to and fro, looking continually towards the town. Others sat in gloomy silence, too humiliated at their present position even to talk to one another. The soldiers, on the contrary, were in high spirits. They rejoiced at the prospect of the return of their 2 leaders, and they felt proud of having taken part in such an exploit as the capture of the chief men of the dreaded Parliament of Toulouse. 4 of them kept a vigilant guard over the prisoners. The rest ate their breakfast with great gusto and laughed and joked at the angry faces of some of their prisoners. It was just 9 o'clock when a small group of horsemen were seen in the distance. "I think there are 6 of them, sir," Eustace said. "That is the right number, Eustace. The lady is doubtless riding behind her husband. 2 men are the escort, and the other is no doubt the councillor we released, who is now acting as guide to the spot. Bring my horse, Pierre." And mounting, Philip rode off to meet the party. He was soon able to make out the figures of Francois and D'Arblay, and putting his horse to a gallop, was speedily alongside them. "What miracle is this?" Monsieur D'Arblay asked after the first greeting was over. "At present we are all in a maze. We were in separate dungeons, and the prospect looked as hopeless as it could well do, when the doors opened, and an officer followed by 2 soldiers bearing our armour and arms entered and told us to attire ourselves. What was meant we could not imagine. We supposed we were going to be led before some tribunal, but why they should arm us before taking us there was more than we could imagine. We met in the courtyard of the prison, and were stupefied at seeing our horses saddled and bridled there, and Monsieur de Mireville and his wife already mounted. 2 unarmed troopers were also there, and this gentleman, who said sourly, 'Mount, sirs, I am going to lead you to your friends.' We looked at each other to see if we were dreaming, but you may imagine we were not long in leaping into our saddles. This gentleman has not been communicative. In fact, by his manner, I should say he is deeply disgusted at the singular mission with which he was charged. And on the right here, Francois, Monsieur de Mireville, and myself have exhausted ourselves in conjectures as to how this miracle has come about." "Wait 2 or 3 minutes longer," Philip said with a smile. "When you get to yonder trees, you will receive an explanation." Francois and Monsieur D'Arblay gazed in surprise at the figures of 9 men, all in scanty raiment, wrapped up in cloaks, and evidently guarded by the men-at-arms, who set up a joyous shout as they rode in. Monsieur de Mireville uttered an exclamation of astonishment as he recognized the dreaded personages collected together in such a plight. "Monsieur de Mireville," Philip said, "I believe you know these gentlemen by sight. Monsieur D'Arblay and Francois, you are not so fortunate as to be acquainted with them, and I have pleasure in introducing you to the President of the Parliament of Toulouse, the Judge of the High Court, and other councillors, all gentlemen of consideration. It has been my misfortune to have had to treat these gentlemen with scant courtesy, but the circumstances left me no choice. Monsieur de Mireville, here is a document, signed by these 9 gentlemen, giving a solemn undertaking that you and Madame shall be in future permitted to reside in your chateau without the slightest let or hindrance, and that you shall suffer no molestation whatever, either on account of this affair or on the question of religion. I have a duplicate of this document, and have on my part given an undertaking that if its terms are broken, I will at once, whatever inconvenience to myself, return to this neighbourhood, hang these 10 gentlemen if I can catch them, and at any rate burn their chateau to the ground. Therefore, I think, as you have their undertaking and mine, you can without fear return home. But this, of course, I leave to yourselves to decide. Gentlemen, you are now free to return to your homes, and I trust this lesson, that we on our part can strike if necessary, will have some effect in moderating your zeal for persecution." Without a word, the president and his companions walked away in a body. The troopers began to jeer and laugh, but Philip held up his hand for silence. "There need be no extra scorn," he said. "These gentlemen have been sufficiently humiliated."
"And you really fetched all these good gentlemen from their beds?" D'Arblay said, bursting into a fit of laughter. "Why, it was worth being taken prisoner, were it only for the sake of seeing them. They look like a number of old owls suddenly disturbed by daylight. Some of them round-eyed with astonishment, some of them hissing menacingly. By my faith, Philip, it will go hard with you if you ever fall into the hands of these worthies. But a truce to jokes. We owe you our lives, Philip, of that there is not a shadow of doubt. Though I have no more fear than another of death in battle, I own that I have a dread of being tortured and burned. It was a bold stroke thus to carry off the men who have been the leaders of the persecution against us."
"There was nothing in the feat, if it can be called a feat," Philip said. "Of course, directly we heard that you had been seized and carried into Toulouse, I cast about for the best means to save you. To attempt it by force would have been simple madness, and any other plan would have required time, powerful friends, and a knowledge of the city. And even then we should probably have failed to get you out of prison. This being so, it was evident that the best plan was to seize some of the citizens of importance, who might serve as hostages. There was no difficulty in finding out from a small cultivator who were the principal men living outside the walls, and their capture was as easy a business. Scarcely a blow was struck, and no lives lost in capturing the whole of them." "But some of the men are missing," D'Arblay said. "Yes, 5 of your men, I am sorry to say. On getting back to the wood after dark, I sent them, as you ordered, to fetch you from Monsieur de Merouville's. But of course you had been captured before that, and they fell into an ambush that was laid for them, and were all killed." "Ah, that is a bad business, Philip. Well, Monsieur de Merouville, will you go with us, or will you trust in this safeguard?" "In the first place, you have not given me a moment's opportunity of thanking this gentleman, not only for having saved the lives of my wife and myself, but for the forethought and consideration with which he has, in the midst of his anxiety for you and Monsieur de Laville, shown for us who were entirely strangers to him. Be assured, Monsieur Fletcher, that we are deeply grateful. I hope that sometime in the future, should peace ever again be restored to France, we may be able to meet you again, and express more warmly the obligations we feel towards you." Madame de Merouville added a few words of gratitude, and then D'Arblay broke in. "De Merouville, you must settle at once whether to go with us, or to stay on the faith of this safeguard. We have no such protection, and if we linger here we shall be having half a dozen troops of horse after us. You may be sure they will be sent off as soon as the president and his friends reach the city, and if we were caught again we should be in even worse plight than before. Do you talk it over with Madame, and while you are doing so, Francois and I will drink a flask of wine, and eat anything we can find here, for they forgot to give us breakfast before they sent us off, and it is likely we shall not have another opportunity for some hours." "What do you think, Monsieur Fletcher?" Monsieur de Merouville said, after speaking for a few minutes with his wife. "Will they respect this pledge? If not, we must go, but we are both past the age when we can take up life anew. My property would, of course, be confiscated, and we should be penniless among strangers." "I think they will respect the pledge," Philip replied. "I assured them so solemnly that any breach of their promise would be followed by prompt vengeance upon themselves and their homes, that I feel sure they will not run the risk. 2 or 3 among them might possibly do so, but the others would restrain them. I believe that you can safely return, and that, for a long time at any rate, you will be unmolested. Still, if I might advise, I should say sell your property as soon as you can find a purchaser at any reasonable price, and then move either to La Rochelle or cross the sea to England. You may be sure that there will be a deep and bitter hatred against you by those whose humiliation you have witnessed." "Thank you. Thank you. I will follow your advice, Monsieur Fletcher, and I hope that I may ere long have the pleasure of seeing you, and of worthily expressing our deep sense of the debt of gratitude we owe you." 5 minutes later the troop mounted and rode away, while Monsieur de Merouville, with his wife behind him, started for home.
"I hope, Francois," D'Arblay said as they galloped off from the wood, "that the next time I ride on an expedition your kinsman may again be with me, for he has wit and resources that render him a valuable companion indeed." "I had great hopes, even when I was in prison, and things looked almost as bad as they could be," Francois said, "that Philip would do something to help us. I had much faith in his long-headedness, and so has the countess, my mother. She said to me when we started, 'You are older than Philip, Francois, but you will act wisely if in cases of difficulty you defer your opinions to his. His training has given him self-reliance and judgment,
and he has been more in the habit of thinking for himself than you have. And certainly he has fully justified her opinion. Where do you propose to ride next, D'Arblay?" "For La Rochelle. I shall not feel safe until I am within the walls. Presidents of Parliament, judges of high court, and dignified functionaries are not to be dragged from their beds with impunity. Happily, it will take them an hour and a half to walk back to the town, or longer perhaps, for they will doubtless go first to their own homes. They will never show themselves in such sorry plight in the streets of the city where they are accustomed to lord it. So we may count on at least 2 hours before they can take any steps. After that they will move heaven and earth to capture us. They will send out troops of horse after us, and messengers to every city in the province, calling upon the governors to take every means to seize us. We have collected a good sum of money, and carried out the greater portion of our mission. We shall only risk its loss, as well as the loss of our own lives, by going forward. The horses are fresh, and we will put as many miles between us and Toulouse as they can carry us before nightfall." The return journey was accomplished without misadventure. They made no more halts than were required to rest their horses, and travelling principally at night, they reached La Rochelle without having encountered any body of the enemy. While they had been absent, the army of Condé and the Admiral had marched into Lorraine, and eluding the forces that barred his march, effected a junction with the German men-at-arms who had been brought to their aid by the Duke Casimir, the second son of the Elector of Palatine. However, the Germans refused to march a step farther unless they received the pay that had been agreed upon before they started. Condé's treasury was empty, and he had no means whatever of satisfying their demand. In vain Duke Casimir himself tried to persuade his soldiers to defer their claims, and to trust their French co-religionists to satisfy their demands later on. They were unanimous in their refusal to march a step until they obtained their money. The Admiral then addressed himself to his officers and soldiers. He pointed out to them that at the present moment everything depended upon their obtaining the assistance of the Germans, who were indeed only demanding their rights according to the agreement that had been made with them, and he implored them to come to the assistance of the prince and himself at this crisis. So great was his influence among his soldiers that his appeal was prompt and generally acceded to, and officers and men alike stripped themselves of their chains, jewels, money, and valuables of all kind, and so made up the sum required to satisfy the Germans. As soon as this important affair had been settled, the united army turned its face again westward, with the intention of giving battle anew under the walls of Paris. It was, however, terribly deficient in artillery, powder, and stores of all kind, and the military chests being empty, and the soldiers without pay, it was necessary on the march to exact contributions from the small Catholic towns and villages through which the army marched, and in spite of the orders of the Admiral, a certain amount of pillage was carried on by the soldiers. Having recruited the strength of his troops by a short stay at Orleans, the Admiral moved towards Paris. Since the commencement of the war, negotiations had been going on fitfully. When the court thought that the Huguenots were formidable, they pushed on the negotiations in earnest. Whenever, upon the contrary, they believed that the royal forces should be able to crush those of the Admiral, the negotiations at once came to a standstill. During the Admiral's long march to the east, they would grant no terms whatever that could possibly be accepted. But as soon as a junction was effected with the Duke Casimir and his Germans, and the Huguenot army again turned its face to Paris, the court became eager to conclude peace. When the Prince of Condé's army arrived before Chartres, the negotiators met, and the king professed a readiness to grant so many concessions that it seemed as if the objects of the Huguenots could be obtained without further fighting, and the Cardinal of Chatillon and some Huguenot nobles went forward to have a personal conference with the royal commissioners at Longjumeau. After much discussion, the points most insisted upon by the Huguenots were conceded, and the articles of a treaty drawn up, copies of which were sent to Paris and Chartres. The Admiral and Condé both perceived that, in the absence of any guarantees for the observance of the conditions to which the other side bound themselves, the treaty would be of little avail, as it could be broken as soon as the army now menacing Paris was scattered. The feeling among the greater portion of the nobles and their followers was, however, strongly in favour of the conditions being accepted. The nobles were becoming beggared by the continuance of the war, the expenses of which had, for the most part, to be paid from their private means. Their followers, indeed, received no pay, but they had to be fed, and their estates were lying untilled for want of hands. Their men were eager to return to their farms and families, and so strong in general was the desire for peace that the Admiral and Condé bowed to it. They agreed to the terms, and pending their ratification, raised the siege of Chartres. Already their force was dwindling rapidly. Large numbers marched away to their homes without even asking for leave, and their leaders soon ceased to be in a position to make any demands for guarantees, and the peace of Longjumeau was therefore signed. Its provision gave very little more to the Huguenots than that of the preceding arrangements of the same kind, and the campaign left the parties in much the same position as they had occupied before the Huguenots took up arms. End of chapter 8. Recorded February 2008.
St. Bartholomew's Eve by G. A. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by Anna Christensen. Chapter 8. The Third Huguenot War. Before the Treaty of Longjumeau had been signed many weeks, the Huguenots were sensible of the folly they had committed in throwing away all the advantages they had gained in the war, by laying down their arms upon the terms of a treaty made by a perfidious woman and a weak and unstable king, with advisers bent upon destroying the reformed religion. They had seen former edicts of toleration first modified and then revoked, and they had no reason even to hope that the new treaty, which had been wrung from the court by its fears, would be respected by it. The Huguenots were not surprised to find, therefore, that as soon as they had sent back their German auxiliaries and returned to their homes, the ink, indeed, was scarcely dry on the paper upon which the treaty was written. Its conditions were virtually annulled. From the pulpit of every Catholic church in France, the treaty was denounced in the most violent language, and it was openly declared that there could be no peace with the Huguenots. And in many of the cities, the mobs rose and massacred the defenceless Protestants. Heavy as had been the persecutions before the outbreak of the war, they were exceeded by those that followed it. Some of the governors of the provinces openly refused to carry out the conditions of the treaty. Charles issued a proclamation that the edict was not intended to include any of the districts that were appendages of his mother, or of any of the royal or Bourbon princes. In the towns, the soldiers were quartered upon the Huguenots, whom they robbed and ill-treated at their pleasure, and during the 6 months that this nominal peace lasted, no less than 10,000 Huguenots were slaughtered in various parts of France.
The Prince of Condé, the Admiral, his brothers, and our other leaders may be skilful generals and brave men, the Countess de la Ville said indignantly to Francois, when with the troop, reduced by war, fever, and hardship to 1/3 of its number, he had returned to the chateau. But they cannot have had their senses about them when they permitted themselves to be cozened into laying down arms without receiving a single guarantee that the terms of the treaty should be observed. Far better never to have taken up arms at all. The king has come to regard us as enemies. The Catholics hate us more than ever for our successful resistance. Instead of being in a better position than we were before, we shall be in a worse. We have given up all the towns we had captured, thrown away every advantage we had gained, and when we are again driven to take up arms, we shall be in a worse position than before, for they no longer despise us, and will in future be on their guard. I am disappointed above all in the Admiral, D'Andelot, La Rochefoucauld, and Genlis. Condé I never trusted as one to be relied upon in an extremity. He is a royal prince, has been brought up in the courts, and loves gaiety and ease. And although I say not that he is untrue to the Huguenot cause, yet he would gladly accommodate matters, and as we see even in this treaty, the great bulk of the Huguenots all over the country have been utterly deserted, their liberty of worship denied, and their very lives are at the mercy of the bigots. What do you think, Philip? Have you had enough of fighting for a party who wilfully throw away all that they have won by their sacrifices? Are you thinking of returning home, or will you wait for a while to see how matters go on?
I will, with your permission, wait, Philip said. I lament this peace, which seems to me to leave us in a worse position than before the war, but I agree with you that it cannot last, and that ere long the Huguenots will be driven again to take up arms. Francois and I have become as brothers, and until the cause is either lost or won, I would fain remain.
That is well, Philip. I will be glad to have you with us, my nephew. La Noue wrote to me a month since, saying that both my son and you had borne yourselves very gallantly, and that he was well pleased to have you with him, and that he thought if these wars of religion continued, which they might well do for a long time, as in Germany and Holland, as well as in France, the reformed religion is battling for freedom, you would both rise to eminence as soldiers. However, now that peace is made, we must make the best of it. I should think it will not be broken until after the harvest and vintage, for until then all will be employed, and the Catholics as well as the Huguenots must repair their losses, and gather funds before they can again take the field with their retainers. Therefore, until then, I think that there will be peace. The summer passed quietly at La Ville. The tales of massacre and outrage that came from all parts of France filled them with horror and indignation. but in their own neighbourhood all was quiet. Rochelle had refused to open her gates to the royal troops, and as in all that district the Huguenots were too numerous to be interfered with by their neighbours, the quiet was unbroken. Nevertheless, it was certain that hostilities would not be long delayed. The Catholics, seeing the advantage that the perfect organization of the Huguenots had given them at the commencement of the war, had established leagues in almost every province. These were organized by the clergy and the party that looked upon the Guises as their leaders, and by the terms of their constitution were evidently determined to carry out the extirpation of the reformed religion with or without the royal authority, and were, indeed, bent upon forming a third party in the state, looking to Philip of Spain rather than to the King of France as their leader. So frequent and daring were the outrages in Paris that Condé soon found that his life was not safe there, and retired to Noyers, a small town in Burgundy. Admiral Coligny, who had been saddened by the loss of his brave wife, who had died from a disease contracted in attending upon the sick and wounded soldiers at Orleans, had abandoned the chateau at Châtillon-sur-Loing, where he had kept up a princely hospitality, and retired to the castle of Tonlay, belonging to his brother D'Andelot, situated within a few miles of Noyers. D'Andelot himself had gone to Brittany, after writing a remonstrance to Catherine de Medici upon the ruin and desolation that the breaches of the treaty and the persecution of a section of the population were bringing upon France. The Chancellor L'Hopital had in vain urged toleration. His adversaries in the royal council were too strong for him. The Cardinal of Lorraine had regained his old influence. The king appointed as his preachers 4 of the most violent advocates of persecution. The de Montmorencys for a time struggled successfully against the influence of the Cardinal of Lorraine, who sought supreme power under cover of Henry of Anjou's name. 3 of the marshals of France, Montmorency, his brother Danville, and Vieilleville, supported by Cardinal Bourbon, demanded of the council that D'Anjou should no longer hold the office of lieutenant general. Catherine at times aided the Guises, at times the Montmorencys, playing off one party against the other, but chiefly inclining to the Guises, who gradually obtained such an ascendancy that the Chancellor L'Hopital, in despair, retired from the council, and thus removed the greatest obstacle to the schemes and ambition of the Cardinal of Lorraine. At the commencement of August, the king dispatched to all parts of his dominions copies of an oath that was to be demanded from every Huguenot. It called upon them to swear never to take up arms save by the express command of the king, nor to assist with counsel, money, or food any who did so, and to join their fellow citizens in the defence of their towns against those who disobeyed this mandate. The Huguenots unanimously declined to sign the oath. With the removal of the Chancellor from the council, the party of Lorraine became triumphant, and it was determined to seize the whole of the Huguenot leaders who were quietly residing upon their estates in distant parts of France. Gaspard de Tavis was charged with the arrest of Condé and the Admiral, and 14 companies of men-at-arms and as many infantry were placed under his orders, and these were quietly and secretly marched to Noyers. Fortunately, Condé received warning just before the blow was going to be struck. He was joined at Noyers by the Admiral with his daughter and sons, and the wife and infant son of D'Andelot. Condé himself had with him his wife and children. They were joined by a few Huguenot noblemen from the neighbourhood, and these, with the servants of the prince and admiral, formed an escort of about 150 men. Escape seemed well nigh hopeless. Tauvane's troop guarded most of the avenues of escape. There was no place of refuge save La Rochelle, several hundred miles away on the other side of France. Every city was in the hands of their foes, and their movements were encumbered with the presence of women and young children. There was but one thing in their favour. Their enemies naturally supposed that should they attempt to escape, they would do so in the direction of Germany, where they would be warmly welcomed by the Protestant princes. Therefore it was upon that line that the greatest vigilance would be displayed by their enemies. Before starting, Coligny sent off a very long and eloquent protest to the king, defending himself for the step that he was about to take, giving a history of the continuous breaches of the treaty, and of the sufferings that had been inflicted upon the Huguenots, and denouncing the Cardinal of Lorraine and his associates as the guilty causes of all the misfortunes that had fallen upon France. It was on the 23rd of August that the party set out from Noyers. Their march was prompt and rapid. Contrary to expectation, they discovered an unguarded ford across the Loire, near the town of Lauson. This ford was only passable when the river was unusually low, and had therefore escaped the vigilance of their foes. The weather had been for some time dry, and they were enabled without much difficulty to effect a crossing, a circumstance which was regarded by the Huguenots as a special act of Providence, the more so as heavy rain fell the moment they had crossed, and the river rose so rapidly that when, a few hours later, the cavalry of Tavannes arrived in pursuit, they were unable to effect a passage. The party had many other dangers and difficulties to encounter, but by extreme caution and rapidity of movement they succeeded in baffling their foes and in making their way across France. On the evening of the 16th of September, a watchman on the tower of the Chateau of Auville shouted to those in the courtyard that he perceived a considerable body of horsemen in the distance. A vigilant watch had been kept up for some time, for an army had for some weeks been collected with the ostensible motive of capturing Rochelle and compelling it to receive a royal garrison. And as on its approach parties would probably be sent out to capture and plunder the chateaux and castles of the Huguenot nobles, everything had been prepared for a siege. The alarm bell was at once rung to warn the neighbourhood of approaching danger. The vacancies caused in the garrison during the war had been lately filled up, and the gates were now closed and the walls manned, the countess herself taking her place in the tower by the gateway. The party halted 300 or 400 yards from the gate, and then 2 gentlemen rode forward.
"The party looks to me more like Huguenots than Catholics, mother," Francois said. "I see no banners, but their dresses look sombre and dark. And I think that I can see women among them."
A minute later Philip exclaimed, "Surely, Francois, those gentlemen who are approaching are Condé and the Admiral."
"Impossible!" the countess said. "They are in Burgundy, full 300 miles away."
"Philip is right, mother," Francois said eagerly. I recognize them now. They are, beyond doubt, the Prince and Admiral Coligny. Lower the drawbridge and open the gates." He called down to the warders. The countess hastened down the steps to the courtyard, followed by Francois and Philip, and received her 2 unexpected visitors as they rode across the drawbridge. "Madame,"
Condé said as he doffed his cap courteously,
"we are refugees who come to ask for a night's shelter. I have my wife and children with me, and the Admiral has also his family. We have ridden across France from Noyers by devious roads and with many turnings and windings, have been hunted like rabid beasts, and are sorely in need of rest."
"You are welcome, indeed, Prince," the countess said. "I esteem it an high honour to entertain such guests as yourself and Admiral Coligny. Pray, enter at once. My son will ride out to welcome the princess and the rest of your party." Francois at once leapt on to a horse and galloped off, and in a few minutes the party arrived. Their numbers had been considerably increased since they left Noyers, as they had been joined by many Huguenot gentlemen on the way, and they now numbered nearly 400 men.
"We have grown like a snowball since we started," the prince said, "and I am ashamed to invade your chateau with such an army."
"It is a great honour, Prince. We had heard a rumour that an attempt had been made to seize you, and that you had disappeared no one knew whither, and men thought you were directing your course towards Germany, but little did we dream of seeing you here in the west." It was not until evening that the tale of the journey across France, with its many hazards and adventures, was told, for the countess was fully occupied in seeing to the comforts of her guests of higher degree, while Francois saw that the men-at-arms and others were bestowed as comfortably as might be. Then oxen and sheep were killed, casks of wine broached, forage issued for the horses, while messengers were sent off to the nearest farms for chicken and ducks, and with orders for the women to come up to assist the domestics at the chateau to meet this unexpected strain.
"Ah, it is good to sit down in peace and comfort again,"
Condé said, as supper over, they strolled in the garden, enjoying the cool air of the evening.
"This is the first halt that we have made at any save small villages since we left Noyers. In the first, our object was concealment, and in the second, though many of our friends have invited us to their castles, we would not expose them to the risk of destruction for having shown us hospitality. Here, however, we have entered the stronghold of our faith. For from this place to La Rochelle the Huguenots can hold their own against their neighbours, and need fear nothing save the approach of a large army, in which case, Countess, your plight could scarcely be worse for having sheltered us. The royal commissioners of the province must long have had your name down, as one of the most stiff-necked of the Huguenots of this corner of Poitou, as one who defies the ordinances and maintains public worship in her chateau. Your son and nephew fought at Saint Denis, and you sent a troop across France at the first signal to join me. The cup of your advances is so full that this last drop can make but little difference one way or the other."
"I should have felt it as a grievous slight had you passed near Laville without halting here," the countess said.
"As for danger,
For the last 20 years we have been living in danger, and indeed, during the last year I have felt safer than ever, for now that La Rochelle is declared for us, there is a place of refuge for all of the reformed religion in the provinces round here, such as we have not before possessed. During the last few months I have sent most of my valuables in there for safety, and if the tide of war comes this way, and I am threatened by a force against which it would be hopeless to contend, I will make my way thither. But against anything short of an army I shall hold the chateau. It forms a place of refuge to which, at the approach of danger, all of our religion for many miles round would flock in, and as long as there is a hope of successful resistance, I would not abandon them to the tender mercies of Anjou's soldiers."
"I fear, Countess," the Admiral said, "that our arrival at La Rochelle will bring trouble upon all the country round it. We had no choice between that and exile. Had we consulted our own peace and safety only, we should have betaken ourselves to Germany. But had we done that, it would have been a desertion of our brethren, who look to us for leading and guidance. Here at La Rochelle we shall be in communication with Navarre and Gascony, and doubt not that we shall ere very long be again at the head of an army with which we can take the field even more strongly than before. For after the breaches of the last treaty, and the fresh persecutions and murders throughout the land, the Huguenots everywhere must clearly present that there is no option between destruction and winning our rights at the point of the sword. Nevertheless, as the court will see that it is to their interest to strike at once before we have had time to organize an army, I think it certain that the whole Catholic forces will march without loss of time against La Rochelle. Our only hope is that, as on the last occasion, they will deceive themselves as to our strength. The evil advisers of the king, when persuading him to issue fresh ordinances against us, have assured him that with strong garrisons in all the great towns of France, and with his army of Swiss and Germans still on foot, we are altogether powerless, and are no longer to be feared in the slightest degree. We know that even now, while they deem us but a handful of fugitives, our brethren throughout France will be everywhere banding themselves in arms. Before we left Noyers, we sent out a summons calling the Huguenots in all parts of France to take up arms again. Their organization is perfect in every district. Our brethren have appointed places where they are to assemble in case of need, and by this time I doubt not that, although there is no regular army yet in the field, there are scores of bands ready to march as soon as they receive orders. It is true that the Catholics are far better prepared than before. They have endeavoured by means of these leagues to organize themselves in our matter, but there is one vital difference. We know that we are fighting for our lives and our faith, and that those who hang back run the risk of massacre in their own homes. The Catholics have no such impulse. Our persecutions have been the work of the mobs in the towns excited by the priests, and these ruffians, though ardent when it is a question of slaying defenceless women and children, are contemptible in the field against our men. We saw how the Parisians fled like a flock of sheep at Saint Denis. Thus, outnumbered as we are, methinks we shall take up arms far more quickly than our foes, and that, except from the troops of Anjou and the levies of the great Catholic nobles, we shall have little to fear. Even in the towns the massacres have ever been during what is called peace, and there was far less persecution during the last 2 wars than in the intervals between them." The next morning the Prince and Admiral with their escort rode on towards La Rochelle, which they entered on the 18th of September. The Countess with 100 of her retainers and tenants accompanied them on the first day's journey, and returned the next day to the chateau. The news of the escape and the reports that the Huguenots were arming took the court by surprise, and a declaration was at once published by the king guaranteeing his royal protection to all adherents of the reformed faith who stayed at home, and promising a gracious hearing to their grievances. As soon, however, as the Catholic force began to assemble in large numbers, the mask of conciliation was thrown off, all edicts of toleration were repealed, and the king prohibited his subjects in all parts of his dominion of whatever rank from the exercise of all religious rites other than those of the Catholic faith, on pain of confiscation and death. Nothing could have been more opportune for the Huguenot leaders than this decree. It convinced even the most reluctant that their only hope lay in resistance, and enabled Condé's agents at foreign courts to show that the King of France was bent upon exterminating the reformed faith, and that its adherents had been forced to take up arms in self-preservation. The fanatical population of the towns rejoiced in the new decree. Leagues for the extermination of heresy were formed in Toulouse and other towns under the name of Crusades, and high masses were celebrated in the churches everywhere in honour of the great victory over heresy. The Countess had offered to send her son with 50 men-at-arms to swell the gathering at La Rochelle, but the Admiral declined the offer. Niort was but a day's march from the chateau, and although its population were of mixed religion, the Catholics might,
under the influence of the present excitement, march against Laville. He thought it would be better, therefore, that the chateau should be maintained with all its fighting force as a centre to which the Huguenots of the neighbourhood might rally. "I think," he said, "that you might for some time sustain a siege against all the forces that could be brought from Niort, and if you are attacked, I will at once send a force from the city to your assistance. I have no doubt that the Queen of Navarre will join us, and that I shall be able to take the offensive very shortly." Encouraged by the presence of the Admiral at La Rochelle, the whole of the Huguenots of the district prepared to take the field immediately. Laville was the natural centre, and 250 men were ready to gather there directly an alarm was given. 3 days later a man arrived at the chateau from Niort soon after daybreak. He reported that on the previous day the populace had massacred 30 or 40 Huguenots, and that all the rest they could lay hands on, amounting in number to nearly 200, had been dragged from their homes and thrown into prison. He said that in all the villages round, the priests were preaching the extermination of the Huguenots, and it was feared that at any moment those of their religion would be attacked there, especially as it was likely that the populace of the town would flock out and themselves undertake the work of massacre, should the peasants, who had hitherto lived on friendly terms with the Huguenots, hang back from it. "We must try to assist our brethren," the countess said when she heard the news. "Francois, take what force you can get together in an hour and ride over towards Niort. You will get there by midday. If these ruffians come out from the town, do you give them a lesson, and ride round to the villages and bring off all of our religion there. Assure them that they will have protection here until the troubles are over, or until matters so change that they can return safely to their homes. We cannot sit quietly, and hear of murder so close at hand. I see no prospect of rescuing the unfortunates from the prison of Niort, and it would be madness with our small force to attack a walled city. But I leave you free to do what may seem best to you, warning you only against undertaking any desperate enterprise. Philip will, of course, ride with you."
"Shall we ring the alarm bell, mother?"
"No. It is better not to disturb the tenantry unless on very grave occasion. Take the 50 men at arms, your own men and Philip's. 60 will be ample for dispersing disorderly mobs, while 100 would be of no use to you against the armed forces of the town, and the garrison of 200 men." In a quarter of an hour the troops started. All knew the errand on which they were bent, and the journey was performed at the highest speed of which their horses were capable.
"They can have a good long rest when they get there," Francois said to Philip, "and half an hour earlier or later may mean the saving or losing of 50 lives. The mob will have been feasting and exulting over the slaying of so many Huguenots until late last night, and will not be astir early this morning. Probably, too, they will, before they think of sallying out, attend the churches, where the priests will stir them up to fury before they lead them out on a crusade into the country. I would that we knew where they are likely to begin. There are a dozen villages round the town." "What do you say to dividing our force, Francois? As we near the town, you with one party could ride round to the left, I with the other to the right, and searching each village as we go, could join forces again on the other side of the town. If Montpace had been with us, of course he would have taken the command of one of the parties. It is unfortunate that he is laid up with that wound he got at Saint Denis." "I am afraid he will never be fit for active service again, Philip. But I am not sorry that he is not here. He might have objected to our dividing the troops, and besides, I am glad that you should have command, putting aside everything else." "We understand each other. You will, of course, cut down the ruffians from the towns without mercy if you find them engaged in massacre. If not, you will warn the Huguenots of the village as you pass through to leave their homes at once and make for Laville, giving a sharp intimation to the village mayors that the Protestants are interfered with in any way, or hindered from taking their goods and setting out. We will, on our return, burn the village about their ears, and hang up any who have interfered with our people." "I should say, Francois, that we should take prisoners and hold as hostages any citizens of importance, or priests, whom we may find encouraging the townspeople to massacre. I would take the village priests, and mayor too, so as to carry out the same plan that acted so well at Toulouse. We could then summon Niort, and say that unless the Huguenots in prison are released, and they and all the Huguenots in the towns allowed to come out and join us, we will in the first place burn and destroy all the Catholic villages round the town, and the pleasure houses and gardens of the citizens, and that in the second place we will carry off the prisoners in our hands and hang them at once, if we hear of a single Huguenot being further ill-treated." "That would be a capital plan, Philip, if we could just get hold of anyone of real importance. It is likely that some of the principal citizens, and perhaps the Catholic nobles of the neighbourhood, will be with those who sally out, so that they can claim credit and praise from the court party for their zeal in the cause. I wish our parties had been a little stronger,
for after we have entered a village or two we shall have to look after the prisoners." "I do not think it matters, Francois. A dozen stout men-at-arms like ours will drive a mob of these wretches before them. They will come out expecting to murder unresisting people, and the sight of our men-at-arms in their white scarves will set them off running like hares. Let it be understood," Philip continued, "that if, when one of us gets round to the other side of the town, he should not meet the other party, and can hear no tidings of it, he shall gallop on till he meets it; for it is just possible, although I think it unlikely, that one or other of us may meet with so strong a party of the enemy as to be forced to stand on the defensive until the other arrives." "I think there is little chance of that, Philip. Still, it is as well that we should make that arrangement." As they neared Niort they met several fugitives. From them they learned that, so far, the townspeople had not come out, but that the Catholics in the villages were boasting that an end would be made of the Huguenots that day, and that many of them were in consequence deserting their homes and making their escape as secretly as they could across the country. When within 2 miles of Niort, a column of smoke was seen to arise on the left side of the town. "They have begun the work," Francois exclaimed. "That is my side." And he placed himself at the head of half the troop, giving them orders that they were to spare none whom they found engaged in massacring Huguenots, save priests and other persons acting as leaders. These were to be taken as hostages for the safety of their brethren in the town. "You need not be over careful with them," he said. "Throw a picket rope round their neck, and make them trot behind you. They came out for a little excitement. Let them have enough of it." As Francois rode off one way, Philip led the party the other. "You have also heard these orders," he said. "They will do for you also." The first place they rode into they found the Catholic inhabitants in the streets, while the houses of the Huguenots were closed and the shutters barred. The men fled as the troops dashed in. "Pursue them," cried Philip, "and thrash them back with the flat of your swords, but wound no one." Most of the men were soon brought back. By this time the Huguenots had opened their doors, and with shouts of joy were welcoming their deliverers. "Have they threatened you with harm?" Philip asked. "Yes, there has been mass in the church this morning, and the priest has told them to prepare to join in the good work as soon as the townspeople arrive." The priest had already been fetched from his house, guarded by 2 troopers. The maire was next pointed out and seized. 2 horses were brought out, and the prisoners placed on them. "Put a rope round each of their necks," Philip ordered. "Fasten it firmly." 2 troopers took the other ends. "Now you will come along with us," Philip went on, "and if you try to escape, so much the worse for you. Now," he said to the villagers, "we shall return here shortly, and then woe betide you if our orders are not executed. Every house in the village shall be burned to the ground. Every man we lay hold of shall be hung. You will at once place every horse and cart here at the disposal of your Huguenot brethren. You will assist them to put their household goods in them, and will at once start with them for Laville. Those who do so will be allowed to return unharmed with their animals and carts. Eustace, you will remain here with 2 men and see that this order is carried out. Shoot down without hesitation any man who murmurs. If there is any trouble whatever before our return, the priest and the maire shall dangle from the church tower." The next 2 villages they entered, the same scene was enacted. As they approached the 4th village, they heard cries and screams. "Lower your lances, my friends! Forward!" And at a gallop the little band dashed into the village. It was full of people. Several bodies of men and women lay in the road. Pistol shots rang out here and there, showing that some of the Huguenots were making a stout defence of their homes. Through and through the crowd the horsemen rode, those in front clearing a way with their lances, those behind thrusting and cutting with their swords. The Catholic were for the most part roughly armed. Some had pikes, some had swords, others axes, choppers, or clubs, but none now thought of defence. The arms that they had brought out for the work of murder were thrown away, and there was no thought save of flight. The doors of the Huguenot houses were thrown open, and the men issuing out fell upon those who were just before their assailants. Philip saw some horsemen and others collected round a cross in the centre of the village, and calling upon the men near him to follow, dashed forward and surrounded the party before they apprehended the meaning of the sudden tumult. 2 or 3 of the men drew their swords as if to resist, but seeing that their friends were completely routed, they surrendered. The party consisted of 3 men, who were by their dresses persons of rank, 4 or 5 citizens, also on horseback, 4 priests, and a dozen acolytes with their banners and censers. "Tie their hands behind them," Philip ordered. "Not the boys, let them go." "I protest against this indignity," one of the gentlemen said. "I am a nobleman." "If you were a prince of the blood, sir, and I found you engaged in the massacre of innocent people, I would tie you up and set you swinging from the nearest tree without compunction." Their arms were all tightly bound behind them. "Would you touch a servant of the Lord?" the leading priest said. "Your clothing is that of a servant of the Lord," Philip replied. "But as I find you engaged upon the work of the devil, I can only suppose that you have stolen the clothes. 4 of you take these priests behind you," he said to the men. "Tie them tightly with their backs to yours. That will leave you the use of your arms. Pierre, do you ride beside the other prisoners, and if you see any attempt at escape, shoot them at once. Quick, my lads, there may be more of this work going on ahead." He then gave similar instructions for the carriage of the Huguenot goods as they had given at the preceding places. At the next village they were in time to prevent the work of massacre from commencing. A party of horsemen and some priests, followed by a mob, were just entering it as they rode up. The horsemen were overthrown by their onset, the mob sent flying back towards the town, the Huguenots charging almost up to the gates. The horsemen and priests were made prisoners as before, and when the rest of the band returned from their pursuit, they again rode on. They had now made half a circuit of Niort, and presently saw Francois and his party galloping towards them. "I had begun to be afraid that something had happened," Francois said as he rode up. "I waited a quarter of an hour, and then rode on, as we agreed. Well, I see you have got a good batch of prisoners." "We have lost no time," Philip said. "We have been through 5 villages. At one we were just in time, for they had begun the work of massacre before we got up. At another we met them as they arrived. But at the other 3, although the villagers were prepared for the work, the townsmen had not arrived." "There were only 3 villages on my side," Francois said. "At the first they had nearly finished their work before we arrived. That was where we saw the smoke rising. But we paid them for it handsomely, for we must have cut down more than 100 of the scoundrels. At one of the others the Huguenots were defending themselves well, and there too we gave the townspeople a lesson. At the third all was quiet. We have taken 6 or 8 burghers, as many gentlemen, and 10 priests." Philip told him the orders he had given for the Catholics to place their horses and carts at the disposal of their Huguenot fellow villagers. "I wish I had thought of it," Francois said, "but it is not too late. I will ride back with my party and see all our friends well on their way from the villages. I left 4 men at each to keep the Catholics from interfering. If you will go back the way you came, we will meet again on the main road on the other side of the town. I don't think there is any fear of their making a sortie. Our strength is sure to be greatly exaggerated, and the fugitives pouring in from each side of the town with their tales will spread a report that Condé himself, with a whole host of horsemen, is round them." Philip found all going on well as he returned through the villages, the scare being so great that none thought of disobeying the orders, and in a couple of hours he rejoined Francois, having seen the whole of the Huguenot population of the villages well on their way. "Now, Philip, we will go and summon the town. First of all, though, let us get a complete list of the names of our prisoners." These were all written down, and then the 2 leaders with their 8 men-at-arms rode towards the gate of Niort, a white flag being raised on one of the lances. End of chapter 8. Recorded March 2008. St. Bartholomew's Eve by G.A. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by Anna Christensen. Chapter 9. An Important Mission. "We have made an excellent haul," Francois said, as, while awaiting the answer to their signal, they looked down the list of names. "Among the gentlemen are several connected with some of the most important Catholic families of Poitou. The more shame to them for being engaged in so rascally a business. Though when the court and the king, Lorraine and the Guises, set the example of persecution, one can scarcely blame the lesser gentry, who wish to ingratiate themselves with the authorities, for doing the same. Of the citizens we have got one of the magistrates, and 4 or 5 other prominent men, whom I know by reputation as being among the foremost to stir up the people against the Huguenots. Ah! These fellows I could hang up with pleasure, and would do so were it not that we need them to exchange for our friends. Then we have got 30 priests. The names of 2 of them I know as popular preachers, who, after the last peace was made, denounced the king and his mother as Ahab and Jezebel for making terms with us.
They, too, were it not for their sacred office, I could string up without having any weight upon my conscience.
Ah, there is the white flag. Let us ride forward."
The gates remained closed, and they rode up to within 100 yards of them. In a few minutes several persons made their appearance on the wall over the gateway, and they then advanced to within 20 paces of the gate. Then one from the wall said:
"I am John de Luc, royal commissioner of this town. This is the Reverend Bishop of the town. This is the mayor, and these are the magistrates. To whom am I speaking?" "I am the Count Francois de Laville," Francois replied, "and I now represent the gentlemen who have come hither, with a large body of troops, to protect those of our faith from persecution and massacre. We arrived too late to save all, but not to punish, as the ruffians of your town have learned to their cost. Some 200 or 300 of them came out to slay, and have been slain. The following persons are in our hands." And he read the list of the prisoners. "I now give you notice that, unless within 1 hour of the present time, all those of the Reformed faith whom you have thrown into prison, together with all others who wish to leave, are permitted to issue from this gate free and unharmed, and carrying with them what portion of their worldly goods they may wish to take. Then, unless these are released, I will hang up the whole of the prisoners in my hands, gentlemen, citizens, and priests, to the trees of that wood 1/4 of a mile away. Let it be understood that the terms are to be carried out to the letter. Proclamation must be made through your streets that all of the Reformed faith are free to depart, taking with them their wives and families, and such valuables and goods as they may choose. I shall question those who come out, and if I find that they have been detained against their will, or if the news has not been so proclaimed that all can take advantage of it, I shall not release the prisoners. If these terms are not accepted, my officers will first hang the prisoners. Then they will ravage the country round, and will then proceed to besiege the city, and when they capture it, take vengeance for the innocent blood that has been shed within its walls. You know what is the strength of your garrison, and whether you can successfully resist an assault by the troops of the Admiral. I will give you 10 minutes to deliberate. Unless by the end of that time you accept the conditions offered, it will go hard with those in our hands."
"Impious youth," the bishop, who was in full pontificals, said, "you would never dare to hang priests."
"As the gentlemen of your party have thought it no sin to put to death scores of our ministers, and as I find these most holy persons hounding on a mob to massacre, I shall certainly feel no compunction whatever in executing the orders of my leader, to hang them up with the other malefactors," Francois replied. "And methinks that you will benefit these holy men more by advising those with you to agree to the conditions which I offer, than by wasting your breath in controversy with me." There was a hasty conversation between those on the wall, and it was not long before they came to an agreement. De Luc feared that he should incur the enmity of several powerful families if he left their relatives for execution. The citizens were equally anxious to save their fellows, and were, moreover, scared at the threat of the neighbourhood being laid waste and the town attacked by this unknown force that had appeared before it. They had heard vague rumours of the arrival of the prince and admiral with a large force at La Rochelle, but it might well be that he had turned aside on his journey at the news of the occurrences at Niort. The bishop was equally anxious to rescue the priests, for he felt that he might be blamed for their death by his ecclesiastical superiors. Their consultation over, De Luc turned to the Count. "Do you give me your solemn assurance and word as a noble of France, that upon our performing our part of the condition, the prisoners in your hands shall be restored unharmed?" "I do," Francois replied. "I pledge my honour that as soon as I find the whole of those of our religion have left the town peaceably, the prisoners shall be permitted to return unharmed in any way." "Then we accept the terms. All those of the Reformed religion in the town, whether at present in prison or in their homes, who may desire to leave, will be permitted to pass. As soon as you retire, the gate shall be opened." Francois and his party fell back 1/4 of a mile. In a short time people began to issue in 2s and 3s from the gates. Many bore heavy bundles on their backs, and were accompanied by women and children all similarly laden. A few had with them carts piled up with household goods. From the first who came, Francois learned that the condition had been carried out, the proclamation being made in every street at the sound of the trumpet that all who held the Reformed religion were free to depart, and that they might take with them such goods as they could carry, or take in carts. At first it had been thought that this was but a trap to get the Huguenots to reveal themselves, but the reports of those who had returned discomfited to the town that there was a great Huguenot force outside, and that many people of consideration had been taken prisoners, gave them courage,
and some of the leading citizens went round to every house where persons suspected of being Huguenots were living, to urge them to leave, telling them that a treaty had been made securing them their safety. Before the hour had passed, more than 500 men, women, and children had left the town. As all agreed that no impediment had been placed in their way, but that upon the contrary every person even suspected of having Huguenot leanings had been urged to go, Francois and Philip felt assured that at any rate all who wished to leave had had the opportunity of doing so. They waited 10 minutes over the hour, and then seeing that no more came forth, they ordered the prisoners to be unbound and allowed to depart for the city. As the fugitives had come along, they were told that the Prince of Condé, with a strong force, had entered La Rochelle, and were advised to make for that city, where they would find safety and welcome. Those, however, who preferred to go to La Ville were assured that they would be welcomed and cared for until an opportunity arose for their being sent under escort to La Rochelle. The greater portion decided to make at once for the Huguenot city.
"I think, Philip, you had better take 40 of the men to act as a rearguard to these poor people till you are within sight of La Rochelle. The fellows whom we have let free will tell on their return to the town that we are but a small party, and it is possible that they may send out parties in pursuit." "I don't think it's likely. The townspeople have been too roughly handled to care about running any risks. They have no very large body of men at arms in the town. Still, if they do pursue, it will be by the road to La Rochelle, for that is the one they will think that most of the fugitives will take. Had we not better divide the troop equally, Francois?" "No, I think not. They will imagine we shall all be going by that road, and that, moreover, some of the other gentlemen of our faith may be coming to meet us with their retainers. 20 will be ample for me. Do you take the rest."
2 hours later, Philip saw a cloud of dust rising from the road in his rear. He hurried on with the fugitives in front of him until, half an hour later, they came to a bridge over a stream. This was only wide enough for 4 horsemen to cross abreast, and here he took up his station. In a few minutes a number of horsemen approached. They were riding without order or regularity, intent only on overtaking their prey. Seeing the disorder in which they came, Philip advanced from the bridge, formed up his men in 2 lines, and then charged at a full gallop. The men-at-arms tried to rein in their horses and form in order, but before they could do so the Huguenots burst down upon them. The horses of the Catholics, exhausted with the speed at which they had been ridden, were unable to withstand the shock, and they and their riders went down before it. A panic seized those in the rear, and turning quickly they fled in all directions, leaving some 30 of their number dead on the ground. But Philip would not permit his followers to pursue. "They outnumber us 4 to 1, he said, "and if we scatter they may turn and fall upon us. Our horses have done a long day's work and deserve rest. We will halt here at the bridge. They are not likely to disturb us, but if they do we can make a stout resistance here. Do you ride on, Jacques, and tell the fugitives that they can press forward as far as they like, and then halt for the night. We will take care that they are not molested, and will ride on and overtake them in the morning." The night passed quietly, and late the following evening the party were in sight of La Rochelle. Philip had intended to turn at this point, where all danger to the fugitives was over, and to start on his journey back, but the hour was late, and he would have found it difficult to obtain food and forage without pressing the horses. He therefore determined to pass the night at La Rochelle, as he could take the last news thence back to La Ville. The streets of the town presented a busy aspect. Parties of Huguenot gentlemen and their retainers were constantly arriving, and fugitive villagers had come in from a wide extent of country. Large numbers of men were working at the walls of the town. The harbour was full of small craft. Lines of carts brought in provisions from the surrounding country, and large numbers of oxen, sheep, and goats were being driven in. "As we shall start for La Ville in the morning," Philip said to his men, "it is not worthwhile to trouble to get quarters. And, indeed, I should say from the appearance of the place that every house is already crowded from basement to roof. Therefore we may bivouac down by the shore, where I see there are many companies already bestowed." As soon as they had picketed their horses, a party was sent off to purchase provisions for the troop and forage for their horses, and when he had seen that the arrangements were complete, Philip told Pierre to follow him, and went up to the castle, where Condé and Coligny with their families were lodged. He was greeted warmly by several of the gentlemen who had stopped at the chateau a few days before. The story of the fugitives from Niort had already spread through the town, and Philip was eagerly questioned about it. Just as he was about to tell the story, Condé and the Admiral came out from an inner room into the large antechamber.
"Ah, here is the young count's cousin, Monsieur Fletcher," the Admiral said. "Now we shall hear about this affair of Niort, of which we have received half a dozen different versions in the past hour. Is the count himself here?"
"No, sir. He returned to Laville, escorting the fugitives who went thither, while he sent me with a larger portion of the troop to protect the passage hither of the main body." "But it was reported to me that the troop with which you entered was but 40 strong. I heard you fought a battle on the way. Did you lose many men there?" "None, sir. Indeed, I am glad to say that beyond a few trifling wounds, the whole matter has been carried out without any loss to the party that rode from Laville." "How strong were they altogether, monsieur?" 60, sir." Then, where did you join the force that, as we hear, cut up the townspeople of Niort as they were massacring our people in the villages around, and afterwards obtained from the town the freedom of those who had been cast into prison, and permission for all Huguenots to leave the town?" "There was no other force, sir. We had just the 60 men from Laville, commanded by my cousin Francois. When the news arrived of the doings at Niort, there was no time to send round to gather our friends. So we mounted the men-at-arms at the chateau and rode with all speed, and were but just in time. Had we delayed another half an hour to gather a larger force, we should have been too late." "Tell us all about it," the prince said. "This seems to have been a gallant and well-managed affair, Admiral." Philip related the whole circumstances of the affair, and the chief men taken as hostages, and the peasants compelled to assist to convey the property of the Huguenots to Laville. Also the subsequent negotiations and the escape of all the Huguenots from Niort, and how the troop under him had smartly repulsed, with the loss of over 30 men, the men-at-arms from the city.
"A gallant enterprise," the prince said. "What think you, Admiral?" "I think, indeed, that this young gentleman and his cousin, the young Count of Laville, have shown singular prudence and forethought, as well as courage. The matter could not have been better managed, had it been planned by any of our oldest heads. That they should, at the head of their little bodies of men-at-arms, have dispersed the cowardly mob of Niort is what we may believe that any brave gentleman would have done. But their device of taking the priests and the other leaders as hostages, their boldness in summoning the authorities of Niort under the threat of hanging the hostages and capturing the town, is indeed most excellent and commendable. I heard that the number of fugitives from Niort was nearly 600, and besides these there were, I suppose, those from the villages?"
"About 200 set out from the villages, sir."
800 souls. You hear that, gentlemen? 800 souls have been rescued from torture and death by the bravery and prudence of these 2 young gentlemen, who are in years but youths. Let it be a lesson to all of what can be done by men engaged in a good work, and placing their trust in God. There is not one of us but might have felt proud to have been the means of doing so great and good a work, with so small a force, and to have saved 800 lives without the loss of a single one. To say nothing of the sharp lesson given to the city mobs that the work of massacres may sometimes recoil upon those who undertake it. Our good friend de la Noue has more than once spoken very highly to the prince and myself respecting the young count and this English gentleman, and they certainly have more than borne out his commendations." "And more than that," the prince put in, "I myself, in no small degree, owe my life to them. For when I was pinned down by my horse at Saint Denis, they were among the foremost of those who rushed to my rescue. Busy as I was, I had the time to mark well how stoutly and valiantly they fought. Monsieur d'Arblay has spoken to me in the highest terms of both of them, but especially of Monsieur Fletcher, who, as he declared, saved his life and that of the Count de Laville by obtaining their release from the dungeons of Toulouse by some such device as that he has used at Niort. And now, gentlemen, supper is served. Let us go in at once. We must have already tried the patience of our good hosts, who are doing their best to entertain us right royally, and whom I hope to relieve of part of the burden in a very few days. Monsieur Fletcher, you shall sit between the Admiral and myself, for you have told us your story but briefly, and afterwards I would fain question you farther as to the affair at Toulouse."
The 2 nobles, indeed, inquired very minutely into all the incidents of the fight. By closely questioning him, they learned that the idea of forcing the peasants to lend their horses and carts to convey the Huguenot villagers' goods to Laville was his own, and occurred to him just as he was about to start from the first village he entered.
"The success of military operations," the Admiral said, "depends greatly upon details. It is one thing to lay out a general plan, another to think amid the bustle and excitement of action of the details, upon which success so largely depends. And your thought of making the men who were about to join in the slaughter of their fellow villagers the means of conveying their goods and chattels to a place of safety
is one that shows that your head is cool, and able to think and plan in moments when most men would be carried away by the excitement of the occasion. I am pleased with you, sir, and shall find that if I have any matter on hand demanding discretion and prudence, as well as bravery, I can, in spite of your years, confidently entrust you with it. Are you thinking of returning tomorrow to Laville?" "I was intending to do so, sir. It may be that the people of Niort may endeavour to revenge the stroke that we have dealt them, and the 40 men with me are necessary for the defence of the chateau." "I do not think there is any fear of an attack from Niort," the Admiral said. "They will know well enough that our people are flocking here from all parts, and will be thinking of defence rather than of attack, knowing that while we are within almost striking distance, the royal court is not in a condition as yet to march from Paris. Where are you resting for the night?" "My troops are down by the shore, sir. Seeing how full the town was, I thought it was not worthwhile to look for quarters, and intended to sleep down there among them, in readiness for an early start." "Then after supper, I would that you go down to them, and tell them not to be surprised if you do not join them till morning. Then return hither for the night. It may be that we may want to speak to you again." Late in the evening a page came to Philip, and saying that the prince wished to speak with him, conducted him to a small apartment, where he found Condé and the Admiral.
"We have a mission with which we would entrust you, if you are willing to undertake it," the Admiral said. "It is a dangerous one, and demands prudence and resource, as well as courage. It seems to the prince and myself that you possess these qualities, and your youth may enable you to carry out the mission perhaps more easily than another would do. It is no less than to carry a letter from the prince and myself to the Queen of Navarre. She is at present at Nerac. Agents of Catherine have been trying to persuade her to go with her son to Paris, but fortunately she discovered that there was a plot to seize her and the young prince, her son, at the same time that we were to be entrapped Burgundy. Dulosset, who was charged with the mission of seizing her at Tarbes, was fortunately taken ill, and she has made her way safely up to Nerac. All Guyenne swarms with her enemies. Descars and 4,000 Catholics lie scattered along from Perigueux to Beau, and other bands lie between Perigueux and Toulay. If once past those dangers, her course is barred at Angoulême, Cognac, and Saintes. I want her to know that I will meet her on the Charente. I do not say that I shall be able to take those 3 towns, but I will besiege them, and she will find me outside of one of them if I cannot get inside. It is all important that she should know this, so that she may judge whither to direct her course, when once safely across the river Dronne and out of Guyenne. I dare not send a written dispatch, for were it to fall into the hands of the Catholics, they would at once strengthen the garrisons of the town on the Charente, and would keep so keen a watch in that direction that it would be impossible for the queen to pass. I will give you a ring, a gift from the queen herself, in token that you are my messenger, and that she can place every confidence in you. I will leave to you the choice of how you will proceed. You can take some of your men-at-arms with you, and try to make your way through with a sudden dash. But as the bridges and fords will be strongly watched, I think that it will be much wiser for you to go in disguise, either with or without a companion. Certainty is of more importance than speed. I found a communication here, sent by the queen before she started, to the authorities of the town, saying that she should try to make her way to them, and she knew that the prince and myself would also come here, if we found that our personal safety was menaced in Burgundy. She foresaw that her difficulties would be great, and requested that if we arrived here we would send her word as to our movements, in order that she might accommodate hers to them. I have chosen you for several reasons, one being, as I have told you, that I see you are quick at forming a judgment and cool in danger. The second is that you will not be known to any of the enemy whom you may meet on your way. Most of the Huguenots here are coming from the neighbouring provinces, and would almost certainly be recognized by Catholics from the same neighbourhood. Of course you understand that if suspicion should fall upon you of being a messenger from this place, you would have but a short shrift. I am quite ready to do my best, sir, to carry out your mission. Personally, I would rather ride fast with half a dozen men-at-arms, but doubtless, as you say, the other would be the surest way. I will take with me my servant, who is shrewd and full of resources, and, being a native of these parts, could pass as a countryman anywhere. My horses and my 4 men I will leave here until my return. The troop will of course start in the morning for Laville. "We have another destination for them," the prince said. "A messenger rode yesterday to Laville, to bid the young count start the day after tomorrow with every man he can raise to join me before Niort, for which place I set out tomorrow at midday. Of course, we had no idea that he had already come to blows with that city, but we resolved to make its capture our first enterprise, seeing that it blocks the principal road from Paris hither, and is indeed a natural outpost of La Rochelle. Niort taken, we shall push on and capture Parthenay, which still further blocks the road, and whose possession will keep our door open for our friends from Brittany, Normandy, and the north. When those places are secured and garrisoned, we can then set about clearing out the Catholics from the towns to the south." "Very well, sir. Then I will give orders to them that they are to accompany your force tomorrow, and join the count before Niort. Here is a large map of the country you will have to traverse. You had best take it into the next room and study it carefully, especially the course and direction of the rivers and the points of crossing. It would be shorter, perhaps, if you could have gone by boat south to Archeon, and thence made your way to Nerac. But there are wide dunes to be crossed, and pine forests to be traversed, where a stranger might well die of hunger and thirst. The people are too wild and savage, and look upon strangers with great suspicion, and would probably have no compunction in cutting your throat. Moreover, the Catholics have a flotilla at the mouth of the Gironde, and there would be difficulty and danger in passing. You will, of course, make all speed that you can. I shall presently see some of the council of the town, and if they tell me that a boat can take you down the coast as far as the Soudre, some 10 miles north of the mouth of the Gironde, you will avoid the difficulty of crossing the Boutonnet at Saint-Jean-d'Anglet, and the Charente at Saintes or Cornet. It will save you a quarter of your journey. I expect them shortly, so that by the time you have studied the map I shall be able to tell you more."
An hour later Philip was again summoned. To his surprise, he found Maitre Bertram with the prince.
"Our good friend here tells me that he is already acquainted with you, Monsieur Fletcher. He will house you for tonight, and at daybreak put you on board a small coasting vessel, which will carry you down to the mouth of the Soudre. He will also procure for you whatever disguises you may require for yourself and your attendant. He has relations with traders in many of our towns. Some of these are openly of our faith, others are time servers, or are not yet sufficiently convinced to dare persecution and death for its sake. He will give you the names of some of these, and you may, at a push, be able to find shelter with them, obtain a guide, or receive other assistance. Here is the ring. Hide it carefully on the way, for were you searched, a ring of this value would be considered a proof that you are not what you seemed. You quite understand my message? Good. I pray the queen to trust no promises, but using all care to avoid those who would stop her, to come north as speedily as possible before the toils close round her. And you will assure her that she will find me on the Charente, and that I shall have either taken Cognac or be occupied in besieging it. If I fail, sir, it shall be from no lack of prudence on my part, and I hope to prove myself worthy of the high honour that you have shown me in selecting me for the mission." "Farewell, then," the Admiral said. "I trust that in 10 days' time I shall meet you at Cognac. I have arranged with Maitre Bertram, who will furnish you with the funds necessary for your expedition."
Philip bowed deeply to the two nobles, and retired with the merchant. He had directed Pierre to remain among the lackeys at the foot of the grand staircase, as he would be required presently, and as he passed through he beckoned him to follow.
"You have seen my horses comfortably stabled, Pierre?"
"It was done an hour since, monsieur."
"And my 4 men understand that they are to remain here in charge of them until I return?"
"Yes, sir. Their own horses are also bestowed here, and mine."
"Very well. We sleep tonight at Maitre Bertram's."
"I am right glad to hear it, sir, for truly this castle is full from top to the bottom,
and I love not to sleep in a crowd." "You still have Pierre with you?"
the merchant said.
"Yes, and he has turned out an excellent servant. It was a fortunate day for me when I insisted on talking to him, in spite of your warning. He is a merry varlet, and yet knows when to joke and when to hold his peace. He is an excellent forager." "Ah, that I warrant he is," Maitre Bertram put in, "and can cook a dinner or a supper with any man in the army. I would not part with him for any consideration." "A fellow of that sort, Master Fletcher, is sure to turn out either a rogue or a handy fellow. I am glad to hear that he has proved the latter. Ah, here we are at the house. At ordinary times you should all be abed and asleep at this hour, but the place is turned upside down since the prince and the admiral arrived. For every citizen has taken in as many men as his house will hold. I have 4 gentlemen and 20 of their retainers lodging here, but I will take you to my own den, where we can talk undisturbed, for there is much to say and to arrange as to this expedition of yours, in which there is more peril than I should like to encounter. However, that is your affair. You have undertaken it, and there is naught for me to do save to try and make it as successful as possible. You have already been studying the map, I hear, and know something of the route. I have a good map myself, and we will follow the way together upon it. It would be as well to see whether your rascal knows anything of the country. In some of his wanderings he may have gone south." "I will question him," Philip said, and reopening the door of the room he told Pierre, whom he had bidden follow him upstairs, to enter. "I am going down to Gascony, Pierre. It matters not at present upon what venture. I am going to start tomorrow at daylight in a craft of Maitre Bertram's, which will land me 10 miles this side the mouth of the Gironde, by which, as you will see, I avoid having to cross the Charente, where the bridges are all in the hands of the Catholics. I am going in disguise, and I propose taking you with me." "It is all one to me, sir. Where you go, I am ready to follow you. I have been at Bordeaux, but no farther. I don't know whether you think that 3 would be too many. Your men are all Gascons, and one or other of them might know the part of the country you wish to travel." "I had not thought of that," Philip said, "but the idea is a good one. It depends greatly upon our disguises." "Do you travel as a man-at-arms, or a countryman, or a peddler, or maybe a priest, sir?" "Not as a priest, assuredly," Philip laughed. "I am too young for that." "Too young to be in full orders, but not too young to be a theological student. One going from a theological seminary at Bordeaux to be initiated at Paraguay, or further south to Agen." Philip shook his head. "I should be found out by the first priest who questioned me." "Then, sir, we might go with sacks of ware on our backs as travelling peddlers, or, on the other hand, we might be on our way to take service under the Catholic leaders. If so, we might carry steel caps and swords, which, methinks, would suit you better than either a priest's cowl or a peddler's pack. In that case there might well be 3 of us, or even 4. 2 of your men-at-arms would go as old soldiers, and you and I as young retainers of theirs, anxious to turn our hands to soldiering. Once in Gascony, their dialect would help us rarely, and our story should pass without difficulty, and even on the way it would not be without its use, but the story that we had been living near La Rochelle, but owing to the concourse of Huguenots could no longer stay there, and were therefore making south to see, in the first place, their friends at home, and then to take service under some Catholic lord, would sound likely enough." "I don't know that we can contrive a better scheme than that, Maitre Bertram. What do you think?" "It promises well," the trader agreed. "Do you know what part of Gascony these men come from, Pierre?" "They come from Bordeaux." "That matters but little, though," Philip said, "seeing that it is only to the south of Guyenne that we are bound. Still, they will probably have traversed the province often, and in any case there should be no trouble in finding our way, seeing that Agen lies on the Rhone, and we shall only have to keep near the river all the way from the point where we landed. Our great difficulty will be in passing the Dordogne, the Dronne, and the Lot, all of which we are likely to find guarded." "If you can manage to cross the Garonne here, near Lagnon," the merchant said, placing his finger on the map, "you would avoid the 2 last rivers, and by keeping west of Bazal you would be able to reach Nerac without difficulty. You have to cross somewhere, and it might be as easy there as at Agen." "That is so," Philip agreed. "At any rate, we will try there first. I don't know which of the men I had best take with me. They are all shrewd fellows, as Gascons generally are, so I don't know how to make my choice." "I don't think there is much difference, sir," Pierre said. "I have seen enough of them to know at least that they are all honest fellows." "I will let them decide the matter for themselves," Philip said. "Some might like to go, and some to stay behind. If I choose 2, the others might consider themselves slighted. Do you know where they have bestowed themselves, Pierre?" "Down in the stables with the horses, sir. I could pretty well put my hand on them in the dark." "Well, go and fetch them hither, then, but say nothing about the business on which they are required." In a quarter of an hour Pierre returned with the 4 men. Philip explained to them briefly that he wanted 2 of them to journey with him on a mission of some danger through Guyenne. "I have sent for you all," he said, "in order that you might arrange among yourselves which 2 shall go.
Therefore do you settle the matter, and if you cannot agree, then cast lots and leave it to fortune. Only, as you are two sets of brothers, these had best either go or stay together. Therefore, if you cast lots, do it not singly, but 2 against 2.
"We may as well do it at once, Monsieur Philip," Eustace said. "I know beforehand that we would all choose to follow you. Therefore, if you will put 2 papers into my steel cap, one with my name and one with Jacques', Pierre will draw. If he takes out the one with my name, then I and Henry will go. If he draws Jacques', then he and Roger shall go." This was done, and Jacques and Roger won. "You will have plenty to do while we are away," Philip said to Eustace. "There will be 7 horses to look after, including my chargers." "How long are you likely to be away, sir?" "I may return in 10 days. I may be away 3 weeks. Should any evil chance befall us, you will take the horses over to Laville, and hand them over to my cousin, who will, I am sure, gladly take you and Henry into his service. As we leave here at daybreak, you, Jacques, and your brother Roger had better wrap yourselves up in your cloaks and lie down in the hall below. I would that we could in the morning procure clothes for you, older and more worn than those you have on. You are going as men who have formerly served, but have since been living in a village tilling the land, just as you were when you first joined me." "Then we have the very clothes ready to hand," Jacques said. "When we joined you, we left ours with a friend in the town to hold for us. There is no saying how long military service may last, and as our clothes were serviceable, we laid them by. We can go round and get them first thing in the morning, leaving these we wear as care until we return." "That will do well, but you must be up early, for it is important that we should make our start as soon as possible." "I have also my old clothes held in keeping for me by one who worked in the stable with me," Pierre said. "A man who is going to the war can always find others ready to take charge of whatever he may leave behind, knowing full well that the chances are that he will never return to claim them." "Good, that simplifies matters," Maitre Bertram said. "There remains only your dress, Monsieur Philip, and I shall have no difficulty in getting from my own knaves a doublet, cloak, and other things to suit you. I have plenty of steel caps and swords in my warehouse." "You had best leave your breast pieces here," Philip said to the men. "The number of those who carry them is small, and it will be enough to have steel caps and swords. We are going to walk fast and far, and the less weight we carry, the better." End of chapter 9. Recorded March 2008.
St. Bartholomew's Eve by G.A. Henty.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by Anna Christensen. Chapter 10. The Queen of Navarre. The sun had just risen when Maitre Bertram, accompanied by 4 men in the attire of peasants, went down to the port. 2 of them wore steel caps, and had the appearance of discharged soldiers. The other 2 looked like fresh countrymen, and wore the low caps in use by the peasantry on their heads, carrying steel caps slung by cords from their shoulder. All 4 had swords stuck into their leathern belts. Similar groups in hundreds might have been seen all over France, making their way to join the forces of the contending parties. The craft upon which the traitor led them was a small one of 4 or 5 tons burden, manned by 3 men and a boy.
"You understand, Johann. If you meet with no interruption, you will land your passengers at the mouth of the Seudre. But if you should come across any of the craft that have been hovering about the coast, and find that they are too fast for you, put them ashore wherever they may direct. If you are too hotly chased to escape after landing them, you had best also disembark and make your way back by land, as best you can, leaving them to do what they will with the boat. As like as not they would cut your throats did they take you, and if not, would want to know whom you had landed and other matters. I do not want to lose the craft, which has done me good service in her time, and is a handy little coaster, but I would rather lose it than that you should fall into the hands of the Bordeaux boats and get into trouble. The fact that you made for shore to land passengers would be sufficient to show that those passengers were of some importance. Now good luck to you, Master Philip. I trust to see you back here again before long."
They kept straight out from La Rochelle to the Isle of Olero, and held close along to its shore, lest boats coming out from the Charente might overhaul them. From the southern end of the island it was only a run of some 8 miles into the mouth of the Seudre. A brisk wind had blown, and they made the 40 miles voyage in 7 hours. They could see several white sails far to the south as they ran in, but had met with nothing to disquiet on the way. They were rowed ashore in the little boat the craft carried, and landed among some sandhills, among which they at once struck off and walked briskly for a mile inland, so as to avoid any questioning from persons they might meet as to where they had come from. Jacques and his brother carried bags slung over their shoulders, and in these was a store of food with which the merchant had provided them, and 2 or 3 flasks of good wine, so that they might make a day's journey at least without having to stop to purchase food. It was 2 o'clock when they landed, and they had therefore some 5 hours of daylight, and before this had faded they had passed Royan, situated on the Gironde. They did not approach the town, but keeping behind it came down upon the road running along the shore 3 miles beyond it, and walked along it until about 10 o'clock, by which time all were thoroughly tired with their unaccustomed exercise. Leaving the road, they found a sheltered spot among the sandhills, ate a hearty meal, and then lay down to sleep. They were afoot again at daylight. The country was sparsely populated. They passed through a few small villages, but no place of any importance, until, late in the afternoon, they approached Blaye after a long day's tramp. As they thought that here they might learn something of the movements of the large body of Catholic troops Philip had heard of as guarding the passage of the Dordogne, they determined to enter the town. They passed through the gates half an hour before they were closed, and entered a small cabaret. Here, calling for some bread and common wine, they sat down in a corner, and listened to the talk of the men who were drinking there. It was all about the movements of troops, and the scraps of news that had come in from all quarters.
"I don't know who they can all be arming against," one said. "The Queen of Navarre has no troops, and even if a few hundreds of Huguenots joined her, what could she do? As to Condé and the Admiral, they have been hunted all over France since they left Noyers. They say they hadn't 50 men with them. It seems to me they are making a great fuss about nothing." "I have just heard a report,"
a man who had 2 or 3 minutes before entered the room said,
"to the effect that they arrived 4 days since at La Rochelle, with some 500 or 600 men who joined them on the way."
An exclamation of surprise broke from his hearers.
"Then we shall have trouble," one exclaimed. "La Rochelle is a hard nut to crack in itself, and if the Prince and the Admiral have got in, the Huguenots from all the country round will rally there, and may give a good deal of trouble after all. What can the Catholic lords have been about that they managed to let them slip through their hands in that way? They must have seen for some time that they were making for the one place where they would be safe, unless indeed they were making down for Navarre. That would account for the way in which all the bridges and fords across the rivers are being watched." "I expect they are watching both ways," another said. "These Huguenots always seem to know what is going on, and it is likely enough that while our people all thought that Condé was making for Germany, there was not a Huguenot throughout France who did not know that he was coming west to La Rochelle, and if so, they will be moving in all directions to join him there. And that is why Descartes has got such a force at all the bridges. I heard from a man who came in yesterday that the Lot is watched just as sharply from the Garonne through Cahors right on to Espion, and he heard that at Aguet and along the Aveyron the troops hold the bridges and fords as if they expected an enemy. No doubt, as soon as they heard that Condé and his party are in La Rochelle, they will close round them and catch them in a trap. That will be as good as any other way, and save much trouble. It is a long chase to catch a pack of wolves scattered all over the country, but one can make short work of them all when you get them penned up in an enclosure."
Philip cast a warning glance at his companions, for he felt so inclined to retort himself that he feared they might give way to a similar impulse. Jacques and his brother, however, were munching their bread stolidly, while Pierre was looking at the speaker with a face so full of admiring assent to his remark that Philip had to struggle hard to repress a laugh.
"It must be owned," another of the group said, "that these wolves bite hard. I was in Paris last year with the Count de Cassel. Well, we laughed when we saw the 3 parties of white wolves ride out from Saint Denis, but I tell you there was no laughing when they got among us. We were in the constable's troop, and though, as far as I know, we were all pretty stout men-at-arms, and were 4 to 1 against them at least, we had little to boast of when the fight was over. At any rate, I got a mark of the wolves' teeth, which has put a stop to my hunting, as you see." And he held out his arm. "I left my right hand on the field of battle. It was in the fight round Condé. A young Huguenot,
for he was smooth-faced and but a youth, shred it off with a sweeping back-handed blow as if it had been a twig. So there was no more wolf-hunting for me. But even if I had my right hand back again, I should not care for any more such rough sport as that." Philip congratulated himself that he was sitting with his back to the speaker, for he remembered the incident well, and it was his arm that had struck the blow. His visor had been up, but as his face was shaded by the helmet and cheek-pieces, and the man could have obtained but a passing glance at him, he felt sure on reflection that he would not be recognized. "Ah, well, we shall do better this time," the first speaker said. "We are better prepared than we were then, and except La Rochelle and 4 or 5 small towns, every place in France is in our hands. I expect the news will be that the Prince and Coligny and the others have taken ship for England. Then, when that pestilent Queen of Navarre and her boy are in our hands, the whole thing will be over, and the last edict will be carried out, and each Huguenot will have the choice between the mass and the gallows. Well, I will have one more stoup of wine, and then I will be off, for we march at daybreak." "How many ride out with you?" the man who had lost his hand asked. 100. The town has voted the funds, and we march to join Descartes tomorrow. I believe we are not going to Périgueux, but are to be stationed somewhere on the lower Dordogne to prevent any of the Huguenots from the south making their way towards La Rochelle. The frequenters of the cabaret presently dropped off. Jacques, who acted as spokesman, had on entering asked the landlord if they could sleep there, and he said there was plenty of good hay in the loft over the stable. As his duties were now over, he came across to them. "Which way are you going, lads?" he asked. "Are you bound, like the others, to join one of the lords on the Dordogne?" "No," Jacques said. "We are bound for Agen. We come from near there." "I thought your tongue had a smack of Gascon in it." "Yes, we came from across the border. We are tired of hard work in the vineyards, and are going to take up with our own trade, for my comrade here and I served under de Brissac in Italy. We would rather enlist under our own lord than under a stranger." "Yes, that I can understand," the landlord said. "But you will find it no easy work travelling at present, when every bridge and ford across the rivers is watched by armed men, and all who pass are questioned sharply as to their business." "Well, if they won't let us pass," Jacques said carelessly, "we must join some leader here, though I should like to have had a few days at home first." "Your best plan would have been to have gone by boat to Bordeaux. There has been a strong wind from the west for the last 3 days, and it would save you many a mile of weary tramping." "That it would," Jacques said. "But could one get a passage?" "There will be no difficulty about that. There is not a day passes, now that the wind is fair, that 3 or 4 boats do not go off to Bordeaux with produce from the farms and vineyards. Of course, you wouldn't get up without paying. But I suppose you are not without something in your pockets. There is a cousin of mine, a farmer, who is starting in the morning, and has chartered a boat to carry his produce. If I say a word to him, I have no doubt he would give the 4 of you a passage for a crown." "What do you say, my comrades?" Jacques said. "It would save us some 30 or 40 miles walking, and perhaps some expense for ferries, to say nothing of trouble with the troops, who are apt enough, moreover, to search the pockets of those who pass." "I think it would be a good plan," his brother replied, and the other 2 also assented. "Very well, then," the landlord said. "My cousin will be here in the morning, for he was going to leave 2 or 3 barrels of last year's vintage with me. By the way, I dare say he will be easy with you as to the passage money, if you agree to help him carry up his barrels to the magazines of the merchants he deals with, and aid him with his other goods. It will save him from having to employ men there, and those porters of Bordeaux know how to charge pretty high for their services. I will make you up a basket for your journey. Shall I say a bottle of wine each, and some bread, and a couple dozen eggs, which I will get boiled hard for you?" "That will do well, landlord," Jacques said. "And we thank you for having put us in the way of saving our legs tomorrow. What time do you think your cousin will be in?" "He will have his carts at the gate by the time they open them. He is not one to waste time. Besides, every minute is of importance, for with this wind he may well hope to arrive in Bordeaux in time to get his cargo discharged by nightfall." "That was a lucky stroke indeed," Philip said when they had gained the loft, and the landlord, having hung up a lantern, had left them alone. "Half our difficulties will be over when we get to Bordeaux. I had begun to fear, from what we heard of the watch they are keeping at the bridges, that we should have found it a very difficult matter at crossing the rivers. One side of Bordeaux, the Cireau, is the only stream we shall have to cross, and that is but a small river, and is not likely to be watched, for no one making his way from the south to La Rochelle would keep to the west from the Garonne." They were downstairs by 6, had a meal of bread and spiced wine, and soon after 7 there was a rumble of carts outside, and 2 of them stopped at the cabaret. They were laden principally with barrels of wine, but in one the farmer's wife was sitting surrounded by baskets of eggs, fowls, and ducks, and several casks of butter. 3 of the casks of wine were taken down and carried into the house. The landlord had a chat apart with his cousin, who then came forward to where they were sitting at the table. "My cousin tells me that you want to go to Bordeaux, and are willing to help load my boat, and to carry the barrels to the warehouse at Bordeaux in return for a passage. Well, I agree to the bargain. The warehouse is not very far from the wharf, but the men there charge an extortionate price." "We will do your work," Jacques said. "But how am I to know that when you land you will not slip away without fulfilling your share of the bargain?" the farmer asked. "You look honest fellows, but soldiers are not gentry to be always depended upon. I mean no offence, but business is business, you know." Jacques put his hand in his pocket. "Here is a crown," he said. "I will hand it over to you as earnest. If we do not do your work, you can keep that to pay the hire of the men to carry your barrels." "That is fair enough," the farmer said, pocketing the coin. "Now let us go without delay." The landlord had already been paid for the supper of the night before, the lodging, and the contents of the basket, and without more words they set out with a cart to the riverside. Here the boat was in waiting, and they at once set to work with the drivers of the 2 carts to transfer their contents into it. As they were as anxious as the farmer that no time should be lost, they worked hard, and in a quarter of an hour all was on board. They took their places in the bow, the farmer, his wife, and the 2 boatmen being separated from them by a pile of barrels. The sail was at once hoisted, and as the west wind was still blowing strongly, Blaye was soon left behind.
"This is better than walking by a long way," Philip said. "We are out of practice, and my feet are tender from the tramp from the coast. It would have taken us 2 days to get to Bordeaux, even if we had had no trouble in crossing the Dordogne, and every hour is of importance. I hope we may get out of the city before the gates close. Then we shall be able to push on all night." They passed several islands on their way, and after 4 hours' run saw the walls and spires of Bourg, where the Dordogne unites with the Garonne to form the great estuary known as the Gironde. At 3 o'clock they were alongside the wharves of Bordeaux. They stowed away their steel caps and swords, and at once prepared to carry up the barrels. "Do you make an excuse to move off, master," Pierre said. "We 3 will soon get these barrels into the store, and it is no fitting work for you." "Honest work is fitting work, Pierre, and methinks that my shoulders are stronger than yours. I have had my sail, and I am going to pay for it by my share of the work." The store was nearer than Philip had expected to find it. A wide road ran along by the river bank, and upon the other side of this was a line of low warehouses, all occupied by the wine merchants, who purchased the produce of their vineyards from the growers, and, after keeping it until matured, supplied France and foreign countries with it. Several ships lay by the wharves. Some were bound for England, others for Holland. Some were freighted for the northern parts of France, and some of smaller size for Paris itself. Several men came up to offer their services as soon as the boat was alongside, and these, when they saw that the owner of the wines had brought men with them, who would transport the wine to the warehouses, indulged in some rough jeers before moving away. In the first place, Philip and his companions, aided by the boatmen, carried the cargo ashore, while the farmer crossed the road to the merchant with whom he dealt. His store was not more than 50 yards from the place of landing, and as soon as he returned the work began. In an hour and a half the whole of the barrels were carried over. The farmer's wife had seen to the carriage of her portion of the cargo to the inn her husband frequented on these occasions. It was close to the marketplace, and there she would, as soon as the market opened in the morning, dispose of them, and by 9 o'clock they would be on board again. When the last barrel was carried into the store, the farmer handed Jacques the crown he had taken as pledge for the performance of the bargain. "You are smart fellows," he said, "and nimble. The same number of these town fellows would have taken double the time that you have done, and I must have had 6 at least to have got the wine safely stored before nightfall." "We are well contented with our bargain," Jacques said. "It is better to work hard for 2 hours than to walk for 2 days. So good day to you, master, for we shall want to get on our way at once, and do not want to spend our money in the wine shops here."
Possessing themselves of their steel caps and swords again, they made their way through the busy town to the south gates, through which a stream of peasants with carts, horses, and donkeys was passing out, having disposed of the produce they had brought in.
"Where are you bound to, you two with steel caps?"
the officer at the gate asked. Jacques and his brother paused, while Philip and Pierre, who had stowed their caps in the bundles they carried, went on without stopping, as it had previously been agreed that in case of one or more of his followers being stopped, Philip should continue his way, as it was urgent that he should not suffer anything to delay him in the delivery of his message. He waited, however, a quarter of a mile from the gates, and the two men then rejoined him.
"We had no difficulty, sir," Jacques said. "We said that we had once served, and were going to do so again, having grown sick working in the vineyards, and that we had come up from Blaye with a cargo of wine, and had taken our discharge, and were now bound for Agen to see our families before joining the force that the Viscount de Rouillac, under whom our father held a farm, would no doubt be putting in the field. That was sufficient, and he let us go on without further question, except that he said that we should have done better by going up Saintes or Cognac, and taking service with a force there, instead of making this long journey up to Agen."
They walked steadily on until, when it was nearly midnight, they arrived at a small village on the banks of the Cireau. As the inhabitants would have been in bed hours before, they made up their minds not to attempt to find a shelter there, but to cross by the bridge and sleep in the first clump of trees they came to. As they approached the bridge, however, they saw a fire burning in the centre of the road. 2 men were sitting beside it, and several others lay round. "Soldiers," Philip said. "It would not do to try to cross at this time of night. We will retire beyond the village and wait until morning." They turned off into a vineyard as soon as they were outside the village, and lay down among the vines that had some weeks before been cleared of their grapes. "How far does this river run before it becomes fordable, Jacques?"
"I do not know, sir. There are hills run along in a line with the Garonne some 10 or 12 miles back, and I should say that when we get there we shall certainly find points at which we might cross the stream."
"That would waste nearly a day, and time is too precious for that. We will go straight on in the morning. Our story has been good enough this far. There is no reason why it should not carry us through." Accordingly, as soon as the sun was up, they entered the village, and went into a cabaret and called for wine and bread.
"You are travelling early,"
the landlord said.
"Yes, we have a long tramp before us, so we thought we had better perform part of it before breakfast. These are busy times. Folks are passing through one way or the other all day. It is not for us innkeepers to grumble, but peace and quiet are all we want about here. These constant wars and troubles are our ruin. The growers are afraid to send their wine to market, for many of these armed bands are no better than brigands, and think much more of robbing and plundering than they do of fighting. I suppose by your looks you are going to take service with some lord or other?"
Jacques repeated the usual tale.
"Well, well, every man to his liking," the landlord said. "But for my part, I can't think what Frenchmen want to fly at each other's throats for. We have got 30 soldiers quartered in the village now, though what they are doing here is more than I can imagine. We shall be glad when they are gone, for they are a rough lot, and their leader gives himself as many airs as if he had conquered the place. I believe they belong to a force that is lying at Bauzet, some 5 leagues away. One would think that the Queen of Navarre had got a big Huguenot army together, and was marching north." "I should not think she could raise an army," Philip said carelessly. "And if she is wise, she will stop quietly down in Béarn." "There is a rumour here," the landlord said, "that she is at Nerac, with only a small party of gentlemen, and that she is on her way to Paris to assure the king that she has no part in these troubles. I don't know whether this has anything to do with the troops, who, as I hear, are swarming all over the country. They say that there are 1,500 men at Agen." "I am afraid we shall have trouble at this bridge," Philip said, as the landlord left them. "They seem to be a rough lot, and this truculent lieutenant might not be satisfied with a story that his betters would accept without question. We will ask our host if there is any place where the river can be forded without going too far up. We can all swim, and as the river is no great width, we can make a shift to get across, even if the ford is a bad one." The landlord presently returned. Jacques put the question. "By your account of those fellows at the bridge, we might have trouble with them?" "As like as not," the landlord said. "They worry and vex all who come past, insult quiet people, and have seized several who have happened to have no papers of domicile about them, and sent them off to Bazas. They killed a man who resented their rough usage 2 days ago. There has been talk in the village of sending a complaint of their conduct to the officer at Bazas, but perhaps he might do nothing. and if he didn't, it would only make it the worse for us." "Well, we don't want troubles," Jacques said, "and therefore, if we could pass the river without having to make too wide a detour, we would do so. Do you know of any fords?" "Yes, there are 2 or 3 places where it can be crossed when the water is low, and as there has been no rain for some weeks past, you will be able to cross now easily enough. There is one 4 miles higher up. You will see a clump of willow trees on this side of the river, and there is a pile of stones some 5 feet high on the other side. You enter the river close by the trees, and then keep straight for the pile of stones, which is some 50 yards higher up, for the ford crosses the river at an angle." "Well, we will take that way then," Jacques said. "It is better to lose an hour than to have trouble here."
An hour later the party arrived at the ford, and crossed it without difficulty, the water being little above their waists. Some miles farther they saw ahead of them the towers of Bazas, and struck off from the road they were traversing to pass to the east of it. They presently came upon a wide road. "This must be the road to Nerac," Philip said. "There are neither rivers nor places of any side to be passed now. The only danger is from bodies of horse watching the road." "And if I mistake not, sir, there is one of them approaching now," Pierre said, pointing ahead. As he spoke, the heads and shoulders of a body of horsemen were seen as they rode up from a dip the road made into a hollow half a mile away. Philip glanced round. The country was flat, and it was too late to think of concealment. "We will go quietly on," he said. "We must hope they will not interfere with us." The troop consisted of some 20 men, 2 gentlemen riding at their head, and as they came up they checked their horses. "Whither come ye, and where are you bound?" "We come from Bordeaux, sir, and we are bound for Agen," Jacques replied. "My comrade and I served under de Brissac when we were mere lads, and we have a fancy to try the old trade again, and our young cousins also want to try their mettle." "You are a Gascon by your tongue?" "That is so," Jacques said, "and it is for that reason we are going south. We would rather fight in a company of our own people than with strangers." "Whom have you been serving at Bordeaux? I am from the city, and know most of those in and round it." "We have not been working there, sir. We came from near Blaye, and made the journey thence to Bordeaux by a boat with our master, Jacques Bloisy, who was bringing to Bordeaux a cargo of his wines." "Why waste time, Raoul?" the other gentleman said impatiently. "What matter if they come from Bordeaux or Blaye? These are not of those whom we are here to arrest. Anyhow, they are not Huguenot lords, but look what they say they are. But whether men-at-arms or peasants, they concern us not. Maybe while we are questioning them, a party of those we are in search of may be traversing some other road. Let us be riding forward." He roughly pricked his horse with his spur, and the troop rode on. "I think you were wrong to be so impatient, Louis," the one who had acted as interrogator said. "Anyone could see with half an eye that those 2 fellows were, as they said, old men-at-arms. There is a stiffness and a straightness about men who have been under the hand of the drill sergeant, and I could swear that fellow is a Gascon, as he said. But I am not so sure as to one of the young fellows with him. I was about to question him when you broke in. He did not look to me like a young peasant, and I should not be at all surprised if he is some Huguenot gentleman, making his way to Nerac with 3 of his followers." "Well, if it was so, Raoul, he would not swell the queen's army to any dangerous extent. I am glad you didn't ask him any questions, for if he declared himself a Huguenot, and to do them justice, the Huguenots will never deny their faith, I suppose it would have been our duty to have fallen upon them and slaughtered them. And though I am willing enough to draw when numbers are nearly equal, and it is a fair fight, I will take no part in the slaughter of men when we are 20 to 1 against them. 3 or 4 men more or less at Nerac will make no difference. The Queen of Navarre has but some 50 men in all, and whenever the orders come to seize her and her son, it may be done easily enough whether she has 50 or 100 with her. War is all well enough, Raoul, but the slaughtering of solitary men is not an occupation that suits me. I am a good Catholic, I hope, but I abhor these massacres of defenceless people only because they want to worship in their own way. I look to the Pope as the head of my religion on earth, but why should I treat as a mortal enemy a man who does not recognize the Pope's authority?" "That is dangerous doctrine, Louis." "Yes, but why should it be? You and I were both at the colloquy at Poissy, and we saw that the Cardinal of Lorraine and all the bishops failed totally to answer the arguments of the Huguenot minister Beza. The matter was utterly beyond me, and had Beza argued 10 times as strongly as he did, it would in no way have shaken my faith. But I contend that if Lorraine himself and the bishops could not show this man to be wrong,
There can be nothing in these people's interpretation of Scripture that can be so terrible as to deserve death. If they become dangerous to the state, I am ready to fight against them as against any other enemies of France. But I can see nothing that can excuse the persecutions and massacres. And if these men be enemies of France, of which as yet no proof has been shown, it is because they have been driven to it by persecution." "Louis, my cousin," the other said, "it is dangerous indeed in these days to form an opinion. You must remember our great statesman, L'Hopital, has fallen into some disgrace, and has been deprived of rank and dignity because he has been an advocate of toleration." "I know that, Louis, but I also know there are numbers of our nobles and gentlemen who, although staunch Catholics, are sickened at seeing the king acting as a tool of Philip of Spain and the Pope, and who shudder as I do at beholding France stained with blood from end to end, simply because people choose to worship God in their own way. You must remember that these people are not the ignorant scum of our towns, but that among them are a large number of our best and wisest heads. I shall fight no less staunchly when fighting has to be done, because I am convinced that it is all wrong. If they are in arms against the king, I must be in arms for him. But I hope, none the less, that when arms are laid down, there will be a cessation of persecution, at any rate a cessation of massacre. It is bringing disgrace on us in the eyes of all Europe, and I trust that there may be a league among us to withstand the Guises, and to insist that there shall be in France no repetition of the atrocities by which Philip of Spain and the Duke of Alva are trying to stamp out the reformed religion in the Netherlands." "Well, I hope at any rate, Louis," his cousin said impatiently, "that you will keep those opinions to yourself, for assuredly they will bring you into disgrace, and may even cost you your possessions and your head, if they are uttered in the presence of any friend of the Guises." End of chapter 10. St. Bartholomew's Eve by G.A. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by Anna Christensen. Chapter 11. Jean of Navarre. "It is lucky," Philip said to Jacques, as they proceeded on their way after the troop had ridden on, "that he did not think of asking us if we were Huguenots." "I was expecting it myself, sir," Jacques said, "and I was turning it over in my conscience how I could answer." "There could be but one answer, Jacques, though no doubt it would have cost us our lives." "I should not deny my faith, even to save my life, sir, if the question were put to me, 'Are you a Huguenot?' But I think that when 4 lives are at stake, it is lawful to take any opening there may be to get us out of it." "But how would there have been an opening, Jacques?" "Well, sir, you see, if he had asked, 'Are you Huguenots?' I think I could have said no with a clear conscience, seeing that you are an Englishman. Your religion may be like ours, but you are not a Huguenot. And although Pierre does not seem to me to have quite made up his mind as to what he is, assuredly I should not call him a Huguenot. So you see, sir, that as only 2 out of the 4 are Huguenots, there would have been no lie to my saying no to that question. But if he had said, 'Are you Catholics?' then I must have answered no, seeing that none of us go to mass." "It is a nice question," Philip said, "but seeing that the Catholics never keep their oaths and their promises to what they call heretics, I think that one would be justified, not in telling a lie, for nothing can justify that, but in availing oneself of a loophole such as one would scorn to use to others. I should be sorry to have the question asked me, though seeing I am not myself a Huguenot, although I am fighting with them, I think that I could reply no, especially as it is not a question of my own life only, but one involving the whole cause of the Huguenots. If I were in your place, I don't know what I should do, but as you say that you could do it without your conscience pricking you, I certainly should not put pressure upon you to say yes. However, I hope you may never be asked the question, and that we shall meet with no more interruptions until we get to Nerac. There can be little doubt that at present the Catholics have received no orders to seize the queen and her son at Nerac, although they have orders to prevent her at all costs from going forward to Paris, except under escort, and are keeping a sharp lookout to prevent her from being joined by parties of Huguenots, who would render her force formidable. I should hope that by this time we are past the last of their bands. Those we met just now doubtless belong to the force gathered in Bazas, and it is in the direction of the north rather than the west, that the Catholics are most vigilant. If she succeeds in making her way through them, it will be well nigh a miracle. Now that we are well past Baza, we will leave the road and make our way across the fields, for it is upon the roads that any watch there may be will be set." It was a long day's journey, and at 8 o'clock in the evening they lay down in a wood 10 miles from Nerac, having walked fully 50 miles since crossing the river Ciron. "I am very glad, Monsieur Philip, that we were not here 4 hours earlier." "Why, Pierre?" "Because, sir, in that case you would have insisted on pushing on to Nerac, so as to enter it before the gate is closed; and in that case I doubt whether with the best will I could have gone that far, and I am sure that Jacques and Roger could not have done so." "No, indeed," Jacques said. "I have done my last inch. For the last 4 hours I felt as if I were walking upon hot irons, so sore are my feet; and indeed I could not have travelled at all if I had not taken your advice and gone barefoot." They had brought some wine and bread in the little village through which they had passed, and as soon as they had finished their supper they lay down to sleep. They were up next morning long before daybreak, and were at the gates of Nerac before they opened. A group of countrymen were gathered there, and as soon as the drawbridge was lowered they entered the town with them. They observed that there were sentries all round the walls, and that a keen watch was kept. As Philip was aware, the majority of the inhabitants there were Huguenots, and the governor was a noble of Béarn, and it was doubtless for this reason that the Queen of Navarre had halted here, as Nerac was a strong town, and not to be taken without a regular siege. They had no difficulty in ascertaining where the queen was lodged. Early as it was, several Huguenot gentlemen, armed to the teeth, were gathered round the door. Philip, leaving his companions behind him, went up to the group, and addressing one of them said: "I am the bearer of a message for the queen. It is important. May I pray you, sir, to cause this ring to be conveyed to her? It is a token that she will recognize." The gentleman glanced at the ring. "She may well do that," he said, "seeing that it bears her own cognizance. The queen is already up, and I will cause it to be sent in to her at once." 2 minutes later another gentleman came out. "Her Majesty will at once see the messenger who has brought the ring," he said, and Philip at once followed him into the house. He was conducted to a room where a lady was sitting, whom he recognized by the description he had read of her as the Queen of Navarre. Beside her stood a lad of 15. "You come from the Admiral," she said. "Have you dispatches for me?" "I have a paper sewn up in my boot, your Majesty, but it was read over to me several times, in case either water or wear should render it illegible." "He has reached La Rochelle safely, as I heard 3 days since," the queen said, "but with a small following?" "He and the prince had over 500 with them when they rode in, your Majesty, and parties were arriving hourly to swell his force. On the day I left he was going out to attack Niort, and that captured he was going to move south. That was the message I was charged to deliver. You will find him either in Cognac or in the front of that town." "That is good news, indeed," the queen said, "for I should have had to make the wide detour to pass round the Charente, all the towns and bridges being held by our enemies. It will be difficult enough to cross the intervening rivers. Indeed, as the news that I had started hence would arrive long before I did myself, it would be hopeless to elude their vigilance, and I should have had to take a long bend to the east, and might well have been cut off before I could reach him. And who are you, sir, that the Admiral should think fit to entrust so important a message to you?" "I am English born, madame, and my name is Philip Fletcher. My mother was French, being the daughter of the Count de Mouly, and she sent me over to reside with her sister, the Countess of Laville, in order that I might fight for the cause of the religion by the side of my cousin Francois. I rode with him through the last campaign in the train of Francois de la Noue, and having had the good fortune to attract the notice of the Prince of Condé and the Admiral, they selected me to bear this message to you, thinking that, being but a lad, I should better escape suspicion and question than a French gentleman would do, especially as he would risk being recognized, while my face would be altogether unknown. Now, if your Majesty would permit me, I will open the lining of my shoe. You will find, however, that the dispatch contains but few words. At first the Admiral thought only to give me a message, but he afterwards wrote what he had said, in order that should any evil befall me by the way, one of the 3 men who accompanied me should take my shoe and bring it to your Majesty." By this time he had slit open the lining of his shoe with his knife, and handed the little piece of paper to the queen. It contained only the words, "All goes well. I am hoping to see you. You will find me in or near Cognac." There was no signature. "You have done good service to the cause, Monsieur Fletcher," the queen said. "How did you manage to pass south? For I hear that every bridge and ford is guarded by the Catholics." Philip gave a brief account of his journey. "You have acted prudently and well, young sir, and fully justified the Admiral's confidence in your prudence. What are your orders now?" "They are simply to accompany your majesty on your way north, if it be your pleasure to permit me to ride in your train." "I shall do that right willingly, sir, and it will be a pleasure for my son to hear from your lips a full account of your journey hither, and something of your native land, in which it may be that he will be some day compelled to take refuge." "You shall ride by my side, Monsieur Philip," the young prince said. "You look as if you could laugh and joke. These Huguenot lords are brave and faithful, but they have ever serious faces." "Hush, Henry. It is not fitting to speak so. They are brave and good men." "That may be, mother, but they weary me dreadfully, and I am sure it would be much more cheerful having this English gentleman as my companion." The young prince was tall for his age, active and sinewy. His mother had brought him up as if he had been a peasant boy. As a child he had run about barefoot, and as he grew had spent much of his time among the mountains, sometimes with shepherds, sometimes engaged in the chase. Jean herself had a horror of the corruption of the French court, and strove to make her son hardy and robust, with simple tastes and appetites, and preferring exercise, hard work, and hunter's food to the life of the town. He had practised constantly in arms, and his mother regretted nothing so much as the fact that, next to the king and his brother, he stood in succession to the French throne, and would have been far happier that he should rule some day over the simple and hardy people of Navarre. "The first thing to do, Monsieur Fletcher," the queen said, "is to obtain more suitable garments for yourself and your followers. This my chamberlain shall see about without delay. I will then present you to the gentlemen who accompany me. They are but a small party, but we have received promises from many others, who will join us on our way. I may tell you it is already arranged that I shall set forward this evening. Monsieur d'Escars has, I hear, some 4,000 gentlemen under arms, but these are widely scattered, and I hope to have a sufficient force to overcome them at any point we may make for. Some friends have secretly collected 2 or 3 boats near Tournai, where there is but a small party of the Catholics assembled. Once past the Garonne, we shall feel safe for a time. Would it please you that I should ride on first to Tournai, your majesty, and ascertain that the garrison there are not alert, and have no suspicion that you are about to cross so close to them? Being a stranger here, I could pass unsuspected, while were any of the gentlemen with you seen near Tournai, it would create suspicion that you yourself were about to cross in the neighbourhood." "I thank you for that offer," the queen said, "and will speak to you about it later on." As Philip had been furnished with money, he did not trouble the queen's chamberlain, but at once purchased clothes for himself and his 3 followers, together with breast and back pieces for Jacques and Roger. On his return to the queen, after an hour's absence, he was informed that Prince Henry had made inquiries for him, and was shown into a room where the young prince was sitting down to his breakfast, the queen being engaged in business with some of her councillors. "Ah, that is right, Monsieur Fletcher. I have been waiting breakfast for you half an hour. Come, sit you down with me. I warrant you have been too busy since you arrived at Nerac to think of a meal." "I don't think, Prince," Philip began, "that it would be seemly that I—" "Nonsense," the prince interrupted. "We are not at the court of France, thank goodness, and we have no ceremony at Béarn. Besides, a simple gentleman may dine with the king any day. So sit down without any more delay, and let me hear all your adventures." Philip still hesitated, and the prince said, "I told my mother that I was going to have you to breakfast with me, and I believe she was well satisfied that I should for a time be out of her way." This removed any doubt from Philip's mind, and he at once sat down with the prince and ate a hearty meal, after which he chatted with him for an hour, telling him about the journey from La Rochelle, the rescue of the Huguenots near Niort, and some of the adventures in the last war. "And you were with my cousin Conde and the Admiral in the battle of Saint Denis? What luck you have had, Monsieur Fletcher! I hope that day will come when I too shall take part in war, and be a great leader like the Admiral. But I would rather that it was against Spaniards or others than against Frenchmen." The door opened, and the queen entered. Philip rose hastily, but she motioned him to be seated. "No ceremony, I beg of you, Master Philip. I am glad to find you here with my son. I have spoken to some of my friends of your offer to go to Tonneins, but they think not well of it. It is a small place, and a stranger would be sure to be questioned. But it was agreed that if you would ride through Agen, you might do us great service. 5 leagues from Tonneins, Fontarrabia, the seneschal of Armagnac, will be waiting for me in the morning with a troop of horse and a regiment of infantry. If the governor of Agen has news of his coming, he may send out a force to attack him, or should he not feel strong enough for that, he may at least think that I am intending to join the seneschal, and in that case he may send out troops to bar the roads leading thither from the river. As many will be passing through Agen on their way to join Descartes, the passage of a gentleman and 2 men-at-arms will excite no attention, and if you put up for a short time at an inn, you may be able to gather whether there has been any movement of the troops, or whether there is any talk of the departure of any this evening. Should all be quiet, you can join me on the road, or ride direct to the village of Villeneuve-d'Agenois, where the seneschal will arrive some time tonight. If you should hear of any movement of the troops, ride down on the other side of the river till within 2 miles of Tonneins. Then, if you place your men at intervals of 300 or 400 yards apart, you will be sure to see us cross, and can give us warning of danger, and such indications as you may gather as to the points where the troops are likely to be posted. We shall cross about midnight." "I will gladly undertake the mission," Philip said. "I will go out and procure some horses at once." "That is unnecessary," the queen said. "We have brought several spare horses with us, and I have already ordered 4 to be saddled for you. You have no armour, I see." "I would rather ride without it, your majesty, especially on such a mission as the present. Besides, if in full armour, I might well be accosted and asked to whose party I belong, while riding in as I am unarmed, save for my sword. I should have the air of a gentleman of the neighbourhood, who had merely ridden in on business or to learn the latest news." The queen smiled approvingly. "You see, Henry, this gentleman, although about to undertake a dangerous business, does not proceed rashly or hastily, but thinks coolly as to the most prudent course to pursue. You will understand, Monsieur Fletcher, that several of the gentlemen with me have volunteered for this duty, and that we have accepted your offer solely because they could scarcely enter our gate without meeting some who know them, while you, being a stranger, do not run this risk. Moreover, madam, I have another advantage. Were any of them questioned, and asked directly, 'Are you a Huguenot?' they could not but answer yes, whereas were that question put to me, I could reply no, seeing that I am an English Protestant, and in no way, save in my sympathies, a Huguenot. That is an advantage, certainly, but it may be the question will be put, 'Are you a Catholic?' In that case, your majesty, I could only reply no, but methinks the other question is the most likely one." "I wish I were going to ride with Monsieur Fletcher, mother." "That is impossible, Henri, for scarce a Gascon gentleman but has been down at one time or other to Bearn. Do not be anxious for adventures. They will come in time, my son, and plenty of them. Would that you could pass your life without one. But in these troubled times, and with France divided against itself, that is too much to hope. Should you, by any chance, Monsieur Fletcher, fail to rejoin us at Villeneuve-d'Agenois, you may overtake us further on. But run no risk to do so. You know whither we are bound, and I trust that when we arrive there we may find you before us. I myself will retain the ring that you brought me, and will return it to the Admiral. But wear this in remembrance of one in whose service you risked your life." And she handed him a diamond ring, which he knew enough of gems to be aware was of considerable value. "And take this dagger," the prince said, taking a small and beautifully tempered weapon from his belt. "It is but a bodkin, but it is of famous steel. It was sent me by Philip of Spain at a time when he was trying to cajole my mother, and is one of the best workmanship of Toledo." Philip expressed his thanks to the gifts in suitable words, and then, taking leave of the queen and prince, went down to the courtyard. Here he found Pierre and the 2 men-at-arms standing at the head of 3 powerful horses, while one of the queen's retainers held a very handsome animal in readiness for himself. "Her Majesty begs you to accept these horses, sir, as a slight token of her goodwill." In 5 minutes the party had issued from Nerac, Pierre, as usual, keeping close behind Philip, and the 2 men-at-arms riding a few lengths behind. "This is truly a change for the better, Monsieur Philip," Pierre said. "We entered Nerac as tillers of the soil, We ride out in knightly fashion." "Yes, Pierre, it is good to be on the back of a fine horse again, and this one I am riding is worthy of the place beside Victor and Robin." "Yes, he is as good as either of them, sir. I am not sure that he is not better. We, too, are well content with the Queen of Navarre's generosity, for our stewards gave us, before we started, each a purse of 20 crowns, which has been a wonderful salve to our sore feet. I trust there will be no more occasion to use them for a time." "I hope not. It was a long journey, but it was fortunate that we pushed on as we did, for had we been 12 hours later, we should not have found the queen at Nerac." "And why does not your honour stay to ride with her?" Pierre asked. "I hope to rejoin her again tonight. We are going through Agen, where I hope to gather such news of the movements of the Catholic troops as may be of use to her." Agen was about 15 miles distant from Nerac, and as there was no occasion for haste, and Philip did not wish the horses to have the appearance of being ridden fast, they took 3 hours in traversing the distance. When they neared the town, he said to Pierre, "I shall not take you with me. If there should be trouble, though I do not see how this can well come about, 4 men could do no more than 1. Therefore, Pierre, do you follow me no nearer than is sufficient to keep me in sight. The other 2 will follow you at an equal distance, together or separately. Should any accident befall me, you are on no account to ride up or meddle in the business. I told you what my instructions are, and it will be your duty to carry them out if I am taken. You will put up your horse, and mingling with the soldiers and townspeople, find out if there is any movement in the wind, or whether any troops have already gone forward. Jacques and Roger will do the same, and you will meet and exchange news. If you find that anything has been done, or is going to be done, towards putting more guards on the river, or dispatching a force that might interfere with the passage of the queen from Tonneins to Villeneuve-d'Agenois, Roger and Jacques will ride to the point where I told you the crossing is to be made, and will warn the queen of the danger. I leave you free to ride with them, or to stay in the town till you learn what has happened to me. If you should find that there is no movement of troops, you and the others will be free either to ride to Pontier, or to make your way back to Cognac, and to join my cousin and give him news of what has happened to me. If I am only held as a prisoner, the Admiral will doubtless exchange a Catholic gentleman for me. He is sure to take many prisoners at the capture of the towns." He then called the 2 men-at-arms up, and repeated the instructions to them. "But may we not strike in should you get into trouble, master? Roger and I would far rather share whatever may befall you." "No, Jacques. It would be worse in every way. Force could be of no avail, and it would lessen my chance of escape were you beside me. Single-handed I might get through and trust to the speed of my horse. If taken, I might plan some mode of escape. In either case it would hamper me were you there. Above all, it is important that my mission should be fulfilled. Therefore my commands on that head are strict. I do not apprehend troubles in any way, but if it should occur, you will at once turn your horses down the first street you come to, so that you may in no way be connected with me. Pierre will, of course, turn first. You will follow him, see where he stables his horse. Then go on to some other cabaret, and having put up your horses, go back to the place where he has stopped. Wait till he joins you outside, then arrange for the hour at which you are to meet again, and then go off in different directions to gather the news of which we are in search. Take no further thought about me at all. Give your whole minds to the safety of the queen. Upon that depends greatly the issue of this war. Were she and her son to fall into the hands of the Catholics, it would be a fatal blow to the cause." So saying, he rode on again at the head of the party. When within a quarter of a mile of the town, he again called Pierre up to him. "Pierre, do you take this ring and dagger. Should I be taken, I shall assuredly be searched to see whether I am the bearer of dispatches. I should grieve to lose these gifts, as much as I should to fall into the hands of the Catholics. Keep them for me until you learn that there is no chance of my ever returning to claim them, and then give them to my cousin, and beg him in my name to return the ring to the Queen of Navarre, and the dagger to the young prince." "I like not all these provisions," Pierre said to himself. "Hitherto the master has never, since I first knew him, given any commands to me as to what was to be done in case he were captured or killed. It seems to me that the danger here is as nothing to the danger he has often run before, and he must have some sort of foreboding of evil. If I were not a Huguenot, I would vow a score of pounds of candles to be burnt at the shrine of the Holy Virgin, if the master gets safe out of yonder town." Philip rode on across the bridge and entered the gates without question. Up to this time his followers had kept close behind him, but now, in accordance with his instructions, they dropped behind. He continued his way to the principal square, rode up to an inn, entered a courtyard, and gave his horse to the stableman. "Give it a feed," he said, "and put it in the stable. I shall not require it until the afternoon." Then he went into the public room, called for food and wine, and sat down. The tables were well nigh full, for there were many strangers in the town. After a first glance at the newcomer, none paid him any attention. Pierre and the two men had, in accordance with his instructions, passed the inn they had seen him enter, and put up at other places. There was a loud buzz of conversation, and Philip listened intently to that between four gentlemen who had just sat down at the table next to him. 3 of them had come in together, and the 4th joined them just as Philip's meal was brought in.
"Well, have you heard any news at the governor's, Magnan?"
one of them asked the last comer.
"Bad news. Condé and the Admiral are not letting the grass grow under their feet. They have captured not only Niort, as we heard yesterday, but Parthenay."
"Peste! That is bad news, indeed. What a blunder it was to let them slip through our fingers, when they might have seized them with 200 or 300 men in Burgundy."
"It seems to me that they are making just the same mistake here," another put in. "As Jean of Navarre is well nigh as dangerous as the Admiral himself, why don't they seize her and her cub, and carry them to Paris?" "Because they hope that she will go willingly of her own accord, Saint-Amand. La Motte Fenelon has been negotiating with her for the last fortnight on behalf of the court. It is clearly far better that she should go there of her own will, than that she should be taken there a prisoner. Her doing so would seem a desertion of the Huguenot cause, and would be a tremendous blow to them. On the other hand, if she were taken there as prisoner, it would drive many a Huguenot to take up arms who is now content to rest quiet. And moreover, the Protestant princes of Germany and Elizabeth of England would protest. For whatever the court may say of the Admiral, they can hardly affirm that Jean of Navarre is thinking of making war against Charles for any other reason than the defence of her faith. Besides, she can do no harm at Nerac, and we can always lay hands on her when we like. At any rate, there is no fear of her getting farther north. The rivers are too well guarded for that." "I don't know," another said. "After the way in which Condé and the Admiral, though hampered with women and children, made their way across France, I should never be surprised at anything. You see, there is not a place where she has not friends. These pestilent Huguenots are everywhere. She will get warning of danger, and guides across the country, peasants who know every byroad through the fields and every shallow in the rivers. It would be far better to make sure of her and her son by seizing them at Nerac." "Besides," Saint-Amand said, "there are reports of movements of Huguenots all over Guyenne, and I heard a rumour last night that the Seneschal of Armagnac has got a considerable gathering together. These Huguenots seem to spring out of the ground. 6 weeks ago no one believed that there was a corner of France where they could gather 100 men together, and now they are everywhere in arms." "I think," Magnan said, "that you need not be uneasy about the Queen of Navarre. I am not at liberty to say what I have heard, but I fancy that before many hours she will be on her way to Paris, willingly or unwillingly. As for the seneschal, he and the others will be hunted down as soon as this matter is settled. A day or two sooner or later will make no difference there, and until the queen is taken the troops will have to stay in their present stations. My only fear is that, seeing she can have no hope of making her way north, she will slip away back to Navarre again. Once there, she could not be taken without a deal of trouble. Whatever is to be done must be done promptly. Without direct orders from the court, no step can be taken in so important a matter. But the orders may arrive any hour, and I think you will see that there will be no loss of time in executing them. And Nerac could not stand a long siege, even if it were strongly garrisoned. And the handful of men she has got with her could not defend the walls for an hour. I hope she may not take the alarm too soon. For, as you say, once back in Navarre it would be difficult indeed to take her. It is no joke hunting a bear among the mountains. And as her people are devoted to her, she could play hide and seek among the valleys and hills for weeks, high or months, before she would get laid hold of. It is well for our cause, Magnan, that she is not a man. She would be as formidable a foe as the Admiral himself. Huguenot as she is, one can't help respecting her. Her husband was a poor creature beside her. He was ready to swallow any bait offered him, while even if it would seat her son on the throne of France, she would not stir a hand's breadth from what she thinks is right."
Philip finished his meal and then went out into the square. The news was satisfactory. No order had yet arrived for the seizure of the queen, and though one was evidently looked for to arrive in the course of a few hours, it would then be too late to take any steps until nightfall at the earliest, and by 9 o'clock the queen would have left Nerac. No movement was intended at present against the seneschal, nor did the idea that the queen might attempt to join him seem to be entertained. It was possible, however, that such a suspicion might have occurred to the governor, and that some troops might secretly be sent off later. He must try to learn something more. Confident that he could not be suspected of being aught but what he was, a Catholic gentleman, for his garments were of much brighter hue than those affected by the Huguenots, he strolled quietly along, pausing and looking into shops when he happened to pass near groups of soldiers or gentlemen talking together. So he spent 2 or 3 hours. No word had reached his ear indicating that any of the speakers were anticipating a sudden call to horse. He saw that Pierre was following him, keeping at some distance away, and pausing whenever he paused. He saw no signs of the other 2 men, and doubted not that they were, as he had ordered, spending their time in wine shops frequented by the soldiers, and listening to their talk. Feeling convinced that no orders had been given for the assembly of any body of troops, he sat down for a time at a small table in front of one of the principal wine shops, and called for a bottle of the best wine, thinking that the fact that he was alone would be less noticeable than if he continued to walk the streets. Presently a party of 4 or 5 gentlemen sat down at a table a short distance off. He did not particularly notice them at first, but presently, glancing that way, saw one of them looking hard at him, and a thrill of dismay ran through him as he recognized the gentleman addressed as Raoul, the leader of the party that had stopped him near Bazas. He had, however, presence of mind enough to look indifferently at him, and then to continue sipping his wine. The possibility that this gentleman with his troop should have come to Agen had never entered his mind, and though the encounter was a most unfortunate one, he trusted that the complete change in his appearance would be sufficient to prevent his recognition, although it was evident by the gaze fixed on him that the gentleman had an idea that his face was familiar. To move now would heighten suspicion if any existed, and he therefore sat quiet, watching the people who passed in front of him, and revolving in his mind the best course to be taken should Raoul address him. The latter had just spoken to his cousin, who was sitting next to him. "Do you know that young gentleman, Louis?" he asked. "I seem to know his face well, and yet he does not know me, for he just now glanced at me without recognizing me. You know most of the gentry in this neighbourhood. Do you know him?" "No, I cannot say that I do, Raoul, though I too seem to have a recollection of his face. It is a sort of face one remembers, too. I should think his family must belong to the north, for you do not often see men of that complexion about here. He looks very young, not above 19 or 20, but there is a look of earnestness and resolution about his face that would point to his being some years older." Dismissing the matter from his mind, Raoul joined in the conversation round him. Presently he grasped his cousin's arm. "I know now where we saw the face, Louis. He was one of the 4 fellows we stopped 2 days since near Bazas." "Impossible, Raoul. Those men were peasants, though 2 of them had served for some time in the army. The others—" and he stopped. "You see it yourself, Louis. One of the others was a dark, active man. The other was but a lad, a tall, well-built young fellow with fair complexion and grey eyes. I thought of it afterwards, and wondered where he had got that skin and hair from. I put it down that it was a trace of English blood, of which there was a good deal left in Guyenne and some of the other provinces they held long ago. I certainly see the likeness now you mention it, Raoul, but it can hardly be the same. This is a gentleman. He is certainly that, whoever he may be. How could a gentleman be masquerading about as a peasant? That is what I am going to find out, Louis. He may have been a Huguenot, making his way down to join the Queen at Nerac. He may be one of her train there, who has gone out in disguise to reconnoitre the country and see what forces of ours were in the neighbourhood, and where posted. That may be his mission here, but this time he has chosen to come in his proper attire." "That can hardly be his attire, if he was one of Jeanne of Navarre's followers. He may have got a suit for the purpose, but assuredly the colours are too gay for a Huguenot in her train. For my part, I see nothing suspicious about his appearance. There, he is paying his reckoning and going." "And I am going after him," Raoul said. "There is something strange about the affair, and there may be some plot. Do you come with me, Louis? Monsieur d'Eston, I have a little matter of business on hand. Will you come with me?" End of chapter 11. Recorded August 2008. St. Bartholomew's Eve by G. A. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by Anna Christensen. Chapter 12. An Escape from Prison. Glancing half round as he turned away from the wine shop, Philip saw Raoul and 2 of his companions rising. He walked off in a leisurely manner, and a few paces farther turned down a side street. He heard steps following him, and then a voice said, "Hold, young sir, I would have a word with you." Philip turned with an expression of angry surprise. "Are you addressing me, sir? I would have you know that I am not accustomed to be spoken to in that fashion, and that I bear an insult from no one." Raoul laughed. "Are you equally particular, sir, when you are going about in peasant's clothes?" "I am not good at riddles, sir," Philip said haughtily, "and can only suppose that your object is to pick a quarrel with me, though I am not conscious of having given you offence. However, that matters little. I suppose you are one of those gallants who air their bravery when they think they can do so with impunity. On the present occasion you may perchance find that you are mistaken. I am a stranger here, and know of no place where this matter can be settled, nor am I provided with a second. But I am quite content to place myself in the hands of one of these gentlemen, if they will act for me." "I am sure, Raoul, there is some mistake," Louis began, putting his hand on his cousin's shoulder. But the other shook it off angrily. He was of a passionate and overbearing temper, and Philip's coolness, and the manner in which he had turned the tables upon him and challenged him to a duel, inflamed him to the utmost. "Hands off, Louis," he said. "Do you think that I, Raoul de Fontaine, am to be crowed over by this youth? He has challenged me to fight, and fight he shall." "You provoked him," Louis said firmly. "You gave him provocation such as no gentleman of honour could suffer. It was not for this that I came out with you, but because you said that you wished to unravel what may be a plot." "I will cut it, which will be easier than unravelling it," Raoul replied. "It is shorter and easier work to finish the matter with a sword thrust, than to provide for his being swung at the end of a rope." "We had best waste no time in empty braggadocio," Philip said coldly, "but proceed at once to some quiet spot where this matter can be settled undisturbed." "I think the young gentleman is right," Monsieur D'Estanges, a gentleman of the court, said gravely. "The matter has gone too far for anything else now, and I am bound to say that your adversary, of whose name I am ignorant, has borne himself in a manner to merit my esteem, and that as your cousin will of course act for you, I shall be happy to place my services at his disposal." "Let us go beyond the gates," Raoul said abruptly, turning on his heel and retracing his steps up the lane to the main street. "I thank you, sir, for offering to stand by one of whose very name you are ignorant," Philip said, as, accompanied by Monsieur D'Estanges, he followed the others. "It is, however, right that you should know. My name is Philip Fletcher. On my father's side I am English. On my mother's I am of noble French blood, being cousin to Francois de Laville, whose mother and mine were daughters of the Count de Mouly." "Two distinguished families of Poitou," Monsieur D'Estanges said courteously. "It needed not that to tell me that you are of good blood. I regret much that this encounter is going to take place. Monsieur Raoul de Fontaine was in the wrong in so rudely hailing you, and I cannot blame you for taking it up sharply, although, seeing your age and his, and that he is a good swordsman, it might have been more prudent to have overlooked his manner. Unless, indeed," and he smiled, "Monsieur Raoul was right, and that you are engaged on some weighty matter here, and preferred to run the risk of getting yourself killed rather than have it inquired into. The Countess of Laville and her son are both staunch Huguenots, and you may well be on business here that you would not care to have investigated. You have not asked my name, sir. It is Charles D'Estanges. I am a cousin of the Duc de Guise, and am naturally of the court party. But I can esteem a brave enemy, and regret to see one engage in an encounter in which he must needs be overmatched." "I am a fair swordsman, sir," Philip said, "though my arm may lack somewhat of the strength it will have in a few years. But had it been otherwise, I should have still taken the course I have. I do not say that your conjecture is a correct one, but at any rate I would prefer the most unequal fight to being seized and questioned. One can but be killed once, and it were better that it should be by a thrust in the open air than a long imprisonment, ending perhaps with death at the stake. Monsieur d'Estaing said no more. In spite of his relationship with the Guises, he, like many other French Catholic nobles, disapproved of the persecutions of the Huguenots, and especially of the massacres perpetrated by the lower orders in the towns, men for whom he had the profoundest contempt. He felt sorry for his companion, whose youth and fearless demeanour moved him in his favour, and who, he doubted not, had come to Agen to confer with some of the Huguenots, who were to be found in every town. Issuing from the gates, they went for a quarter of a mile along the road, and then Raoul led the way into a small wood. Here, without a word being spoken, Raoul and Philip threw aside their cloaks and doublets.
"Gentlemen," Monsieur d'Estaing said, "surely this quarrel might be arranged without fighting. Monsieur de Fontaine addressed my principal, doubtless under a misapprehension, with some roughness, which was not unnaturally resented. If Monsieur de Fontaine will express his regret, which he certainly could do without loss of dignity, for the manner in which he spoke, my principal would, I am sure, gladly accept his apology." "That is my opinion also," Louis de Fontaine said, "and I have already expressed it to my cousin." "And I have said that I will do nothing of the sort," Raoul said. "I am fighting not only in my own quarrel, but in that of the king, being well assured in my mind that this young man, whether he be, as he now appears, a gentleman of birth, or whether, as I saw him last, a peasant boy, is engaged in some plot hostile to his majesty." "Then there is nothing more to be said," Monsieur d'Estaing said gravely. "But before you begin, I may tell you, Monsieur de Fontaine, that this gentleman belongs to a family no less noble than your own. He has confided to me his name and position, which I think it well not to divulge. Now, Louis, we may as well stand aside. We have done our best to stop this quarrel, and to prevent what I cannot but consider a most unequal contest from taking place."
These last words were galling in the extreme to Raoul de Fontaine. Monsieur d'Estaing stood high at court, and was a gentleman of unblemished reputation, and often appealed to on questions of honour; and this declaration that he considered the combat to be an unequal one was the more irritating, since he was himself conscious of the fact. However, he could not recoil now, but with an angry expression of face drew his sword and stood on guard. Philip was no less ready. The easy attitude he assumed, with his weight for the most part on his left leg, differed so widely from the forward attitude then in fashion among French duellists, that Monsieur d'Estaing, convinced that he knew nothing of swordplay, shrugged his shoulders pityingly. The moment, however, that the swords grated against each other, and Philip put aside with a sharp turn of the wrist a lunge which his opponent intended at once to finish the combat, the expression of his face changed.
"The lad did not speak boastfully when he said he was a fair swordsman," he muttered to himself. "He does not fight in our fashion, but at least he knows what he is about."
For some minutes the fight continued, Raoul's temper rising higher and higher, as he found every attack baffled by a foe he had despised, and who refused to fall back even an inch, however hotly he pressed him. He had at first intended either to wound or disarm him, but soon he fought to kill. At last there was a fierce rally, ending by Philip parrying a home thrust and returning it with lightning swiftness, running Raoul de Fontaine through the body with such force that the hilt of his sword struck against his chest, and he sank lifeless to the ground.
"By Our Lady, young gentleman," Monsieur d'Estaing exclaimed, "but you have done well. You said that you were a fair swordsman. Truly, you are of the highest class. Raoul's temper has led him into many a duel, and he has always wounded or killed his man. Who could have thought that he would receive his death blow at the hands of a youth? But whom have we here? Peste! This is awkward."
As he spoke, Count Darboux, the governor of Agen, with a body of troopers, rode up. He had ridden to within a mile or two of Nerac, and questioning persons from the town learned that everything was quiet there, and that no fresh body of Huguenots had arrived. He was on his way back when, hearing the clash of swords, he had ridden into the wood to inquire into its meaning.
"What is this?" he exclaimed. "Why, what is this, Monsieur de Fontaine? Your cousin, Count Raoul, dead!" Louis, who was leaning over his cousin, looked up. "Alas, I fear that it is so, Monsieur le Comte. My poor cousin has fallen in a duel." "What a misfortune, and at such a moment! Is it not scandalous at a time like this, when every gentleman's sword is needed in defence of our king and faith, they should indulge in private quarrels? And is it you, Monsieur d'Estanges, who has done his Majesty this bad service?" For by this time Philip had resumed his cloak and doublet. "No, I only stood as second to his opponent, who has behaved fairly and honourably in the matter, as I am sure Count Louis will testify." "Your word is quite sufficient, Monsieur d'Estanges. And who is this gentleman who has thus slain one who had no mean reputation as a swordsman?" "The quarrel arose through a rencontre in the street. Count Raoul was, as was his nature, hasty, and put himself in the wrong. The gentleman resented his language, and a meeting was at once arranged. Count Louis and myself were with Raoul, and as his opponent was alone, and it was not desirable to draw others into the matter, I offered to act as his second, and he accepted at once. We came here. Count Louis and I made a final effort to persuade Raoul to apologize for his language. He refused to do so, and they fought, and you see the consequence." "But who is this stranger?" the governor asked again. "Count Raoul did not feel it necessary to ask, Count, and I think, as he waived the point, and the affair is now terminated, it would be well that his opponent should be permitted to withdraw without questions." "That is all very well for you, Monsieur d'Estanges, as a party in a private quarrel, but as governor of Agen, it is my duty to satisfy myself as to who the stranger who has killed an officer of the king may be." He turned his horse, and for the first time obtained a view of Philip, who, seeing the impossibility of escape, had been standing quietly by. "Why, it is but a youth!" he exclaimed. "You say he slew Count Raoul in a fair fight, Monsieur d'Estanges?" "In as fair a fight as ever I saw, Monsieur le Comte." "Who are you, sir?" the governor asked Philip. "I am a stranger travelling through Agen on private business," Philip said quietly. "But what is your name and family, sir?" "I am English," Philip replied. "My name is Philip Fletcher." "A Huguenot, I will be bound," the governor said angrily. "Not at all, Count. I am of the religion of my nation, a Protestant." "It is the same thing," the governor said. "It is clear that, for whatever purpose you may be in Agen, you are here for no good. This is a serious matter, Monsieur d'Estanges." "As I have said, I know nothing of this gentleman, Count. I saw him for the first time a little over half an hour ago, and on every account I wish that I had not seen him. He has killed my friend Raoul, deprived his Majesty of a staunch adherent, and has got himself into trouble. But for all that, I am assured by his conduct and bearing in this business that he is an honourable gentleman, and I entreat you, as a personal favour, Count, that you allow him to go free." "I would do much to oblige you, Monsieur d'Estanges, but he is an Englishman, and a Protestant by his own confession, and therefore can only be here to aid the men who have risen in rebellion, and to conspire with the king's enemies. He will be put in close charge, and when the present pressing affairs have been put out of hand, I doubt not we shall find means of learning a good deal more about this mysterious person, who claims to be English, but who yet speaks our language like a Frenchman." "As to that matter, I can satisfy you at once," Philip said. "My mother was a French lady, a daughter of the Count de Moulins of Poitou." "A Huguenot family, if I mistake not," the governor said coldly. "Well, we have other things to think of now. Captain Carteau, place 2 troopers, one on each side of this person. I authorize you to cut him down if he tries to escape. Let 4 others dismount and carry the body of the Count de Fontaine into the city." "You will, of course, take the command of his troop, Count Louis, seeing that, if I mistake not, you are his nearest relative, and the heir to his possessions."
As Philip was led through the streets, he caught sight of Pierre, who made no sign of recognition as he passed. He was taken to the castle, and confined in a room in a turret looking down upon the river. The window was closely barred, but otherwise the room, though small, was not uncomfortable. It contained a chair, a table, and a couch. When the door was barred and bolted behind him, Philip walked to the window and stood looking out at the river. The prospect seemed dark. The governor was unfavourably disposed towards him now, and when the news came on the morrow that the Queen of Navarre had slipped through his fingers, his exasperation would no doubt be vented on him. What was now but a mere suspicion would then become almost a certainty, and it would, as a matter of course, be assumed that he was there on matters concerned with her flight. That he was a Protestant was alone sufficient to condemn him to death, but his connection with the Queen's flight would, beyond all question, seal his fate. Pierre, he felt sure, would do all that he could for him, but that could amount to almost nothing. Even if he had the means of filing through or removing the bars, it would need a long stout rope to enable him to descend to the water's edge, 100 feet below him, and that he could obtain possession of either file or rope seemed to him as absolutely impossible. Nevertheless, he said to himself, I will let Pierre know where I am confined. I do not see that it can do any good, but he is a fellow of resource. I have great faith in him, and though I can see no plausible plan of escape, he, being without, may try something. I have no doubt that his first endeavour will be to find out where I am confined. I warrant he will know my cap if he sees it. He has an eye like a hawk, and if he sees anything outside one of the windows, he will suspect at once that it is a signal, and when he once looks closely at it, he will make out its orange tint and these 3 long cock's feathers. So saying, he thrust one of his arms through the bars with the cap, which he allowed to hang down against the wall below. There he stood for 2 hours, closely examining every boat that came along. At last he saw one rowed by 2 men, with a third sitting in the stern, and he had no difficulty in making out, as it came closer, that this was Pierre, who was gazing at the castle. Presently he saw him suddenly clap his hands and speak to the rowers. These did not look up, but continued to row on in the same leisurely way as before, nor did Pierre again glance at the window. Satisfied that his signal had been observed, Philip withdrew it, but continued to watch the boat. It went half a mile higher up, then turned and floated quietly down the stream again. When he had seen it pass the bridge, he threw himself down on the couch. "There is nothing more for me to do," he said. "The matter is in Pierre's hands now." He listened for a time to the tramp of a sentry backwards and forwards outside his door, and then fell off to sleep, from which he did not awake until he heard the bars withdrawn and the key turned in the lock. Then a man, accompanied by 2 soldiers, entered, and placed a chicken, a bottle of wine, and a loaf of bread on the table. "Monsieur D'Estaing sends this with his compliments," he said, and then Philip was again left alone. 2 hours after it became dark, he thought he heard a confused sound as of the trampling of a number of horsemen in the courtyard of the castle. He went to the door, and placing his ear against it, was convinced that he was not mistaken. "It looks as if an expedition were about to start somewhere," he said to himself. "If they are bound for Nerac, they will arrive there too late, for the Queen will by this time be setting out. They cannot intend to scale the walls tonight, and the gates will have been shut long ago. They are probably going into ambush somewhere near, so as to ride in the morning. I wish I could be certain they are bound in that direction. There was certainly no idea of an expedition this morning, but it is possible that the messenger with the order for the arrest of the Queen and Prince may have arrived this afternoon, and the governor is losing no time. I trust it is so, and not that news has come from some spy at Nerac that she will be leaving the place tonight. If it is so, this party may be setting out to strengthen the guards on the river, or to occupy the roads by which she would travel, were her purpose to join the seneschal. I trust that Pierre and the others are on the alert, and not wasting their time in thinking about me, and that if this troop make along the river, they will ride to warn the Queen in time. Hearing nothing, she will assume that the road is clear, and that she can go on fearlessly. It is enough to drive one mad being cooped up here, when the whole success of the cause is at stake." The character of the sentry's walk had changed. He had been relieved some 4 hours before, and his walk at times ceased as if he were leaning against the wall to rest himself, while at times he gave an impatient stamp with his feet. "I expect they have forgotten to relieve him," Philip said to himself. If a strong body has gone out, that might very well be." Another half-hour passed, and then he heard steps ascending the stone staircase, and the sentry exclaimed angrily: "Saprist! Comrade, I began to think I was going to be kept all night at my post, and that everyone had ridden out with that party that started half an hour ago. Now then, the orders are, permit no one to approach, refuse even to allow officers to visit the prisoner without special order of the governor. That is all. Now I am off for a tankard of spiced wine, which I think I have earned well, for it is a good hour after my time of relief." Then Philip heard his footsteps descending the stairs, while the man who had relieved him walked briskly up and down in front of the door. In a minute or two he stopped. Then Philip turned with a start from the window at which he was standing, as he heard through the keyhole a loud whisper: "Monsieur Philip, are you asleep? It is I." "Why, Pierre!" he exclaimed, running to the door and putting his mouth to the keyhole. "How did you come here?" "I will tell you that later, master. The thing is now to get you out. The bolts here are easy enough to draw, but this lock puzzles me. I have brought up 2 thin saws and an auger, and thought to cut round it, but there is a plate of iron outside." "And there is one inside too, Pierre. How about the hinges?" "There is no doing anything with them, master. The ironwork goes right across the door. There is nothing for it but to cut right round the iron plate." "That won't take very long if the saws are good, Pierre." Philip heard a rasping sound, and in a short time the auger passed through the woodwork. 2 other holes adjoining the first were soon made, and then the end of a saw was pushed through. "If you can make a hole large enough at the bottom of the plate, Pierre, and pass me the other saw through, I can work that way to meet you." "It would take too long to make, sir. I have plenty of oil, and it won't take me long to saw round the plate. I only brought the second saw in case the first should break. But this oak is pretty nearly as hard as iron." It took over an hour's work before the cut was complete. When it was nearly finished, Pierre said: "Be ready to seize the piece that is cut out as soon as I am through with it, master. Otherwise it may fall down as the door opens, and make a clatter that will be heard all over the castle." As the last piece was sawn through, Philip pressed the door, and as it opened seized the portion cut out, drew it backward, and laid it gently on the stone floor. Then he rose and grasped Pierre's hand. "My brave Pierre, you have accomplished what I thought was an impossibility. Now what is the next thing to be done?" "The next thing is to unwind this rope from my body. It is lucky I am so lean that it did not make me look bulky. It is not very thick, but it is new and strong, and there are knots every 2 feet. Roger is waiting for us below in a boat." "Where is Jacques?" "Jacques has ridden off. He learned before sunset that orders had been issued for the troops to assemble. He and Roger had taken the 4 horses beyond the wall an hour after you were arrested, and had left them at a farmer's a mile away. So he arranged with me that he should follow the troop on foot, which he could do, as there are footmen as well as horse in the party that has gone out. Then, as soon as he discovered which way they were going, he would slip off and make for the farmhouse and mount. If they were bound for Nerac, he will wait for us at the point on the other side of the river. If they follow the river down, he will ride at full speed, make a circuit, and warn the queen of the danger. He will have plenty of time to do that, as the column will have to move at the pace of the infantry." "That is a load off my mind, Pierre." While they were speaking, they had unwound the rope, fastened one end to the battlement, and lowered the other down. "I will go first, master. I am the lightest, and will steady the rope for you from below." In 2 or 3 minutes, Philip felt that the rope was no longer tight, and at once swung himself over and lowered himself down. The water washed the foot of the wall, and he stepped directly into the boat, which Roger was keeping in its place with a pole, while Pierre held the rope. An exclamation of thankfulness broke from the 2 men as his feet touched the gunwale of the boat, and then, without a word, Roger began to pull the boat along against the tide, keeping close to the foot of the wall. Once fairly beyond the castle, the pole was laid in, and the 2 men took the oars, and the boat shot across the river. Then they rowed up under the opposite bank, until a voice from above them said: "Is all well? Is Monsieur Philip with you?" "All is well, Jacques," Philip exclaimed, delighted. But the fact that his follower was there showed that the troops had gone in the direction that did not threaten the safety of the queen. They leapt ashore, and pushed the boat off to allow it to float down with the stream. It was a mile to the spot where the horses had been left. On the way, Philip heard how his escape had been effected. "I saw you go out from the town, monsieur, and could not for the life of me make out what was going to happen. I did not know the gentleman you were walking with, but I recognized the two in front of you as the officers of the troop that had questioned us near Baza. One of them was talking angrily to the other. As it seemed to me that you were going willingly and not as a prisoner, and especially as you were going out of the town, I thought that it was my business to wait until you returned. I saw half an hour later some horsemen coming up the street, and someone said it was the governor, who had been out with a party. It gave me a bad turn when I saw you walking as a prisoner in the middle of them. I saw you glance at me, but of course made no sign, and I followed until you entered the castle. When I was walking away, I saw a crowd. Pushing forward, I found they were surrounding 4 soldiers who were carrying a body on their shoulders, and made out at once it was the officer who had been talking so angrily to his companion. Then I understood what had puzzled me before, and why you had gone outside the walls. The rest was easy to guess. The governor had come along. You had been questioned, and had been arrested as a Huguenot. It was evident that no time was to be lost, and that if you were to be got out, it must be done quickly. I hurried away to the cabaret where Jacques and Roger were drinking. We talked the matter over, and agreed that the first thing was to get the 4 horses out of the town. So I went to the inn where you had put up, said I was your servant, paid the reckoning, and took away the horse. Then I got my own and joined the other 2, who were mounted and ready. They each took a horse and rode off, settling to leave them at some farmhouse a short distance away, explaining there that the town was so full they could find no room for them. Directly they started, I set off to have a look round the castle. The great thing was to know where they had lodged you. If it was in a cell looking outward, I thought that, knowing I should be searching for you, you would make a signal. On the land side I could see nothing, and then went back and waited till Jacques and Roger arrived. Then we took a boat, and as you know, rowed up, and I soon made out your cap outside the wall. Then as we rowed back, we arranged matters. Jacques was to carry out your former orders, find out about the movement of the troops, and warn the queen if danger threatened. Roger was to be at the foot of the wall with the boat as soon as it became dark. I was to undertake to get you out. The first thing to do was to get a rope. This I carried to a quiet place on the wall, knotted it, and put it round me under my doublet. Then there was nothing to do but to wait. I went several times to hear if Jacques had any news, and was glad when he told me that most of the troops were ordered to be under arms at 8 o'clock. This would make matters simpler for me, for with numbers of people going in and coming out of the castle, it would be easy to slip in unnoticed. As soon as it was dark, Jacques and I went down a lane, and he gave me a steel cap and breastpiece, and took my cap in exchange. Then I went up towards the castle. The gates were open, and I was told that they would not be closed until midnight, as so many were coming out and going in, and there was no hostile force anywhere in these parts. Presently numbers of gentlemen began to arrive with their retainers, and I soon went in with a party of footmen. The courtyard was full of men, and I was not long before I found the staircase leading up to the top of the wall on the riverside. I went up boldly, and halfway found a door partly open. Looking in, I saw that it was evidently used by some gentlemen who had gone down in haste to join the party below, so I shut the door and waited. I heard the troops start, and guessed from the quiet that followed that the greater portion of the garrison had left. I felt pretty sure that there would be a sentry at your door, and waited until the time I thought he would be expecting relief. Then I went up. He was in a mighty hurry to get down, and did not stop to see who I was, or to ask any questions, which was well for him, for I had a knife in my hand, and should have stabbed him before he could utter a cry. Everything went off well, and you know the rest, sir. You managed wonderfully, Pierre. I thought over every plan by which you might aid me to escape, but I never thought of anything so simple as this. Nor, indeed, did I see any possible way of your freeing me. How are we going to get our horses? The farmer will think that we are a party of thieves. They are in an open shed, Jacques said. I told the farmer that our reason for bringing them out of the town was that you might have to start with orders any time of the night, and that it would be troublesome getting them out from town stables, and having the gates opened for them to pass out, while on foot you could issue from the postern without trouble. I paid him for the corn when I left them. The horses, indeed, were got out without any stir in the house indicating that its occupants were awakened. "Give me your sword, Pierre," Philip said as he mounted. "I trust that we shall meet with no enemies on the road. Still, we may do so, and I should not like to be unarmed. You have your arquebus." This had been brought in the boat by Roger, and on landing Pierre had exchanged the steel cap and breastpiece for his own cap. The road to Villeneuve-d'Agenois was a cross-country one, and would be impossible to follow in the dark. Consequently, after keeping on the main road for half an hour, they turned off a road to the right, rode until they entered a wood, and there alighted. "Shall I light a fire, sir?" Pierre asked. "It is not worth while, Pierre. It must be getting on to midnight now, and we must be in the saddle again at daybreak. By this time they will no doubt found that I have escaped. The first time they send up a man to relieve you, the open door will be noticed. They will certainly make no search tonight, and tomorrow they will have something else to think about. For doubtless some spy at Nerac will, as soon as the gates are open, take the news to the governor's party that the queen has left." 2 hours' brisk ride in the morning took them within sight of the Villeneuve-d'Agenois. Riding across the bridge over the river Lot, they entered the town. The street was full of troops, and 3 gentlemen standing at the door of an inn looked with suspicion on the gay colouring of Philip's costume, and as he alighted they stepped forward to accost him.
"May I ask who you are, sir?"
one said, advancing.
"And what is your business here?"
"Certainly you may," Philip said, as he dismounted.
"My name is Philip Fletcher. I am here at the order of Her Majesty the Queen of Navarre, who, I trust, has arrived here safely." "The queen arrived here 3 hours since, Monsieur Fletcher, and I may say that she did you the honour to inquire at once if a gentleman of your name had arrived." "I should have met her at the river near Tonnet, but the governor of Agen laid an embargo on me. Yet, thanks to these 3 faithful fellows, I got safely out of his clutches." "We shall march in an hour, Monsieur Fletcher, and as soon as the queen is up, I will see that she is acquainted with your coming. Allow me to introduce myself. Gaston de Robert. Breakfast is ready in this cottage, and we were about to sit down when we saw you riding up. I shall be glad if you will share it with us. These are my comrades, Monsieur de Viviers, Monsieur Harcourt, and Monsieur Pierre." He then called a sergeant. "Sergeant, see that Monsieur Fletcher's servants and men-at-arms have a good meal." "I think they must want it," Philip said. "They have been so busy in my service that I doubt if they have eaten since breakfast yesterday. I myself slept well, thanks to the courtesy of Monsieur d'Estaing, who was good enough to send up an excellent capon and a bottle of wine to my cell." "You know Monsieur d'Estaing?" Gaston de Robert asked courteously. "He is a man of high repute, and though connected with the Guises, he is said to be opposed to them in their crusades against us." "I had only the honour of meeting him yesterday," Philip said, as they sat down to table. "But he behaved like a true gentleman, and did me the honour of being my second in an unfortunate affair into which I was forced." "Who was your opponent, may I ask, sir?" "Count Raoul de Fontaine." "Ah, a doughty swordsman!" Gaston de Robert exclaimed. "But one of our bitterest opponents in this province. You are fortunate indeed to have escaped without a serious wound, for he has been engaged in many duels, and but few of his opponents have escaped with their lives." "He will neither persecute you nor fight more duels," Philip said quietly, "for I had the misfortune to kill him." The others looked at him with astonishment. Do I understand rightly, Monsieur Fletcher, that you have slain Raoul de Fontaine in a duel?" "That is the case," Philip replied. "Monsieur d'Estaing, as I have said, acted as my second. Count Louis de Fontaine acted for his cousin." "You will pardon me having asked you the question again," de Robert said, "but really it seemed well nigh impossible that a gentleman who, as I take it, can yet scarcely be of age, should have slain Raoul de Fontaine." "I lack 4 years yet of being of age," Philip said, "for it will be another month before I am 17. But I have had good teachers, both English and French, and our games and exercises at school naturally bring us forward in point of strength and stature in comparison with your countrymen of the same age. Still, doubtless, it was as much due to good fortune as to skill that I gained my success. I assuredly had no desire to kill him, the less so because, to a certain extent, the duel was of my making. There was, as it seemed to me, no choice between fighting him and being denounced by him as a spy. Therefore, when he accosted me roughly, I took the matter up hotly, and there was nothing for it but an encounter. As I have said, I meant only to wound him, but his skill and his impetuosity were so great that I was forced in self-defence to run him through. After all, I gained nothing by the duel,
But the governor with a troop of horse came up just as it concluded, and as I could give no satisfactory account of myself, I was hauled off a prisoner to the castle."
"And how did you escape thence?"
Gaston asked. Philip gave an account of the manner in which his servant had rescued him.
"Parbleu, you are fortunate in your servant. I would that so shrewd a knave. But there, the trumpets are sounding. I will take you at once to the queen, who is doubtless ready to mount."
End of chapter 12. Recorded August 2008.